you have anyway should indicate that you have some sort of mental disability. And I would rather see a homeless person with a mental disability. I would rather see them somewhere away from general population. I mean, I've come in contact with a lot of homeless people and they have mental illnesses, and I've been attacked a couple of times by them. I would rather see them being able to have a bed at least to go and lay down in, other than sleeping on the grounds when it's cold, sleeping on the grounds when it's raining real bad, just panhandling, running up to you while you're going in the gas station. It's like, it's totally, totally, totally out of control. So if it's this far out of control and homelessness need help, what would you offer to start sufficing for some of the homelessness? Because if you're not comfortable with the bill, what would you do that nobody's done anything yet? So what would be a start for you?
I just played this, but I'm gonna replay it again so that you can understand where my stance is, and I kind of very much agree with her. So let me just play this.
As a mental health professional, this is one of the scariest things for patient rights. This does a lot of different things. And this targets a lot of different people, and it targets more than just homeless people. Right now, the criteria to be inpatient is that you have to be a danger to self, you're going to kill yourself, or you're going to pretty much harm or kill other people. Hypothetically, if you're not, you should not be petitioned or hospitalized without your consent. But this changes that, and this says basically if you are not able to care for yourself and you live on the streets, or if you are perceived as a danger to others, which could be defined as anything. Like they could say trans people are a danger to others because they are in front of their children, right? Then you will be institutionalized. And that is not defined as far as like you will be released in 7 days. No, this is saying like for as long as necessary. And you have to comply with treatment. So the right to refuse medications, the right to refuse treatment is eradicated. The consent decrees, and that means that these are like things that protect people from being abused in institutions. They look at institutions and they're watching them and they're like, you cannot violate people here. Like you've done this in the past and we are not going to let it happen again. Do better. They're terminating it. So not only are they saying that like, okay, let's institutionalize people, let's make it as easy as possible, let's get people off the streets, let's just take people that we want to get rid of, but they're saying that like these people do not need to get protected once they're locked up, and they do not have the right to say no. If they want a house and they ever want to get out of here, they need to do what we say. It doesn't specify that the psychiatrist or who's making these decisions, right? It doesn't specify anything as far as like, is this medication? Are they going to be forced to take antipsychotics? Are they going to be forced to like, I don't know, have conversion therapy? Are they going to be forced to detransition if that's the threat, right? And gender dysphoria is in the DSM. That could very well be a part of this. It starts by saying that homeless people should also have all of their health information, so their mental health information taken by housing and then reported to the government and reported to police. And then these people are going to be monitored. So if you have a mental health issue, now you can be monitored. If you're unable to care for yourself, so if you are autistic and you're not able to care for yourself and you live on the streets or you just lost your job, now you can be institutionalized. You know, if you're just going through some hardship, because right now, like everyone's losing their fucking job, you could be institutionalized. What? There are not state hospitals to take all of these people. That's the fucked up thing here too, is like, where are they gonna put people? They don't have hospitals to put them in. There are not enough beds for people currently at all. So like, you're gonna have this mass push of people, they're going to prison. That's where they're gonna go. And there's not gonna be a way out for them. This is scary. Or if like somebody just had a relapse, like they got better and they had like a relapse, like instead of just getting outpatient treatment, they're going to be like, nope, you can't do that. You got to be institutionalized. Like, we are demonizing healing because healing is not linear. You do not just go somewhere and then get better and then like you just go off and live a great life and get a job and everything's fine. Like, it doesn't work like that. And we're destroying the outpatient supports. They're destroying Medicaid. They're going to take away the state hospitals that are left and the community mental health centers that are left. It's like everything's just coming into place as far as like they're destroying the system and then implementing these things where like, oh yeah, these people are going to have to get treatment, but there's nowhere for them to get treatment at. So what does that mean? And then we have Make America Healthy Again, who had previously put out things about like, you know, SSRIs are dangerous and psych meds are dangerous. And they continue to say that. Now they've had things come out about how like,
no, it's almost done. It's
SSRIs and
not
pregnancy are dangerous,
a
and we shouldn't let
presentation
women who are
video.
pregnant take psych meds, which like,
It's almost over.
the push into mental health here, into healthcare here, is dangerous. And that's all I have to say on this. I can be called fear-mongering all day long, but you know what? You will see.
I'm sorry. When I play it from that angle, it's coming from my video thing that I'm downloading.
Oh,
Can't like pause it.
yeah. Yeah, because when people say a mouthful like that, I just, that was a whole lot for me to talk about, because I could take that one video and talk for 2 hours. I mean, for a person that's so scared and fearful and this going to happen and that's going to happen, I wonder why they didn't come up with any other plan. I mean, we can always have something to say. I mean, we get conversations about it's so much homeless. Then we get conversations when we try to put stuff in perspective or put things into place. So if she that fearful, what has her and her group come up with in order for us to dilute some of the homelessness? Number one, he didn't, that order isn't written for all homeless. That order, you got to read the whole order. That order is written to say when you're a threat to yourself and you're a threat to the public and you have mental illness. That's what that bill says. It doesn't say all homeless people. So I'm not understanding why is the conversation being so broad, because it's not a broad conversation. It's really a more minimal conversation. If you're out there and you're homeless, and I'm sure there's a lot of us that seen homeless people that we know for a fact have mental illnesses. I'm sure there's a lot of us out there that have even seen homeless people, and you see how they are hurting themselves and also hurting others. So if that bill isn't good enough, what's the next option? People like to talk, but they don't show what the solution is. So if homeless been going on this long, what would her solution be? She didn't offer a solution. What's the solution from anyone?
Okay, so I don't think that this bill is the solution. I would say this is that okay. So let's go into what the bill says.
So Donald Trump just signed an executive order saying that state and local officials should do whatever
You're
they
on
need
mute.
to
You're on
do
mute.
to get the homeless off the streets
The direct
and
bill.
hold them against their will.
See, that's not a bill
from
for
Trump's
me.
order.
That's not going to help
Shifting
me.
homeless individuals into long-term
That's not the bill.
institutional settings for humane treatment through the appropriate
I'm gonna
use
try to
of
get the bill.
civil commitment will restore public order. I mean, how Orwellian is that? How authoritarian is that? One of the things authoritarians love to do is say they are trying to keep people safe. And who are they keeping people safe from?
There's somebody
From
talking. Where is the
other
bill?
people. The people that don't belong. When they dehumanize groups of people. So I know MAGA isn't going to care about this because they still see these people as not human. But I want to show you the gradual slide we're starting here. Okay, first it was we're just going after the criminals, just going after the terrible illegal aliens who commit crimes. And who would be against getting violent cartel members off the street? Nobody. But then all of a sudden we start realizing that there are U.S. citizens being
Cartel not on the streets, though. See, this ain't going to work
being
for me.
sent to other countries.
Cartel not on the
Dangerous
street.
situations like that. People who are vets who are being disappeared because they're brown. But unfortunately, most of MAGA is like, yeah, they're not real Americans because they're not white. But now I want you to see what's happening now. There's another vulnerable population. Another group of people we can discard from society. And so now they're going to take these people off the streets against their will. Now listen, I know there's a homeless problem. I get it. There needs to be something done, but this isn't the compassionate, humane thing. You mean compassionate and humane like alligator Alcatraz? No. This is yet another group of other people that are seen as less than, that we are now going to.
All right, so
See that?
I found the bill right here. Let's go.
Right. I mean, see, I hate to listen to people when they just from a channel. I like to show the bill. The bill itself explains not what they saying. And you can't say in the same breath, we got a homeless problem, but you don't got a solution to it. And then bringing Alcatraz in it, those are illegal immigrants in a clean jail compared to how the average jail looks.
No,
Have y'all not seen a
alligator
jail?
Alcatraz is not a good option either.
The jail that they show pictures of down there, I must not be looking at the right jail.
That was flooded out when it rained. That people
I
down there
must-
died in.
There's no way those people damn near drowned. It ain't rained. You talk about the same jail in Florida?
Yeah,
It ain't flooded down here.
It's flooded out.
No. I've been living. Miami is 30 minutes away from me. Alcatraz is 33 minutes away from me. It ain't did no flooding like that. Not where it flooded nobody out. It might have been flooded around the streets. Ain't no way in hell it flooded that jail out, and I didn't know about that. And the pictures that I have seen of that jail is way cleaner than the Broward County jail, the Miami-Dade jail, the Miami jail. That jail looked like it's damn near brand new compared to any of the jails other than the jails.
It's really a bunch of like tents, like
holding the illegal immigrants.
And
it's still cleaner than any of the jails, unless I wasn't looking at the right thing. Is it pictures of it? If you can show me the pictures, maybe I wasn't looking at it. Looked like a better jail than I've ever seen. I'm gonna be honest with you. Other than like in Pensacola, Tallahassee, Gun Club, couple jails like that.
Right. So this is what it says. Hold on. Recent flooding at the controversial Alcatraz Migrant Detention Center in Florida has brought renewed criticism and environmental concerns to the facility. The facility, located in the Everglades, has faced opposition due to its location and potential impact on the surrounding environment and water supply. Okay. Recent heavy rainfall has caused flooding in some areas of the facility, raising concerns. Okay.
At 6, Alligator Alcatraz has officially opened its doors. The controversial migrant detention center can now house migrants, but critics are pushing back, saying it's a hazard to the nearby environment. And
first of all, this is not a jail. These are tents.
I'm saying they housing them like they're using them like a jail, like a facility for them to wait in until they go where they need to go at. And DeSantis got on the news to say today they have also started deporting them. In the flooding, there was no flooding. It wasn't flooding in there, DJ, where they couldn't sleep in their beds. That's not where the flooding. The flooding is in the surrounding areas. They wasn't flooding where their life are threatened.
This after rounds of rain led to flooding in some areas.
Now, CBS News Miami's Joan Murray is joining us live right now from the Everglades. And Joan, you spoke with a Miccosukee tribal leader who highlighted the issues of flooding and health concerns.
That's right, Elliot. Now, where we are standing not far from the entry to Alligator Alcatraz is considered tribal land, sacred land. So I spoke to a tribal leader about what he's worried about. And tonight we're also hearing from the state answering the concerns raised about safety and flooding.
So for us, our medicine is in this land, and we feel it protected us, so we need to protect it.
Miccosukee tribe leader James Osceola worries about the impact the new immigration detention center that's gone up in the Big Cypress National Preserve will have on the environment and wildlife. He spent a lot of time on the edge of the airfield, considered sacred land, and he said flooding is common.
They're in the process of elevating the highway, and we've been trying to get our camps and homes raised, and this has been an issue for decades.
On Tuesday, some rainwater seeped into one of the holding tents at the time of the presidential visit. Emergency management said a vendor has now tightened the seams, and the head said they have prepared for any emergency safety situation.
We're prepared for that. We have installed tornado sirens on this facility. We have installed weather detection capability on this facility. We've installed long-range acoustic devices so that even if somebody's in the recreation yard or anywhere else, when that happens or is about to happen, we can notify everybody. You need to see.
Them places look better than the jail, man. It's a
Pending
decoy.
over the state not getting an environmental study before opening Alligator Alcatraz, and Osceola said the tribe was never consulted.
The government has set up terms where if there's going to have something happening in Big Cypress, Everglades, they're going to consult with the tribes. That was actually something established between the governments, and that was not honored in this process.
And I also asked him about mosquito concerns since they are so plentiful out here. And in South Florida, as we know, we are subjected to sometimes mosquito-borne diseases. And he said he does worry about these detainees coming in, not used to this environment like the Miccosukee are, and possible disease happening. The state has set up an infirmary.
This is ridiculous. That's ridiculous.
We have also learned from the state that they are working with Homeland Security and ICE for detainees to take in detainees, but so far that has not happened.
I don't see the problem. I don't see what the issue is. There is literally nothing wrong with that facility. I'm trying to understand what's the real deflection here, because illegal immigrants have to leave, because there is literally the Indian reservation.
It's not just illegal immigrants that are being put there, but it's okay.
If you're in there and you're not supposed to be there, then you need to get an attorney.
No,
just like we got regular Americans in jail that's not supposed to be there.
Right. So what's happening is people that are seek asylum. There's different like levels of people that are being detained. Queen, you only think it's only illegal immigrants that's being detained? No, it's more birthright citizens. People that were born here are getting put into these camps.
Well, they gonna have to sort that out though, DJ. I mean, I would rather go look into my jails with my Black American men that's being housed in jail for no reason than illegal immigrants that shouldn't have even been here from the jump. I mean, how many people really came on and say they illegally detained me as a child?
It's not.
I mean, it sounds like we blowing it up to make something so that we can deflect on getting rid of illegal immigrants. Like, I don't understand why so many Americans don't want to have a little bit more. What is the issue with illegal immigrants and why it seems like certain people want them to stay?
We need to put we need to bump, illegal immigrants first. Now homeless people need to be put in camps. So let's put all the people in camps. And then what?
So what would your solution be to, where would you put the illegal immigrants right now?
My thing is, it's not, if they're getting rid of illegal immigrants only, I wouldn't have a problem with it. But I already told you, I knew it was going to bleed out into other people. And it is.
Has it bled out to anybody? Has it bled out to anybody that you know? Anybody that you know, has it bled out to them?
Actually, my friend's husband, it bled out to her husband. And
so out of all the people you know, it bled out to one person. That's what I'm trying to say. I don't understand. So what would your solution be to homelessness? Because everybody have been around for illegal immigrants. Everybody have been around and seen the homeless people. I'm a solution person. What would your solution be to the cause? Like, what solution would you bring to the table so that we can start getting our country under control? I'm like lost, because for me, hey Pan, for me, there's no way I'm gonna care that illegal immigrants are sitting in the Everglades. They eating good.
Illegal immigrants, they're not eating good. No, they're not eating good.
Nobody reported that. Nobody reported that on the news.
You're not seeing the reports I'm getting back because I'm watching it. They are not eating good, bro. What are you talking about?
I watch it. You haven't seen me on my lives every single day. I'm running this in the hole with these thieving ass Democrats. They the one brought all the illegals over here. Like, why aren't we going towards them? You get what I'm saying? I'm like, it's like, what about the innocent men in America that's sitting in jails and they not supposed to be in jails and they live here? Like, I'm trying to so what would your solution be for illegal immigrants and the homeless? What would your solution be? Because There was no solution prior to now.
I don't have anything against deporting illegal immigrants that are, causing a threat to the society. I don't have a problem with removing those people that are causing an issue in society, that are gang members and this, that, the other. That's how it started, right? But now it's not just illegal immigrants. You're focused on illegal immigrants. I told you it was going to then bleed over into other people that are seeking asylum. They're not illegal. They have a court case. Hold on. Let me show.
He is serving a life sentence for helping his mom fight breast cancer. This is the story of Marcos Basoto Salinas. 10 years ago, he and his family fled Venezuela to Ecuador. That's where he met his wife.
So Marcos was illegal. To seek asylum, that means you came over here and you didn't even go through the right doors. I mean, stuff like that is still not going to deter you.
That seek help from the government. People come here for help. They give them a visa. So he was actually here legally because
they didn't give him a visa.
No, they gave him a working visa. You didn't listen to the story. They gave him a visa. They gave him like a thing to be able to be here temporarily. His trial was coming up. And they took him and put him and then sent him to they didn't even send him back to Venezuela where he came from. Sent him to El Salvador, wherever the hell this other place is. So
I really don't care.
Fuck the people and I don't care. But that's not humane. There's no empathy in that. I don't agree.
I don't know what empathy.
The moment that we stop having empathy for other people is the moment that other people start having empathy for us when we go through.
And I would have to deal with that because I'm not in nobody else's country but my own. The only thing I'm looking for in my country is some peace. I'm looking for peace and I'm looking for relief. I had enough years to where I was emotional for illegal immigrants. I was emotional for immigrants. I was emotional for food stamp recipients. I was emotional for so many different things. Right now in my life, those emotions are off the table for me. I'm honestly, I'm not that one when it comes to that particular conversation. Why? There's so much going on in my country for the people that have United States birth certificates, for the people that have United States Social Security cards. I cannot continue to go down that road. They got to get them a group so that they can support the immigrants that came over to the country the wrong way, and now they're going through something to have to get out of it. I'm not in nobody else's country. I'm in my country, and I want peace.
So this initial conversation was about homelessness. How people are beginning to now create laws against this. So they started off with this group, and now they're like moving slowly into this population. And we're like, oh, okay, well, this seems like it's still a good idea.
So Donald Trump just signed an.
So bottom line is that, I mean, I get it. You're like, okay, well, you're going to get the homeless population up there. Not everybody that's homeless is mentally ill.
But that's the problem right there. So my point was, I mean, now here's the problem. How many how many patients, how many people have been taken off the streets so far from homelessness? So nothing has happened yet. I'm not understanding, why are we starting a war
That's not
ahead
right.
of time?
No. So, plenty has
So
happened.
what's the solution? We
I know
just,
in Detroit alone, they have programs. Each state has programs to help their homeless population. But what's
how many
happening
have
is
helped the homeless?
they're getting rid of they're getting rid of the things that all the programs they had, and then they're saying, okay, now just put them into a mental facility indefinitely. Now
That's
get
not that's
Medicaid.
not what that bill is.
So homeless people should not have Medicaid. They should not have like certain things unless they comply with the specific laws that are put out into this bill.
That's not what that is. And they
Let
said
me-
that homeless bill, that when they putting you in an institution is when you're deemed mentally ill. And most of those homeless people, I'm sure, already have a track record. And it started because in the bill that I read, it say if you are doing something in the public or you're doing something to yourself, those two says it. And it's in that bill. So I'm not understanding, if nobody have a solution and then a solution come up, what's the fight if nobody put their boots on the ground to help it before now? So my question again is, what would the solution be for you? There's a difference between being homeless and homeless with a mental illness.
Okay, so let's go into what the bill says. Okay, it's
Mhm.
saying that the overwhelming majority of those individuals that are homeless are addicted to drugs, have a mental health condition, or both. Nearly 2/3 of homeless individuals report having regularly used hard drugs like methamphetamines, cocaine, or opioids in their lifetimes. An equal large share of homeless individuals reported suffering from mental health conditions. The federal
Right.
government and the states have spent tens of billions of dollars on failed programs that address homelessness, but not its root causes, leaving other citizens vulnerable to public safety threats. Shifting homeless individuals into long-term institutional settings for humane treatment, through the appropriate use of civil commitment. So all those homeless people are going to get committed into a mental health facility, and it's going.
That's not what it says.
That's
It
exactly
said
what
you have a problem.
long-term
If you have a
institutional setting. It's
if,
commitment.
if you have a mental if you have a mental illness, it didn't say
if you have
all.
a mental illness.
That's not.
Shifting homeless, it didn't say shifting homeless individuals with mental illness. It says
So what's your solution?
homeless
So,
individuals. So what's going to happen is that the state is going to be for. First of all, how do you sort through who has a mental illness or not? You're going to have to round up everybody that's sitting on the street
that's
and then figure out if they have a mental. Again, round up everybody, sort it out later. The same thing that's going on with the immigration. So the thing is that everybody just is looking at this like, oh well, let's just get rid of homeless. But no, you're not like looking at hell. Anybody could be on that same street, get rounded up, and then they sort it out later. Not that's the same thing I told you about the ICE situation, and they're doing and guess what? It's getting sorted out later. Niggas is getting sent over to Africa and all over the place.
which ones? Name which people have been sent over. Which people have been sent over to Africa? Which Americans have been sent to Africa, DJ?
A whole soldier that got sent over there.
So one whole soldier, one soldier.
No, there was like 3 of them. I gotta find
3 soldiers out of all these hundreds of thousands of people. You telling me about 3?
But even if but the bottom line is that, like I said, people slip through the cracks. So the bottom line is that you're willing to have some casualties to be. So I mean, anybody could be walking down the street when they do this whole raid to get the homeless people thing, and then they just round everybody up, and you might not be homeless. And then they got to figure it out later on. You're saying, man, you just a casualty of war, a casualty of the situation. So
I don't see that type of fear. I don't see that type of fear because that bill didn't say.
It's real. It's real. That's not fear. If you have a task force like ICE or whatever each state decides to do with this situation, because Trump did say that it's going to be a statewide thing, and then each state has to like deal with it accordingly, or they're going to get their federal government funding removed. So each state is going to decide how they're going to do this, right? And so who knows what this task force is going to be based on each state, right? So what's happening is, shifting homeless individuals, not homeless with mental ill, but homeless, period, into a long-term institutional settings for humans treatment through the appropriate use of civil commitment, because they can say that, okay, if you've ever done any drugs in the past, or if you ever did anything in the past, then you are still considered mentally ill, right? Because that's what it said earlier. So a lot of the homeless have at some point in their life used the methamphetamine, did a certain thing, whatever, and blah blah blah. So they're saying that they're going to commit you into a mental health facility for a long term. So that means like that you're going to be there into a long, not based on your situation term, no, long term institution, which is like a mental illness facility. I'm not sure that that's going to be. They're going to throw that up in 8 days, like Alligator Alcatraz, in each state, where they shove these people into like a little place there somewhere where they can hurry up and put you in there. I'm not sure what the timeline is. Surrendering our citizens to disorder and fear is neither compassion or to the homeless nor to the citizens. My administration will take a new approach. The bottom line is that we can like say that this is fear mongering, but what I'm saying is fear mongering. But I'm saying is that if you take anyone, and because I mean, if you ever been into a facility, a mental health facility, you know that you don't get to determine when you leave. It's up to the doctors to determine that. So you might not be mentally ill, but if the doctors decide to keep you there for an extended amount of time based on whatever, then what? Hey, what's up? Hey, what's up, Pamelottoism?
Peace. How you doing?
I saw you left earlier. I didn't. I was trying to get you to say what your piece was.
Oh, my bad. I got a phone call, and all right, I'll make it brief. Actually, not only do I support the creation, and much love to Queen Dee too. I was seeing her earlier. Not only do I support the creation of the alligator Alcatraz, I think we need to make some more alligator Alcatrazes throughout the entirety of the U.S. and surround it with other types of animals like wolves and, wherever the climate, whatever type of predators is in that climate. Because if we as U.S. citizens, we could be mass incarcerated, I'm never, ever, ever going to have a problem with illegal aliens being mass incarcerated and mass deported. It's a beautiful thing. I see it as my taxes working to my benefit.
Pan, you always go too far. And I definitely support Alcatraz. I'm down with you on that one. You know you be going too far. You
well, can I ask you seriously? What about what I said do you think was too far?
Listen, about the animals and all of that, because I definitely, above every single law, support Alcatraz. Like I was saying to her before, what about our Black men that are sitting in jails and prisons and they're not supposed to be there? And the conditions that they're living in is 35,000 times worse than what I'm looking at in this Alcatraz. They are basically sitting in a plaza. There's no flooding going on over there. There a little bit of water seeps through anybody's doors. They're not being mistreated. They're being housed. They're eating good. They're drinking good. God damn it, they using lights that I'm paying for. What more do they want when they're here illegally? It still costs us money to even house the illegal asses over there. I can't go along with that. I'm not.
Well, let me say this, and I apologize for cutting you off. Is there more you wanted to say?
No, you're good. Go ahead.
Yes, the reason it is imperative to have the different predators, the different animals surrounding the incarceration facilities similar to the alligator Alcatraz is because this is a deterrent from the illegal aliens to prevent them from escaping. So, it's a beautiful thing. Really, honestly. And I don't think anything I'm saying is extreme at all, because if we look at it, it's actually an extreme amount of illegal aliens that have invaded our country. So extreme conditions may require extreme responses. I'm gonna say that again. Extreme conditions require extreme responses. So yes, we need to build alligator Alcatrazes, wolf Alcatrazes, panda bear, grizzly bear Alcatrazes, all throughout the entirety of the U.S.
And you know what, Pam? Initially, when you said it, I said, because we just got off the stage. I say you always go too far. But I can tell you this. When you put it that way, I'm gonna be honest with you. I that made, because that's how they got in here illegally, by us not having doors covered, back doors
Yes.
covered, yards covered. I can relate to that aspect of it when you use it in that type of dialogue. And I'm not being funny.
Yes,
I'm really
ma'am.
not. I'm really, honestly, if you're illegal and I'm not being funny, it's not that I have an issue with you, but I would like for illegal immigrants to go. I
Got
would
to
like
go.
for them to go.
Got to go.
Because how many illegal American immigrants are flooding other countries and continents? The way they treating the Americans, the legal Americans over in Mexico, protesting because they came there legally. They're paying their taxes. They're abiding. Yeah, DJ, why you didn't show that part of it? How Mexico is treating the legal Americans over there, protesting and tearing everything up they got going on over there. Why? Because the Americans did it the right way and they're making money. Even though they came in our country and made the money illegal. Why aren't we showing those videos in representation of our country members, instead of showing Alcatraz from illegals that shouldn't even been here from the jump?
So I'm not. You keep bringing up the illegals. I don't have a problem with the illegals getting deported. I'm saying, and that's what I've always said, is that there's going to be a certain level of bleed through. So let me show you bleed through.
When I was getting apprehended, then they were banging on my window to leave or to get out. There was multiple officers telling me to do different things. Some were telling me to keep reversing. Some were banging on my windshield to get out. And I was trying to tell them, like, I'm leaving. Like, I'll get out of here. Like, I don't want any problems. I'm trying to reverse. I can't breathe because of the tear gas in my car. I can't reverse. I can't continue to reverse while there's protesters behind me. And you guys are banging on my window and just surrounding my car.
He's a veteran. He's
and
a US
they didn't care. They continued to bang. They ignored everything I said, and they broke my window and they dragged me out.
Can we see the video?
I did. That was the first thing I mentioned when I pulled up to where they were all lined up. I got out my car, and that was the first thing I let them know was, I'm a citizen. I'm just trying to go to work. I'm just trying to get to work.
Did you tell them you were a veteran?
I did. I also let them know that I was a veteran and I wasn't doing anything wrong, that I'm just trying to get to work. I'm not trying to protest them. I'm not trying to fight them. I'm just a man trying to get to work.
What happened once you got taken to detention? Explain what that situation was like for me.
They took us in a SUV, a blacked out SUV, and they took us to a downtown facility, or a facility in downtown LA, where we didn't get there probably till late at night, and they booked us and everything, and they threw us into a cell. They didn't care to check on any medical, like issues wrong with us. They didn't care about what happened to us or anything, or why we're even there. They just put us in a cell without
like black people. That sounds like a black people thing. I mean, where the videos at about when they did that to the black people? Where the videos at about how all the Mexicans, again, where are the videos about how they're treating the Americans over in Mexico as if they're illegal, but they're legal? I don't give a damn about what they got to say. We're going to all bleed over one way or the other, but where are the videos showing the Americans over in other countries, in Mexico specifically? Where is that particular video? Of course it's going to bleed over. It bled over for me for many years. Exactly. So I have no remorse.
And I would like to ask a question. DJ Genesis, did you see the footage of the young Black American couple in Mexico? They got beat up, brutalized by the police. The brother had a swollen eye. His eye was swollen and looked like a grapefruit.
Yeah, and he said blame Trump. Yeah, blame Trump.
Yeah, so you saw that, right? Video.
So that's my point right there. I have no sympathy for any Hispanic that is getting gaffled up by law enforcement, because these same Hispanics in the U.S., they join law enforcement and they are complicit in the mass incarceration of Black Americans and mulatto Americans. So I have no sympathy. Also, when we go to Latin America, we see that in literally, Queen Didi just brought this up. In Mexico, you got Black Americans right now and other U.S. citizens that are being brutalized in
Yeah,
Mexico right now. So, it
yeah.
got to be an eye for an eye. Always. It has to be an eye for an eye.
Hey Pan, at some point now, because listen, what people are not understanding, how long have Black people been the target? Why are so many people so upset that Black people aren't the target anymore? To me, it seems like we still trying to, and on the slick side of things, still trying to target Black people, or now that Black people got a way out and we got a different voice now, and it's all the pressure not on us. Why do I have to keep hearing about somebody else illegal or because it rolled over? What
Because
about when it been
you're
rolling
thinking
over
about
on
the
us?
legal aspect. I'm not talking about. See, you're stuck on
I
illegal.
said
I'm
no.
talking about.
I said
I'm,
both.
no, I'm talking about the fact that there's no, like, they're just grabbing. It's
I don't
like
care.
throw a net out and grab anybody. Here we go. Let's go.
We've been doing that though. You didn't wait a videos
But
about the Black
that's what
people.
happens to
Was
us, DJ
arrested by the federal
Genesis.
government,
Right.
held, incarcerated for many days, and finally released when an attorney believed him. He was never not a citizen. Yeah, he's a black male. All right, let's get to it. Let's put up his picture full mask. Let me tell you about the horrific story, the thing that happened to Brian Buckle. Never should have happened, but it did. 62 years of age, was detained and almost deported to the British Virgin Islands because immigration officers refused to believe that he was a U.S. citizen, and they refused to even check. Mr. Buckle, born in the British Virgin Islands, was automatically naturalized through his parents in the 1960s. He was 9 years of age. But in June 2020, while he thought he would be going home from prison to reunite with his son in time for Father's Day, he was told that Immigration and Customs, the enforcement, wanted him out of the country. So ICE said, you have to go. Here's a quote. I came this close to being deported and losing everything. A nightmare that has stayed with me to this day, Mr. Buckle said. Civil advocates believe Buckle was subjected to the treatment because of his race. The U.S. government settled a wrongful arrest lawsuit with Mr. Buckle on December 5th for $150,000. Not enough money, in my opinion. I will tell you why in a minute. Data shows that ICE, a United States citizen, was almost deported, was arrested by the federal government, held, incarcerated for many days, and finally released when an attorney believed him. He was never not a citizen.
And DJ Genesis, can I address this real briefly?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yes, appreciate you allowing me to address it.
There's like
Actually,
some wind blowing.
Oh, I apologize. I live in Puerto Rico. I'm at the beach right now, so I'll try to make this brief as possible. Actually, me and Queen Didi were literally just on a panel with a Caribbean, and that Caribbean said that he will indiscriminately call 911 on all Black Americans. So I have no remorse for any Caribbean that gets caught up in this deportation, mass deportation. Actually, I call ICE on Caribbeans all the time. So really, I have no sympathy for any Caribbean that literally got caught up in these mass deportations. Really, it doesn't matter to me.
I second that motion. There's nothing that I could do about that. I just feel like we done been through a lot.
Juan Carlos Lopez Gomez has been released.
So you're thinking, okay, so just because they're not, okay, so it's like a whole bunch, it's more about whether or not they're Black and or whether they are FBA or not. It's not about whether or not they were born in America, etc.
It is about that, but in any situation, something that shouldn't be there is going to roll over. But I'm not gonna stop and get deterred or derailed or deflect. I'm not going to stop and get deterred. I'm not going to deflect. I'm not going to go on the other side when I know we're on to something. That's why we in the situation that we in right now. A bunch of poor ass people that ain't got nothing. We sitting there stressed out, can't hardly pay bills because we still worried about the wrong people business. Okay, if there's 2 or 3 of people that roll over in a situation, you're going to expect that in any situation. But there's no mass number of people getting deported from the United States that actually live here. These are people that's making it bigger than what it is. It's not out of control like that.
So if you're born on a base in Germany, are you a United States citizen?
If you're born in the base,
wasn't your father? Hold on. Wasn't your father a military person?
Yeah, but I wasn't born in. I was born in the United States.
Hold on. So say if you were.
I can't go off of if.
Hold on. Say if you were born in another.
I can't go off of if. If not gonna help me because if it didn't happen, I can't tell you if.
And then he was deported to Jamaica, a country he's never.
Well, I want to answer that though. I
This is
can't
the story
answer
of Jermaine Thomas. So Jermaine Thomas was born on a U.S. base.
and both of your parents. Oh my bad. I don't want to talk over the video. Go ahead.
For over 18 years. Understand that. So he ended up being arrested for trespassing, and ICE decided to detain him. His father was originally a Jamaican immigrant, came to the United States, got his citizenship, and became a U.S. soldier. I guess there were some technicalities in the paperwork, and they were able to send Jermaine to Jamaica, a country he's never even visited. And now Jermaine is considered stateless. And to be stateless is to mean that you are a man who belongs to no country. How is that okay? That man was raised here in
But
Texas.
DJ Genesis, don't you realize every clip you playing, none of these people are foundational Black Americans or ADOS?
None of them.
Yeah, these are foreigners, so I have no sympathy for them. They all could go.
He's not a foreigner. He was born in America.
Well, it just said that his father didn't have U.S.
His
citizenship.
father.
He was born on a base.
His father was an American citizen, got naturalized, became a soldier, was a part of the U.S. Army, and then went to Germany, fought for the country, and then his son gets sent to Jamaica, where he's never been, and was born and raised in Texas. What are we talking about?
It said he was born on a base in Germany, and his father was not U.S. citizen. That's what it said.
No, he said that his father was from Jamaica, joined the military, got naturalized as a U.S. citizen, joined the, because you can't be in the military if you're not a citizen, joined the military, got stationed in Germany, had him, and then he came to Texas, and then he was raised in Texas. He's never been to Jamaica. So how you send him to Jamaica? He's not from Jamaica.
Well, wait a minute, DJ. Let's start over. Is this the case? But DJ, is this the case that's been going on for a few years now? Because this is not a new case since what we're going through right now. You're showing us a case that's been years fighting in the court system. We want to look at something present. This has nothing to do with the deportation as of today. You're showing us something old. This is old. This is not new. If this is the same young Black man, his daddy never was a United States citizen. He never was a citizen. He was in the military. So I want to tell me the date of this video you're showing us, because it's not going to be fair if you're showing me something that's old.
June 29th.
No, but no, this case is old though. This is not a new case. This is not a new case as of 2025.
But regardless, he's not us. So I mean, he's Caribbean ethnically. He has to go back to the Caribbean, really. And the reason I'm gonna tell you, I take this stance.
Deporting people to Africa.
Well, allow me to say this, please, and I won't be long-winded.
Okay.
The reason that what I'm saying is mutually beneficial. Number one, it benefits us as descendants of U.S. chattel slaves because we get to preserve more of our communities in the U.S. Now, what I'm saying also benefits immigrants because if they are forced to go back to their countries, that means that they are forced to build their countries and they are forced to end the brain drain that their countries are suffering from. So I'm not even saying this out of hatred. I'm saying what benefits me also benefits them. They need to go back home, build their country up, fix it up. That's all I'm saying. And we're going to fix ours up. We need to.
That's the point to me. In this case right here, I would understand what you're saying, DJ, if this something that just recently happened. This right here happened before
This
Trump.
recently happened too. What are you talking about? That was only June 6/29. So like 11 days later, now this happens. So this is not just something that was not an old video with the Jamaican guy.
I must be looking at something different.
Yeah, you're looking at something different. That was like June the 30th, like the 1st of July, like the beginning of like the whole ICE raids. He was one of the people that got captured. Let's go.
Custody of ICE were told that they were being moved to an ICE detainment center in Louisiana from Texas, only to their shock to find out that they later arrived in Djibouti. The men were held for weeks in shipping containers, shackles on their hands and their legs. This weekend, they were expelled to South Sudan, another country they have no ties to. This deception is highlighting the lengths at which U.S. under Trump's advisement will go to start deporting people to third-party countries under this entire ICE immigration lockdown. Lawyers for the three men said that once they resisted, they were told, "You're going to Louisiana. Don't worry, we're not going to deport you anywhere else." And imagine boarding a plane in Texas, thinking you're going on an hour or 2-hour flight max to Louisiana, and you end up in Djibouti.
And one of them was a military.
We know that this administration has said that they're going to start deporting people.
What was the name of that black kid? What was the name of the black guy?
Would then make them migrants 2 times over, or immigrants 2 times over, because if I immigrate to America, why would you make me an immigrant in Djibouti? Happy Friday. ICE have now started deporting.
If they never came to the U.S. illegally, they wouldn't be getting deported to third-party countries. So I blame the illegal aliens.
They were not illegal. They were not illegal. The guy was a military veteran. Hold on.
What's the name of the guy that we're talking about, DJ? The black guy from Germany. What's his name? Jermaine Thomas?
Yes.
This is not a new case, DJ. This case been going on for a while now. This didn't just happen in June. It came to light on June the 4th, but this is not a new case. That's what I just said from the beginning. This has been going on far before Trump enforced the law. This case is not a new case. If that's Jermaine Thomas Thompson or Thomas that you're talking about, that's not a new case of 2025 is my point. That young man has been going through this case for years now. Unless that's not the same case. That's why I said at the beginning, are we talking about the same case?
Okay, I'm trying to, okay.
A 37-year-old black man just got deported, and he literally was born on a freaking U.S. base. Now, I know y'all like, how the hell he get deported and he was born?
So all this stuff happened around the same time, this conversation. So
No, that's when it started coming up. Look at the case. Don't just pull up anything off social media. That's what the problem be. You're talking about things from social media. Go and look at the real reports. Social media looking for views and stuff. Me, I don't play like that because this is not new. Because we're really trying to grow and get to where we need to go in the United States. This is a whole complicated situation. He was never a legal citizen of the United States. That's why they did not.
Whatever the issue is the whole thing is.
Pull up the story. Pull up the whole story. Type in the name Jermaine Thomas to pull the actual story up, not the clicks and the views and the subscribes. Pull up the story. Pull up his name where you can see it on the legal news stations. Because if that's the case, I don't want to. I'm not going to discuss.
Born on a U.S. military base, the son of U.S. citizens, a month ago, he found a month ago in June. Found himself shackled.
I'll look it up.
Ankle. This is July 8th. This is the story based on CNN, July 8th, 2025.
Wait a minute.
Not before.
Okay. Okay, we'll see. I'm gonna show you. That story is an old story. That is not a new story. Now they might be just bringing it to light.
Why would CNN say it wrong?
Okay, I'm gonna pull the story up because I know I've seen this story before, and this story did not just start. And there's more to this story than him being a legal citizen of the United States. That's why it's tangled in the court system, and they deported him from court. They didn't just go and pick him up nowhere. This has absolutely nothing to do with ICE. He got in trouble for something. So we got to tell the full story. It's more to the story.
He got in trouble for something because he was born on a United States base.
I guess the point that I'm making.
He's not a Jamaican citizen. Listen, if you are born, it doesn't matter if you do something wrong.
What?
It's a military base.
Hey, DJ, I'm telling you to look at the whole story and not just look at what you see on Instagram and all of them. There's more to this case because I looked it up. That case is not a cutthroat case. This young man have been going through the court system, and the court found that he was not legal because of how his daddy came in. His daddy was only here because he was in the military. It's more to the story. That's why I say when you put stuff out like this, you got to look at
if they're not a legal citizen.
Okay, I'm gonna pull the story up. Because I don't like to go off of just YouTube stuff.
I'm back to back pulling the story up on different like news channels.
Okay.
I'm like the whole time I'm talking to you, I'm showing the story. So I'm not just talking.
I know what you're saying. I'm pulling it up now. So let me pull it up. Jermaine Thompson versus the state of Florida. This is his paperwork. I'm seeping through it because he's against the state of Florida. Let me see if I could get to it because it's a lot of pages here. See, if I known that we was going to be talking about this,
I wasn't really trying to talk about it. I was really trying to get into the home thing, but we got into this real heavily.
Right. No, I'm saying if I knew we was talking about this, I would have already brought it up.
I was really trying to focus on the homeless situation because that is the title, but it's like somehow we just got focused on immigration. But I know that this whole thing, the way ICE is moving, is only a precursor to what's happening.
So listen to right here, DJ. This case has been going on for years. My point that I was making is the fact that this did not just happen because of the executive, because we're enforcing deportation. This case has been going on far longer. They're trying to bring it to the forefront, but this is not a new case, is my point. This is not a 2025. This case did not start in 2025. They may have started reporting on it, but it's not a new case, is my point. So this has nothing to do with enforcing legal and illegal. This was already going on in the court system. Here's the court documents. You want the court documents? All you got to do is Google his name, and it'll show you the court, Jermaine Thomas versus the state of Florida. It's not new. I guess that's where I'm getting at with it. So I understand if you're legal this, but there's more to this case. This was not a cut and dry case.
Okay. Well,
the daddy wasn't legal here. He was born here, but his daddy wasn't legal. And he was here and he got in trouble.
No, hold on. His dad was legal here. That's why he was able to join the military. How can you join the military if you're not legal?
I'm trying to see what it was. It was something about the
dad. FYI, a lot of people join the military from other countries, the United States military.
But they ain't in our country though, just because they're in the military. You could be in the military from any country.
No, you have
but
to.
But if you got stations, if I'm not mistaken.
No.
Yeah.
You have to go through basic training in the United States. There's no like basic
if his daddy, from my understanding, and I don't even really want to talk on it because I have to go back and read it. But if I'm not mistaken, The daddy was in the military from Jamaica. Then if I'm not mistaken, he got stationed over here or something like that. And then the woman had the baby. And that's why the son became it. But the daddy was not legally an American citizen. That's why as he went through the courts sent him back because he could not produce his social security and his birth certificate. It was something along those lines. This is not a cut and dry case right here. This has nothing to do with the deportation order that we're going through right now. That's what I'm saying.
So the main thing I was really trying to focus on was the home situation because, but this whole thing is tied together because who is going to enforce? So bottom line is that we see that them rounding up people the way they're rounding up, and I'm showing that there's people that are slipping through the cracks, getting like that are American citizens and
Right.
that are like being like shipped off to other countries, whether they be here for asylum or whatever. You know what I'm saying? People come to different countries for asylum if they are in danger in their own country of their life. They come here for asylum. America grants it for a second, and then they do a hearing. And so this is not like an illegal criminal. A lot of times, some of the people are
No, but he got in trouble, DJ. He got in trouble. That's why it's all started because he got in trouble.
No. I'm talking about like just let me just take him off the board. I'm talking about everybody that is getting like picked up by ICE is not all criminals, ex-gang members, this, that, the other. Some of them have been born here. Maybe their parents, came here for asylum and now they had this child. And so they're picking them up and just shipping them back off. And then they're shipping them not even off to their original country. They're sending them to like Ecuador, whatever, El Salvador or whatever. It's just crazy, but behind prison. So
you're concerned about that? Or you're concerned about getting our country together? I'm trying to understand here because I'm not concerned.
How is the country not getting together by deporting people that do not deserve to be deported, that actually are going through a legal process or whatever? How is that getting the country together? Because what's happening is the showing that the country can just kind of like usurp the law and put people out regardless to what the law says. That's not getting the country together. What
do you want to happen? What do you want to happen? Because I'm going to be honest with you.
I want the country to follow the Constitution. I don't want them to be able to. There's laws already in place. Now they're like getting.
Yeah, I'm the one for the conversation. Yeah, I'm not the one for it. I'm going to be honest with you. I'm not being funny or disrespectful. I'm honestly not the one for this conversation because there's nothing about this conversation I can agree with. There's nothing about this conversation I'm going to have condolences to. There's nothing about this conversation to where I told you I'm not in an emotional state right now. The state that I'm in is to get the United States back together because I got my money I need to make. And that's it for me. I've been emotional for a lot of years. This for me wouldn't be a good conversation unless me and you're gonna tell me your opinion and I'm gonna tell you mine, but I'm not on it at all.
I'm telling you my opinion. I'm telling you my opinion, and just because I don't agree with you, it might not be the conversation because you don't agree with me. But I'm
I just wanted to finish.
Okay, go ahead.
No, go ahead. No, what I was saying is I understand what you're saying, but in this conversation, it wouldn't be a conversation where you and I will be on the same page is what my point is, because I'm never going to agree with it. I don't care. I want all illegals to go. If you fall into the trap and you're not illegal, you're going to have to find a way to work that out until we clean our country up is what I guess my point is. Like, I don't care. That's what I'm trying to say. So if you fall, if the blood roll over, then you got to work that out. That's what I'm saying. I just want them to go so I can see ahead of me. Right now, I can't see nothing because there's so much dirt and smoke on the ground. I really don't care. I'm not being funny. That's when you're dealing with a person that's honestly tired. I'm tired of suffering, scuffling, can't get anywhere. Businesses don't prosper the way they need to. And you think I'm going to stop right now where we can be out of this within the next few months. You think I'm going to stop and backpedal because one or two people rolled over in the dirt too? Not for me. It's not for me. It's not. Not at all. Because I'm really not, I don't care.
Here's the question though. So I get what you're saying.
Yeah.
Because this conversation was not about illegal immigrants, it's about homeless
Right.
people.
Right.
All right. I just use that way that they're doing things as an example of how they could do anything to homeless people, right? Because that's all they did was use that as a blueprint. See, it's almost like a case study. See how they could implement that and do it real quick. Now we've moved on to a new group of people. So now you're saying bump them too. They need to go. They need to go into concentration camps. Fuck them. Let them like rot into a like thing. Long as they have like a house, food.
I didn't say any of that. Yeah, I didn't say that.
I
didn't say that.
I'm just saying is that because that's what the conversation was about. So if we have this about them, and we say, okay, well, no, I'm tired of having people panhandling and begging for money, whatever. So at the end of the day, we're not talking just about.
I didn't say that either. I didn't say that either.
Human beings, right? So
yeah, I didn't say none of that. What I said was about the homeless. What I said was when I look at the bill, I see your interpretation of it. That's not my interpretation. I didn't see it interpreted that every homeless person is going inside a mental rehab or ward. That's not what it says. If you're known with mental illness, if you're known and you're interrupting the public, you're going to a couple of places. You cannot be a homeless person sleeping in certain public places. You can't be a homeless person in these particular places. That's what that bill is for. So we all is going there.
It's not saying that though. You're adding
yes,
more.
It does, because you're not looking. That's not the whole bill that you're looking at.
Where does it say this? Where?
You have to keep reading the whole. You have to keep reading the whole bill, DJ. It does say that. It say if you're a threat to the public, it say you cannot be on public property. Different things like that. You cannot be homeless and stretched out in certain places. It says it. Take your time, read the bill, because I don't see anything about all homeless people are gonna be put in a mental institution. Ain't no way in hell.
Shit, it does not say. All right, shifting just homeless, right? See, here's the thing, all right? Because, all right, so they're not separating mentally ill homeless from just person that just lost their job. I don't see that nowhere in section 1, right? Normally, when you have a anything purpose and policy, that's almost like your executive summary, right? This summarizes what you're trying to do, right? I don't see a separation between homelessness, vagrancy, mental ill homelessness. There's different levels of homelessness, okay? Because bottom line is that hell, a person living in a hotel could be considered homeless. Hell, you could be. Bottom line is that like if they are rounding people up and you just happen to be in that area, you don't even know whether or not you could say, okay, well, just like the whole ICE raids, and they scoop them all together, sort it out later. So what I'm saying is that okay, nearly 2/3 of homeless individuals report having regularly used hard drugs like methamphetamines, cocaine, opioids in their lifetime. Now, there's also people that are not homeless that have used drugs like that, right? So equally large share of homeless individuals reported suffering from mental health conditions. A lot of not homeless people suffer from those things, right? The federal government and the state have spent tens of billions of dollars on failed programs that address homelessness, but not its root cause. So bottom line is homelessness is what they're talking. They're not saying mentally ill people that are homeless. They're saying just homelessness as a whole, like conglomerate of something. So some people might be homeless not because they suffer from methamphetamine abuse, they suffer from mental health conditions, but because they might have lost a job, they might have came upon hard times. So when they say shifting homeless individuals into long-term institutional settings for humane treatment through the appropriate use of civil committing. So when you say you're going to commit someone, that means that you're committing them to a long-term institution. And the only way you can sort that out is when you are evaluating them to determine whether they are mentally ill or not. So again, it's a round up and sort out later situation. And that's what I said that was going to happen with ICE. And I'm telling you, it's going to happen the same way with the homeless population. Everybody that's homeless is not on drugs. Everybody that's homeless is not on mentally ill. Some
And
people.
this don't say everybody. It doesn't say everybody, DJ. That order don't say that.
Listen.
There's no way that order don't say that. You have to be a threat to
It
yourself
also does not
or to the public.
It also does not. It does not when it says shifting homeless individuals, right? It does not differentiate.
Yes, it does.
No. Listen, read shifting homeless individuals into long-term institutional settings for humane treatment through the appropriate use of civil commitment. That means putting them into a facility will restore public order. That is not saying shifting homeless individuals with mental illness. See, whenever you have any kind of a legal thing, especially
What about number 2? What about I? What does that say? Where it say provide technical assistance to assisted outpatient treatment programs for individuals. What about the other part where it says, well, they're going to provide certain services? So you can't read just one of it and not the rest of it. At the end of the day, I understand what you're saying, but what would your solution? What would your solution be then? I mean, we could talk all day. What's your solution? I mean, it's been going on for a while. So what would your solution be?
Well, first of all,
because there's many groups that could have been put together by them.
My solution would be is to reword this, put mentally ill homeless individuals, and not like just lump homeless individuals into one category, because everybody that is homeless is not mentally ill. So just saying shifted homeless individuals, well, that could be anyone. That could be I lost my house today and I'm homeless and now I'm over here in a shelter, and then they say, well, here's a long-term institutional setting for you to go into to get you some treatment to help you out with your supposed like mental illness. A lot of people are having a depression. I mean, come on now. So here we go. Inappropriate.
And there is more than that, DJ. Look at section 5. Go to section 5. Let's go to section 5. Scroll down. Keep scrolling. Keep scrolling. Keep going. I don't know if we on the same thing or not.
Right. So go ahead.
So I'll read it. So section 5 is say the Secretary of Health and Human Services and the Secretary of Housing and Urban Development shall take appropriate actions to increase the accountability in the provision of and grants awarded for homeless assistance and transitional living
They already have that. They already have that right now.
So they're hoping. But they, even if they have it, they're trying to get the homeless off the street to transition them into somewhere to live. What would you do?
Hold on. So you have to go into. Okay, so this is section 5, right? So once. Okay, so section 5. This organization is going to determine, right? Because normally you just go into a shelter for a certain amount of time. And if you complete the program, you go, you're still free to live your life. You're not in a facility that is locked down like a mental facility, right? So I can go to a shelter as a single woman. If I lose my house today, I can go to a shelter with my children. If I like complete that program, or if I go to a female shelter or a regular shelter, within 2 to 4 months, I can like actually get a stipend to get a house and or apartment. That already exists. That program already exists. But what they're saying is that they took away all that program and says, no, what you have to do to get this, whatever that's saying, is you have to up here, you have to go into a long-term institutional setting first and get the appropriate treatment, and then you get this.
But it's also labeling which person, because even if you go to section 5 and go to B, it says take steps to require recipients of federal housing and homelessness assistance to increase requirements that person participating in the recipient's program who suffer from substance abuse disorder or serious mental illnesses use substance abuse treatment or mental health services as a condition of participation. So this bill is not just, let me finish. Go ahead.
People that are homeless that are not mentally ill or on substances. So if
That's why it's not.
no, hold on. If this is what the requirement is, you're saying that they have to go through this program as a condition of.
That's not what I said. That's not what I said.
No, it don't matter what you said. This is what this said. So if you
Well, you got to let me say what I'm going to say. You can't tell me what I'm saying now. Come on.
I'm not telling you what you're saying. I'm telling you what the bill is saying.
I was reading the bill to you, DJ. I was telling you there's different bullet points on the bill, but you cut me off. I was telling you there's other bullet points. It got a section for different things that's included in the homeless. This is not target. It's targeted to different sections of homelessness. You got homeless that's mentally disabled. You got homeless with substance abuse. And you got homeless.
Show me the part for people that are not mentally ill, because I don't see it.
I have to read through it. But I want to ask you this. So what would you, instead of us going back and forth, what would your solution be? Why not get a group or something and now finally start fighting for the homeless?
My solution would be, I've always fought for the homeless. I bring homeless people into my home and then send them over to different programs to actually, like, especially female women that have children. I do that. So I'm not talking from my behind. I'm trying to say is that for the biggest thing is what I would do is I would separate the stigma of homelessness from substance abuse and mental illness. That's the issue, is that in the way that they are wording this is lumping all homeless people into a category of mentally ill or substance abuse users. And everybody that's homeless is not on substance. Some people just lost their job or couldn't find another job. So where do they get help at? You know what I'm saying? So you removed all the funding for like just basic, like, like homeless stuff, like federal funding for that stuff, Medicaid, this, that, the other, Section 8. And now you're going to say, oh, okay, well, if you want to get help, you have to go through a transitional living program and this, that, the other. See, it says these actions shall include to the extent by law ending support for housing first policies that towards accountability. They're saying that, like if you're a woman with kids, right, you don't get housing first. Like there's more. This is what I'm saying. Like there's other shit that's going on in this. The housing of urban development normally helps out women and children. Now what they're saying is that no, you have to go through a mental health evaluation. There must be something. This, that, the other. Because if they take away that program, now you end up homeless. Now you have to go through this program, go through a mental situation, like a whole, like,
right.
You know what I'm saying? Like, come on, that's not right. And then where are you gonna go? Where are they gonna put these people at? Because these hospitals have no room. So how are they gonna evaluate these people and based on what?
So should we just keep them on the streets? They've been on there a lot of years. So what would your solution be?
What I would say, the solution would not be this. This ain't the solution to round people.
So they've been homeless for so long. Why haven't anybody outside of this bill put something together to kind of dilute it?
I also wanted to show you is that, see, just because you're homeless does not mean you're broke or that you're struggling. Because
this ain't for homeless people like that. This is for certain people. I didn't read. I didn't go back through it and read it again.
If they are going to be grabbing people from these camps, right, that have tents and this, that, the other, because the whole thing is about these like kind of tent entertainment camps, right? A lot of those people just choose to just live in a tent versus like to pay bills or go through the, you know what I'm saying? They're like, you know what, fuck it, I'll just live in a tent. I don't have to like pay a hotel X amount. Because I mean, if anybody that have like suffered homeless before, you have gone through the rung of being in an apartment, getting evicted, going to a hotel, not making enough money to be in there, and then maybe that one last step is shelter, and then the next final step is tent. So there's a whole pipeline down into homelessness that happens. And
of course,
the more further down you get into homelessness, the more expensive it is. An apartment it costs more money to live in an apartment than it does to live in a house that you own. It costs more money to live in a hotel that you're buying weekly. And then
Right.
there's a shelter. You don't have to pay nothing, but you have to like follow the rules, whatever. And then if you can't do that, you're late one day, whatever. Now you're outside into a tent. Now there's probably certain
Right.
people that are in those tents, right? That just say, you know what, I don't want to
Mhm.
follow the rules. I just want to just live my life free of bills, whatever. And I'm just gonna sit in this tent and chill. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Now, there's people that do that.
Right. Right.
They get tired of the fucking rigmarole. They get tired of it. So do we say
Right.
that person is mentally ill because they just decided, you know what, it's easier for me to live in a tent than to like fucking deal with all this like this shit that goes on with the whole society and everything.
I definitely.
You know, hell, sometimes I'm like shit. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
All the bills I'm paying, god damn. Sometimes I'm like, you know, so I can only imagine if I could like just, you know, some people just say, listen, I'm gonna just do this and thug this out. I got my little Social Security, I'm gonna stack my bread and then move it. Guess what? You get put into a mental ill facility now where they determine when you get out. And what happens to your money then? What now you're paying the mental ill facility that is actually housing you then. What happens to that
Right.
money? Because a lot of like those people that are homeless that are supposedly disabled also get SSI checks. Who gets the money
Right.
from that?
Right.
Whatever facility that they have, right? So that's what I'm
Right.
saying. But this whole thing, even though we might think it's just normal, it makes sense. Like, no, there's more to it than that. You know, we have to like think of it like that. We can't think of it like, oh, the government just has our best interest at heart. That's bullshit.
Right. So you know what you should do? You should get a group together and y'all should figure out a way to fight it because I don't see it like that. I see it as there's a lot of homelessness. And when I look at a lot of the homeless people, you can tell that they have mental illnesses, whether it's a mental illness coming from mental illness or if they're just sprung out on drugs. At one point or another, what do you do to start clearing up the streets? Like, what do you do? I mean, nobody came up with anything prior to this, and then the minute something get on the table, then everybody want to backpedal, but everybody's still complaining. Like, which one? How do you balance this out? Because there's so many other things to fight. But if homelessness is so far out of control, tell us the solution, not the argument. What would a solution be? Me, I go for it. I'm gonna be honest with you. And I know there's people out there that's homeless that are not on drugs or mental. I don't see them being ones that are getting picked up and thrown in a mental ward. That this bill not for those type of homeless people as long as they're abiding by the rules.
But what
And they're not hurting the public or themselves.
There is no rules in this executive order. There's no rules. What do you mean?
I don't think that this is the entire order. I didn't get to read all of it. But this is not the entire order because I know there's more to that order because it was specifically talking about behavior in the public.
Honey,
because I read it. I read the order.
No, sweet. This is the whitehouse.com. This is the order right here. Boom.
No, that's what I said. What I said was I don't feel like that's the complete order.
No, it is the order. Listen, it only has 6 sections, honey. Listen, it is signed by Donald Trump at the bottom. Okay. So Donald Trump, the White House. This is the White House's website. This is the order right here. And
I'm gonna take time to read it on my own time because I know what I read.
They need to like be more specific. They need to have more details. I think that right now this is a very vague order. I don't think that they really accounted for people that are not like people with children, like mothers with kids, like maybe they got like abused and whatever. So do they get to a female homeless shelter and put them all into a mental health facility and say that you must be on drugs or you must be mentally ill? Like what is the cutoff? Like what about homeless? What about runaways that like maybe got abused and then they're on the street because their parents were abusing them and so now they're on the street? Does that mean that they're mentally ill and they got to go through there's so many other. This is too vague of a situation. There's too many moving parts of homelessness to just make a bill like this with a vague and general representation of it to like make that fly. Everybody that's homeless is not fucking mentally ill. Some people just don't have no work. They said, you know what? I'd rather be on the street than to deal with what I'm going through right now. and they would, and they are, you know what I'm saying? But you know, being on the street can make you kind of crazy too, because I'm
I
telling
thought I knew what I was reading, because here's the defined part of it, and I knew that what I read. It says the Homelessness and Public Safety Act HB 1365 aims to address public camping and sleeping by individuals experiencing homelessness. It prohibits camping and sleeping on public property, and it goes on to list that. I knew it was more to just that. It's more than that just there. That's not the full bill. It's more to it. They're talking about how you behave in public. They're talking about different things that you do. What parts of you are homeless. This is not for every person that's homeless. This is a part of it, and it's not the whole thing. That's what I'm saying.
The White House, the actual White, because this is the White House. Just so you guys know, this is the White House. I went to the White House's website, okay, to show the bill. So you're saying that the White House didn't put the full bill up? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying I'm looking at the other parts to it here from what I read earlier, where this is not targeting every, ain't no way in hell this can target every, I mean, there's no way this can target every homeless person in the world. There's not even enough jails to house probably every homeless person, unless you're going to split them up between states.
Well, like I
said, I'm looking at it here. This is regarding camping places where you're sleeping at, whether you're on public property, whether or not you're behaving. It looks like this is a more defined for each one of what those are.
Okay, that's one part of it, but
banning public camping and sleeping.
That's one part of it. But the thing is that they're in the first section is saying just homeless individuals. So that's one group that they can go after. But they said homeless individuals, and that's what they're saying throughout the entire situation, is that it's based on substance abuse and mental health services. And so what okay, all right, let's see.
What's the solution?
Provide technical assistance for assistant outpatient programs for individuals with serious mental illness or addiction during and after civil commitment process.
And others, and this one even say, and there's other services. Other services that mean you can look at this, look at that, but there's also other services that will be available for homeless people.
So why is it that this particular bill is focused completely on substance abuse and mental illness, and there is no wherewithal when it comes down to people? Like, there should be a section in here for people that are homeless based on economic frustration. Because everybody
this bill is not for those particular homeless people. It's for the homeless people that they are addressing. The homeless people that they're addressing is for these particular issues. This is not for people that are homeless because they're displaced. This is for homeless people that fit in these particular categories. But I can say this. I know I spoke about this on my live one day last week. There's a library in the city of Boynton, and they tore the entire library down, which there were actually nothing wrong with this particular library. And it kind of it kind of pissed me off because they tore the building down whereas they could have used that building for certain shelters. They could have used that building for the homeless. They could have used that building for so many things, but they tore it down. Things like that makes me upset. But this bill is targeted for who it's written for. Not all homeless. That's why it keeps saying homeless people with these particular issues.
It didn't say that.
It says it right there. It say homeless with certain problems, drugs, mental illness. It's telling you that. It didn't say regular homeless people. It's specifically telling you mental conditions, mental health, drug abusing. It's saying it. It's specifically saying it. Okay. I don't see where it's not saying it.
But what I'm saying is that how do you make sure that this law, whatever it's going on with, does not affect people? Because if they're rounding up people that are intense or whatever, that maybe are not mentally ill, but just like.
But If those tents
if you're on a tent, you gotta be mentally ill or what?
But here's the thing, DJ. I think that's what it is. There's also another bill. It looks like this is probably part of the new bill that he added on to the other bill with homelessness. This is the new part of the bill that is relating to these particular homeless people that fit in these particular categories. It says it right there. There's nothing about this bill says anything about regular homeless people. It's specifically telling you homeless people with these particular conditions, illnesses, drug abusing. It's telling you what it's for. It says nothing about for people that are homeless, regular homeless people.
Okay, so just tell me this. If you're homeless in an area that's known for homeless people, how do you decipher between who is homeless with a drug addiction, who's homeless with a mental illness, and who's just homeless just because they lost their money? How do they determine that?
If those are the people that are showing threats to the public or threats to themselves, they showed you signs, just like a person having disorderly conduct in public and not on their own property. It's the same difference. It's the same difference. Like, how do you decipher who have disorderly conduct in public? Because their behavior. This is all about a behavior. It's telling you what it's for. For humane treatment through the appropriate civil commitments to restore public order. It's telling you for homeless people that fall up under these particular categories. I don't see anything here that's indicating homeless because of indigence. And I agree with this bill.
Yeah, the only way that you can determine indigence is if you actually bring the person in and do a mental health evaluation.
No, you can determine indigence is monetary. Indigence is because you have no money.
Right.
That's indigent.
So basically what's going to happen is they're going to sweep a bunch of people up and then sort it out later. And that's what I was saying.
I mean, but if that's how you assuming it, then you got to go off of what you assume. Nobody will be able to change that part. But I don't see it like that, though. I see this bill is particularly targeting certain people, certain individuals. The overwhelming majority of these individuals are addicted to drugs, have mental health conditions, or both. Nearly 2/3 of homeless individuals report having regularly used hard drugs, so forth, so forth, so forth. This bill is relating to those particular people who they will be targeting.
So let me tell you
I can hear you.
if they are removing the funding for all the other ways to treat the homeless, and then this is the bill.
Put us back on the stage, DJ. You showing just the White House thing.
Put what on the stage? Sorry.
That's okay.
No, I'm just saying is that if how do they my biggest thing is that there's only one way to determine if there's something wrong with somebody, unless you like talk to them.
No, it's not. No, it's not, DJ. Come on. It's more than one way. You can look at somebody and tell their behavior tells you that. You can tell someone that's on drugs, sprung out mentally. Come on. Now, come on now, DJ. Now, keep it real. You know good and well you could determine when somebody is on drugs. You can determine when someone have a mental illness when they're coming up to you. You can determine those things. And listen, it's for those people that are showing a threat to themselves or a threat to the public.
Is that what it
I mean, how much more?
It didn't say.
Go ahead. I'm listening. This bill is targeting exactly who it says. It's telling you all through the bill. Like what part of the I see no part of that bill that targets homeless that are indigent or displaced. It's specifically telling you who the bill for.
So all right. So here's the deal. If a person is able to create like a tent that has lights, all this other different stuff, right? And you know,
I've never seen that before, but okay.
You haven't? Oh, let me show you, because I had it on.
Not where they got no electricity. They might have some candles and stuff, or they done plugged up to somebody's house I've never seen nobody in the field with a tent with electricity. And we got a place in Lake Worth, a park that they turned into a homeless place, and they don't even have electricity. They got flashlights and stuff.
Hold on.
Yeah, this bill not geared to indigent. This has nothing to do with indigents. This has everything to do with what they wrote there: mental illness, drug abusing, don't know how to act in public, threat to yourself, threat to somebody. Yeah, because look what they're next to, DJ. Of course, they're gonna, if they could plug in somewhere, they got electricity. They plugged in where they got to plug an outlet right there by the wall.
How mentally ill do you have to be to to put this whole thing together?
But that might not be a mentally ill person, though. That might be a person that just don't have money.
Exactly. So here's the thing: is that
it's not for them.
And no, it is. They're gonna round all that shit. They're not gonna say, "Oh no, you get to stay." They're gonna round all that shit up.
But are you assuming now ahead? So you just put the carriage ahead of the horse, is what you're telling me?
That's what the bills say.
The bill don't say that. That bill, the bill tell you exactly what it says.
The bill say what? You said
DJ, stop, DJ. No, DJ, you know that's not what the bill say. Don't get them people excited.
Hold on. It says enforce prohibition on camping and loitering, right? So, so that means they're going to enforce that. So, what happens to that person? Does that person go into
them people? It don't have nothing to do with them. It has nothing to do with them. This bill has everything to do with.
They are urban. They're camping and they're loitering. They are loitering. They are.
No, that's not true though, because they could be camping on a property that belonged to maybe the owner. That's not the same thing.
Well, that's loitering.
That's not the same thing.
If I own a property,
if there's not a sign that say no loitering, then you can loiter.
Loitering, because that's a public street. So what they're saying is that they want the state to actually step in for that loitering pit problem. So therefore, if they have their campsite on the street, on whatever street that's owned by the state or the federal government will cut off any funding to that state that allows that to happen. So therefore, that person that has this.
It don't say that, DJ. Where does it say that in the bill? Yeah, don't say that.
It does.
Where, DJ?
Enforce prohibitions on urban camping and loitering.
If you're around somewhere and you see a sign that says no loitering, that sign has to be posted for it to be no loitering.
No,
you got to know if you're on certain properties where you can't be at.
First of all, all streets are owned. Let me see. If I own my property,
most people don't put no tents up on those streets unless they know it's illegal and the police just not enforcing the laws.
Well, those streets are owned. They're a public street, right? So therefore, that's owned by the state. So the state asking the state to enforce that. So
what's wrong with that? That's already it's almost like illegal immigrants. If it was already the law, how can you go back and forth with it? They was there because it seems like if they were putting tents and stuff on streets, then to me, that means the police and whoever the local owners are, they weren't enforcing the law that's already written. But for loitering, it has to be a sign out that say no loitering. It has to be positioned on a certain place and a certain height on the wall. I only know because I owned a restaurant for years. You can't just say you're loitering and you look around and you don't see the sign there. It has to be written. It has to be legible. It even has to be to a certain height. So that right there, in my state, that would have been illegal. That's illegal in Florida. So we would have known off the top that we cannot do stuff like that unless the police is not actively enforcing their law. It looks like that homeless. What city is that in, DJ? Is that in California, San Francisco, New York?
That's Skid Row.
Skid Row.
Yeah, that's Skid Row. And shouts out to Jay Walker's channel. Copyright claim. This is for educational purposes to discuss. So what I was talking about earlier with Baba is that okay, everybody that is homeless. So some of these people they're getting SSI checks. Where does their check go? Do you think that it's so? Will the hospital that is housing them get their check, or what do you think will happen? What's going to be the outcome of this?
Well, if these people have to get put in any type of mental institution, from my understanding, and I'm not sure if that is a per state law or how does it work, but if you get put in certain places like that, if I'm not mistaken, your check gets put on hold. It don't stop. It either get put on hold, or if you're in a certain facility, that check will go towards your monthly stay. So that's like a question that has to be answered to me per person or wherever you're at.
And guess what? The executive order does not cover that. So how are we going to make sure that? So how can a person get out of their situation if
Those are
a facility and then their
but,
check gets absorbed by the facility? Because for the most part, I know when I had my group home, the check got absorbed by the facility. We provided food, whatever, and
that's right. That's right. So it depends on where you're going at, is what I'm telling you. So listen at this. The government, that question has to be to the Social Security department that actually provide those funds. So if you know you get a check from the Social Security, you sign off on that check, and that check will tell you if you're incarcerated, that check stops. When you get out, you get to resume it unless you don't tell them. I'm almost sure the same thing is going to apply.
Now, here's the thing. If you get arrested for putting up a tent and you go to a jail, aren't you considered incarcerated?
Most people don't report stuff like that. They give a time frame for stuff like that. They're not reporting because they said in jail a day.
So does your check stop when you go to a mental facility?
That's what I'm saying. It depends, because a mental facility will be something as far as housing, not like a jail. So that's something that, to me, that would have to be a case by case for a person. That's going to depend.
So what?
So I know a guy that I helped him get his Social Security check. When he went to jail, his check stopped. When he got out, he had to open it up. Not the case wasn't closed, but it had to resume. So I don't know if a mental institution would give you the same results as going to jail or as going into like a nursing home somewhere. That right there, I wouldn't be able to answer that. But only 3 of those are going to happen.
So I will say this: probably like the majority of these people get a monthly check. I can guarantee you that they're not. Listen, they not that dumb. You know what I'm saying? That crazy. They smart enough, honey. All them shelters out there probably they are on Social Security. That's how they're able to get these like elaborate tents and stuff like that. Because I'm like, okay, how are they able to put these tents up?
They just stop. No, DJ. No. All of them that's homeless don't necessarily get a check. All of them that's homeless most likely get food stamps, not a check. It depends. It depends on per person. And if they get in tents and stuff, that tent's not coming from their money. I'm sure those tents are being donated from different programs and stuff. Because even here, John Prince Park, all the homeless people there, they didn't have money to go get tents. Those tents were handed out to them. They have programs and stuff that help them eat, that provide them hot meals, that give them so many different things.
They give them tents too?
Yeah. They give them everything. They give them tents. They'll give them clothes. It depends on what program you're going through. It depends on where you're at and what the city have to offer, or what the state or the county have to offer.
Let me look this up, because I'm gonna see if California Skid Row provides tents. Because I'm like, let me see.
And again, you might find people that can buy their own tent. Most of them ain't buying no tents. Those tents are donated. They're getting them from programs. I'm not sure. A lot of them don't have money. That's why they be begging for money. That's why they sell their food stamps. They do stuff like that.
Nope. They don't offer tents. They offer the shelter. So those tents
exactly different things.
No. They offer the actual building, the shelter, but not the tents. So those people are going out and getting tents and creating these tents on their own.
No. I don't know what you're looking at, girl. There's so many different programs. I'm telling you, DJ, there's so many different programs. There's programs that might not even come through the government. They might be programs from the churches. They might be programs from other things. So what you're looking at is not going to give the full answer of who is providing what to these people. That's for them. But what if there's programs that provide them different equipments and food? Like this, not telling about food, but there's places where they could go get hot meals.
Oh no!
Just because
I'm not talking about hot meals. I'm talking about tents because
it's the same thing. Is what I'm saying.
I'm saying it's not the same thing because this is tents or shelter, right? And this is the thing that they're trying to. No. Hold on. Based on that law, they're saying that they're trying to remove tent-like cities, right? But the bottom line is that, like, if it was all being supplied by the same supplier, you wouldn't have so many variations of tents. These people are going to Walmart and whatever place and getting these tents.
Not true. They're getting them. That's what I just said, DJ. People got different ways of getting things. Just because you don't see that written, you know how many people I have assisted as being an advocate? I mean, they got private programs. Like right here where I live at, it's a church that provides so many things, including clothing. Just you're not going to be able to Google everything that people offer.
Provide tents though.
Yes, they will. If a church has funding and they can purchase tents and backpacks and stuff, it's still along the same line. Everybody see this come. It gets tedious right here. Yeah, get a little tedious on this one right here because it depends on who can offer you what.
I'm gonna tell you what. Now I've struggled my entire life. Okay, I've been homeless. I've been through it. You know what I'm saying? I've even sometime today I gotta be like, hey, I need to get my gas pill. Is the shit too high? Boom, go to sharing life. So I'm saying is that never, I can get like some clothes, some food, like some basic stuff, but tents, I've never heard of any organization giving out tents to people.
It depends on where you at, DJ. You can't say that. You can only speak for yourself in the area that you've been in. If there are organizations that you can't like you just went and Google something from a state. You can't Google, you're going to have to go into different programs. Programs offer different things. Just like they offer different things for your home. You got to go to the government to get food stamps, but you might be able to go to a church that provides you this, or you might go to somewhere else that provides you that. I mean, that's what I always known it to be. I don't know where you're at. And I'm sure you don't know if there's programs coming from a church or programs coming from like a lot of Jewish and Catholic church. They give away a lot of stuff. So I think it just depends. I truly think it depends.
Okay,
I don't know about this particular place.
In San Diego, they do have a tent program, so I will give you that.
They got a lot of different programs that offer a lot of things, including shoes. They got programs that offer glasses, eyewear. They got programs that offer so many different things. It just depends on where you're at. They got programs that'll give you a voucher to go to certain stores to purchase a tent. You just have to know where those programs are at.
Well,
that's how I look at it.
To me, I was like, okay, if a person can like create a tent, get some electricity, make that tent look like they not that crazy. Because I'm like, dude, what are we doing here? You know what I'm saying? Create like some of these tents like a whole house apartment. They be like got different rooms in them, set the tents up next back to back on each other and be set up with a bedroom and everything. I'm like, okay, well, damn, you know. So. And I think that it's not right to assume that everybody that is living in this way is always like this mentally ill person that needs to be put in.
Yeah, I don't believe it.
You know, that's not right. And I don't want And I just don't know. We're gonna see. We're gonna see how this irons out. We're gonna revisit it live. Give it about like 2 or 3 months, and we're gonna see how it goes. Because
Or what you can do in the meantime, think of something as a solution. I mean, it's been going on so long. I welcome anything that'll help.
Let me tell you something. My solution is I help people one person at a time. I deal with individual women that have children, and I try to help them and guide them. But the thing is that now that a lot of this funding from these programs are being taken away, I don't even know how to help the people that come to me. And I don't know what this is going to do. But I do. I've always helped women with children to get on their feet. That's one of like my things that I've always done. So
Right. That's understandable. I just know that this bill is written how it's supposed to be written, which is for the homeless, people on drugs, people causing a threat to the public or a threat to themselves. They're not going to just go picking up people unless you're doing something in the public or to harm yourself. There's no way. That's totally illegal. And what the lady was saying earlier was picking up these patients and they don't know where to do with them, or they don't have the room and the capacity. But if you're mentally ill and you're on the streets and you're harming yourself or others, you do need to go somewhere. Period. You need to go. You got to go and get help.
You shouldn't be in a prison, though.
This ain't prison, though. No, it's not prison.
If you don't have, listen, when they don't have a mental health place to take you, you go to jail. Point blank, period.
Yeah, I didn't see that. The only way I can see you going to jail is if you committed a crime and you went to jail and they did a mental evaluation on you. And from that point, you probably got to go to the judge, and the judge will outsource you to somewhere. But what did you do to get arrested? They're not just arresting homeless people and throwing them in jail. That's not true. They're not doing that.
All right. So I know you hate to hear from people, whatever. I just want to go.
The Trump administration just made it legal today to civilly commit and put someone into an institution who has a mental illness, is homeless, or has an addiction. Ending crime and disorder on America's streets is not at all what it looks like. Let me break this down for you. In Section 2, titled Restoring Civil Commitment, it says the Attorney General with the Secretary of Health and Human Services, so that's Pam Bondi and RFK Jr., shall take appropriate action to seek, in appropriate cases, the reversal of federal or state judicial precedents and the termination of consent decrees. What that means is that all federal and state case law surrounding civil commitment, they're upending that with this executive order. The Attorney General and Health and Human Services will provide assistance to state and local governments to identify, adopt, and implement civil commitment and institutional treatment that allow for appropriate commitment and treatment of individuals with mental illness. So if you remember, we go back to where it said that all the judicial precedents and the consent decrees are out the window. That is your due process. What this means is that anybody can say that you're mentally ill and that you're a danger to others or yourself. You don't have to have a mental illness at all, or you could have a mental illness, such as major depressive disorders. It's outing everybody. If you are someone who is unsheltered, anyone could say, well, if you're unsheltered, you obviously can't care for yourself because you're not getting a job, you don't have a home. Obviously, you can't care for yourself. Do you see how easy this is? But let me go on. In Section 5, increasing the accountability of people in homelessness programs, we involve HUD. And this one, I mean, the rest of it is all terrible, but this is really sickens me because Section B says the Secretary of Housing and Urban Development, which is HUD, shall take steps to require recipients of federal housing, all federal housing, homelessness assistance, to increase requirements that persons participating in the recipients' programs, just fancy wording for people who are participating in this federal housing, who suffer from substance use disorder or serious mental illness, use substance abuse treatment or mental health services as a condition of participation. That means that you seek mental health services as a condition of retaining your housing. I have no words. No words. It goes on. The Secretary of Housing and Urban Development, HUD, in consultation with the Attorney General and Secretary of Health and Human Services, Pam Bondi and RFK Jr., shall, as appropriate and to the extent permitted by law, which we know is bullshit, shall allow or require the recipients of federal funding for homelessness assistance to collect health-related information that the Secretary of HUD identifies as necessary to the effective and efficient operation of the funding program from all persons to whom assistance is provided, and require those funding recipients, people receiving housing, to share such data with law enforcement authorities in circumstances permitted by law, again, bullshit, and to use the collected health data to provide appropriate medical care to individuals with mental health diagnoses, not mental illnesses, not severe mental illnesses, mental health diagnoses, or to connect individuals to public health resources. They don't want to connect you to anything, and we know that. We've seen that for months now. This is the next line on the poem. Nazi Germany did this. They were coming for the disabled under the guise of homelessness and substance use disorders, and saying, oh, we need to get the, the quote, crazy people off the streets. It's unfair to everybody, the homeless, the mentally ill, the addicted, and everybody else, because they are vagrants and just to make everybody unsafe. And just like whatever it was, I forget, that the Nazi party put out with their National Socialism, when they were saying, like, oh, this is what our party's about, and there were all these good things. There's things in there that are actual socialism, and they're like, hey, yeah, that's actually a good idea. But then they sneak in one little part here and one little part there. That's straight fascism. That's what this is. Starts out addressing just kind of more homelessness, and then the wording keeps changing. Just like I said, it talks about people with severe mental illnesses, and then it just goes straight into mental diagnoses. I can tell you from this and being on housing myself that it doesn't matter if you have a mental health diagnosis or not, because either you do or you do, right? This is all a ruse and a guise to create reasons for more camps, more prisons, because it's a lot easier, especially, to come after political dissidents if they deem you as being mentally ill and you don't have the right to due process in that case. To people who are on disability for these things, they're super in danger. We know that Palantir, Peter Thiel, and all those evil people are working with the White House to collect all of this data and more on every single person in the United States, so that they can put together a master list, so that they know who to go after, and they know where they live, and they know where they work, and they know where they bank, so that they can find you easier. I don't have any words. I can't tell you just how dangerous this is, and I know that most of you will understand and will know, but there's so many people that don't. And I know I'm posting this really late, and it's probably not going to hit your algorithm right or whatever, but so that's why I'm asking if you could please share this EO, share anything else that other people say, because I'm sure there's someone else who's a lot smarter than me and can read through this with more legal understanding than I do. Only reason why I'm doing this is to spread this information, get those people that don't quite get it yet or aren't, or thinking, well, maybe it's not that bad. It really is that bad. Your friends, your family, your coworkers, if you are still riding the fence of whether or not this is fascism, whether or not it's really that bad, you need to wake up and listen, and it's going to get worse. What you decide to do now is what you would have done back in 1942. The Trump administration just...
Right. So you might not believe it's fascism. I get that, that was kind of like an extreme thing. There are all kinds of help out there. Sorry to say it, but you have to want it, and a lot of people give up.
Exactly.
Taking
exactly. And here,
jobs so they can be homeless. So here's the thing. Like, so because jobs are kind of going down, the jobs are struggling. Listen, anybody who wants to come up, please feel free. This is like the link. Post it on yours too if anyone wants to like make a statement or say anything.
Yeah, I don't see the link anywhere. You got to put it in the chat so I could get it on the backyard.
I'll put it in the private. There you go. And listen, I want people to know that me and Queen are friends. Like, don't think that we just going at it like we hate each other. It's like, though, I think this is good. It's good to have like two opposing opinions, because it allows for people to really think about what's going on. So don't think that we're over here like, yeah, what I'm saying, I love Queen.
Yeah, my chat not like that. My people that come in, and as you can see, these are my men. They not even on this page. I'm telling you, they nowhere near looking at any of that. Nowhere near. Jim, Raz, Florida, they're not like that. Mm-mm.
Yeah, my main thing
is supportive. They know me.
Yeah, don't think that I'm just like anti-Queen and this, that, the no. We are trying to create the conversation, because this is something that's going on, And people are just too busy. Even with Baba Yashabaya said earlier, we looking at P. Diddy and this, that, the other. No one is really like in the community, really like going through this stuff, except for Queen, except for certain people that are really like, okay, what's going on in the news that's affecting us when it really comes down to it. So just don't like take us going back and forth like we're mad at each other. I don't want you guys to think that.
Yeah, you know what? To be honest with you, you really don't even have to say that, because I don't think there's no thought out there about that. I mean, I'm one of those people, when I'm firm about something, that's where I go at. So my crew, I mean, this because my crew not used to even seeing arguments like that, because I just say what I got to say and I'm done with it. So you really don't have to tell any of them that, because they not like that at all. Trust me.
Well, right.
When you said that just now, they probably like, what's she talking about?
Well, no, because remember we were on Richard Taylor's thing, and he was all like, well, oh my God. When we got into it, it's like, well, we got into it, but we still cool. We don't hate each other. We just had a disagreement. And I kind of like,
I didn't even see it like that. It wasn't no disagreement for me. I just said what I had to say. I was done with it.
Yeah,
I just said what I had to say.
I just want to make sure that people are not taking this like, ooh, what I'm saying? Yeah, I'm gonna disagree, and that's what makes a good conversation is you don't want everybody to agree with what you're saying. You don't want me to be I don't want to be into an echo box, an echo chamber where I'm just speaking to myself and don't get to hear the other side. Actually, what Queen did for me is make me look deeper into the law and look into it. Okay, what's it saying? I still have my opinion. I still agree
of course.
I believe you know what I'm saying? I haven't changed
Right.
it. However, it's great to have two opposing opinions so that when people look into the stuff, they get like two opinions and then they get to like sort it out from there, so that's what it's really. So someone says not in downtown, you have to get on a bus. And she is right. Catholic churches will never let you get hungry or turn any homeless away. Yes, but will they give you a tent?
Yeah, but it ain't about a tent, because not all homeless people living up under a tent. So it's just what you can get, whatever a person provide. I mean, it's more than one church, just like it's more than one program. And this church might provide food, but that church over there might provide clothes. So it's like.
So here's the deal. Is this executive order going to allow people to go into the homeless shelters, sort out who's mentally ill, put them into mentally camps or whatever to deal with that? Or what's going to happen? Like, is this like a thing where it's only people that are intense? Or is it just like they'll scoop everybody up off the street and say, look, okay, are you mentally ill? You mentally ill? That's the part that I'm like kind of worried about. I don't like the whole idea of the government being able to set a task force to come through the whatever and then just be able to, because I've already seen that happen in Detroit. I've seen it, and I've seen it in Dallas, actually, what I'm saying? Actually, when it's snowing outside, they scoop everybody up and put them into the, into the shelter and stuff like that. That's good, However, if you scoop them up and put it into like a permanent kind of like a mental facility, like what are we doing here now? And
right.
How do you determine, okay, well, we're going to keep you for Lord knows how long until you are in the right mind? Well, what determines? So now we're getting back into mental health facilities, mental insane asylums.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Right. So now we're going to bring back the insane asylums, right? So now we're doing that. So that's what I believe is like this whole thing is really about. But
you know what you know what I think, DJ? I feel like sometimes we'll believe where the only area our mind take us to. And I feel like sometimes whenever we start going through progress, or we can see that there's an outlet for relief, whether it's for the homeless, whether it's for the blacks, whether it's for the whites, whether it's for the country, it'd be too much negative before you can even try to move forward. And that's where all the stress come from. At the end of the day, nothing has happened yet. And there's no one else trying to do anything about homelessness. Even the homeless aren't trying to do anything. This bill says nothing about regular homeless. All through the bill shows you homeless with these particular causes. The same way you could Baker Act someone is basically the same way here. When you see a homeless person, you can look at them and tell they are on drugs, or you can look at them and tell that they really don't have nowhere to stay, or you can look at them and tell where they're mentally gone. So if we can already decipher those three categories, I don't know why we would just hone in on everything as a whole instead of individualizing each person and situation. And we all complain about the homelessness.
When they round up homeless people, they don't sort it out. They're not. They don't give a. You're a piece of shit to them. Like even without the law enacted, there's times when they're like just scoop up all the tents, destroy them, whatever. Like I mean, I've seen it happen in Dallas. I've seen it happen on Skid Row, where they will just come through and just chop up all the I think there was a guy that was even doing that, wasn't even a police officer, just went through the whole camp of like people with their tents and just destroyed their tents and was like, get up out of here. And it's so there's a certain level of our humanity where we don't find these people as human beings. And let me also say this, that okay, you said you was homeless at one point before. You probably were not on the street homeless like I was, but
no.
Okay, so you've never been like outside homeless?
No, not where I'm around bushes, and no, I wasn't that type of homeless. I had my car. I was a teenager.
Right. Yeah. So I've been homeless in a car. I've been homeless living above a thing, and I've like had to stay a few nights outside, and that was very scary.
Mm-hmm.
You know.
Right.
So I would say this is that I would not imagine. I could not imagine if a whatever crew came up and saw me sleeping and woke me up and put me into a place and put me into an asylum.
But can I ask you a question? I know you say that there were so many places that actually tore down tents and so forth and so on. Were those tents supposed to be there from the beginning?
I don't know.
Right. So I guess what I'm trying to say is, just like I said, you might, like you showed the video a few minutes ago with the tent along the wall on the sidewalk. I'm almost sure that tent being there from the beginning was illegal. What happened was you got people in the law, and then you got people around the area that turns a deaf ear to it. If this is a matter like, just like it go back to illegal immigrants, you got away with it for so long, but the day that you get caught and the day they say don't do it, then what do you do when you already knew that you weren't supposed to be there? And like you say, you were homeless. I doubt, no matter where you're homeless at, if a police came to you right now and you're in your right mind, they're going to take you to jail and or take you to a mental place and say you mental. That tells you it's not for you. It's not for the homeless that just can't make ends meet. It's for the homeless that falls into a certain parameter. It's not for that homeless that have their right mind, not being an interruption to the public and not being an interruption to themselves. But if you fall in that other category, what else should we do?
They're already doing it, though. That's the thing. They already do it.
But what people are they doing it to?
Without this executive order, they already have their moments where they like just chop down people's where they're living at.
Is it where are they doing it at? Is it to areas where they've already been warned? Is it to areas where they know the tent's already not supposed to be there? I guess that's what I'm getting at. Or is it just, this is an area that's, you can come and lounge, you can put up a tent, you can be homeless, you can camp. Are they around public areas? Are they off of highways? Are they around stores that say no loitering? I mean, because to me, I would want to see
in Dallas, for the most part, there's an area where they put their tents at. It's not around nobody. It's close to it's called the Bridge. It's close to a shelter, and they put their tents up across this one street that nobody really is on. But
right,
sometimes they will come up there and destroy their tents, and now they have nowhere to go, and that's fucked up. I'm sorry, because
it is. It's sad.
because like it might be hot outside or really because Dallas is really hot. Well, the tent's probably even hotter. I don't even know what the hell. But anyways, they might have their little fan in there and be able to somehow power it, whatever, and be cool, right? And then the come in and just say, fuck you, get this up. And now where do they go? Now they're walking around, just whatever, sleeping on the ground. And I mean, come on, to me.
And I can relate to you on that. I can relate to you. And I see what Jim said. Jim said tent cities are dangerous. When I was homeless, I didn't hang out with other people. I always stayed by myself. And I wanted to say this too. I'm not sitting up here not having a heart for homeless. That's not what it's about for me. What I'm not having a heart for when it comes to the mental, and we have somewhere that we're trying to condition you over to in order to help you with everything that you need. I did a video. I got a reaction video. It was a lady. I can't remember what city she was in, but this lady was pregnant and she had a mattress up under a bridge and it was raining out. Matter of fact, the officer was so nasty, she ended up going in labor. The thing of it is, for me, we can go off the emotional side and then we can go off the law abiding side. The emotional side for me was, that's not right. She's pregnant. You can put her in labor. She have nowhere to go and it's raining out. But then when I looked at the police side of it, she was in a construction area that could have harmed her and the baby that she's pregnant with. Plus, it's the same person where they've given so many warnings not to be under this area. So I had to cross myself and say, wait a minute, I can feel sad and bad for her on one end and be emotional. But on the other end, I'm sure she had means to get somewhere to stay. And the police officer kept saying it. We referred you to this place. We referred you to that place. And she was saying, no, but I want to sleep in my van. But her van had got towed. So it's like, at what point do you balance reality and you got to find a way to do better for yourself so that you're not in this particular situation?
Yeah, I can agree with that.
That's my only issue with it.
But I'm like, okay, so I think part of it is like, okay, you knock down her tent. Where do they go? Do they go to a mental facility, or do you give them to live?
I don't think that's what it's about. That's not you skipping the parts, because just because you knock down my tent, that don't make me mental. That makes me still homeless. So if you had to knock down my tent,
no, I'm saying is that okay? So I decided to live in a tent versus to deal with reality of how our society is. Hotel, motel, Holiday Inn, right? So I said, what I can save more, or I can I prefer to just live in a tent, right? Now, maybe they could go out into the woods and whatever. Maybe they go out into the woods, find like a forest and live in tents all day long. Maybe that's where they're wrong at, trying to do it in the city. But I'm gonna say this. Police come, knock down your tent. It does not solve the problem.
It doesn't solve the problem. And I would hope that wasn't the first time they told you not to have your tent set up there.
Well, of course, but where do you go? You don't have a car. You're
so which one should you do? If you put your tent up, see, that's where it always is an issue, because if we continue to be emotional, how do you resolve what the issue is that we're faced up against? Because if you're putting your tent up somewhere and you know it's illegal for your tent to be there, and you got help, if you got to go to a shelter, you got to go find you a job, you got to make ends meet. Like, what do you do? Like, if your tent isn't supposed to be there, then what is supposed to happen at that point? Leave the tent there? But if I've already told you 3 times, if I tell you again, and I've given you a written warning, whatever the case may be, how do you handle those situations when I've already given you the warning?
I don't know, man. That is just sad, because if you don't have a car, imagine you have a whole tent full of all your stuff. You don't have a cart to move it. You done set up shop in one spot. So do you just leave everything that you acquired So it's like people we're still dealing with human beings at a certain
Right.
extent, and I think that we like lose that.
I don't
Like
think so.
we're still dealing with human beings that this is like their home for them at that moment, and then just for someone, and you know what? I'm gonna put it like this, right? I'm gonna say it like this. Listen, this is the reason why to really try to, I guess, do the best you can not to be homeless. Okay, if you own your home, it takes up to 2 to 3 years to get evicted from a foreclosed. If you get if you rent your house, it takes up to 3 months, right? If you get a hotel room, it could take up to a week, same day, right? If you have a tent, they could come at any time, no matter what. So
Mhm.
that's really what it boils down to, is that and it cost and then the cost of living increases, except for when you're in the tent. So the cost of living increases the further you go down into poverty. So if you have a house and you pay this certain amount to live in a house, um
Right.
your mortgage is cheaper than what a person would rent it for. Rent is slightly higher than mortgage. Hotel is higher than rent. Living in a tent, you're not paying nothing, but you can be evicted at any point, and you could be just thrown out and put on the streets and be in danger and everything. And then the danger level increases, everything. So it's like, so what do we do? How do you circumvent that? How do you stop that? I don't know. If
That's
I
that's an individual thing, DJ. That's the problem with it. You can't be concerned about stuff that people not concerned about. Those homeless people are not concerned to the capacity that you're over concerned. I promise you that. Those homeless people don't give a damn about where they live at. A lot of times they don't want to be in a brick and mortar. They are already acclimated and adapted to being in the natural environment. So no matter what you do, you might put them from about a Shell's gas station and they gonna run to the other streets where Big Lot at. It just all depends. You got to learn how to get your emotions out of it. If their emotions aren't in it, how can yours be in it? They know what they doing. These homeless people been homeless forever.
I forgot. There's one thing in between being homeless in a tent and being on the street, is if you have a car and you're like van living, or like have your car, until that.
That's a different level of homeless, though. That's a different level of homeless. We're talking about the homeless people that live on the side of the roads, up under bridges, where they either got mental problems, they meet their own drugs, and they don't want to go back to their family, or these are the people that's up under a bridge somewhere because they're indigent. You can always tell the difference from those people. The average homeless person, if you're a homeless person because you don't have money, you're gonna do whatever you got to do to get money. If you're a homeless person because your ass want to be homeless, how could you feel sad for them? They're homeless because they want to be homeless. And a lot of those homeless people always begging me for money, and I give them money, and you see them over across the street somewhere paying for stuff they got done. You done spent my damn money on something else. I won't give it to you no more. It's different levels of being homeless. I mean, I think what we got to do as Americans, we honestly got to find a way to get our emotions intact for a case-by-case situation, and not go into things so emotional before it even gets started. That's why we still at a setback right now. Like, I don't want to be at a setback. That's why I decided to start walking with a one-track mind, because I've been emotional to other people, their feelings, their living arrangements, so many different things. I'm not going to stand that bandwagon. If you don't want to get out of it, I'm not going to help you. You got to want it individually. You have to want it. You have to.
So I'm gonna say this, is that so now there's this bill, okay? There's a bill, and so a bill on Capitol Hill, all right, that got signed, and we'll see how this pans out. If it's good for us, if it's bad for us, how it affects us, affects other people. Because I'm not homeless, but hey, listen, I would say this, is that everybody is. I mean, I'm not gonna say that, but at the end of the day, like, we can look down on the homeless, say, well, you must be mentally ill, or this, that, the other. but when it really comes, we have to have like some level of compassion. Let me play a couple of the words that was said. People in their, their thoughts. I know you don't like that, but it's okay. We're gonna just go.
President Donald Trump just signed the executive order federally banning all homeless encampments across America. 770,000 people are expected to be affected as a result, forcing them into criminality. Drug rehabilitation centers are clearly the outskirts of every healthy civilization we have. Now, I know y'all can't tell by my appearance, but I really feel bad for these people because I used to be homeless. As a person that slept on God's green earth, that has slept in homeless encampments, that have slept on the streets, I know firsthand that everybody that's in an unfortunate situation isn't a drug addict, isn't a criminal. When you sit up here and you destroy these encampments, you really fuck over the last hope people have at being moral. Some people don't meet the standards of the local shelters around the city, where there be age limit, identification, documentations. It be little technical shit that stop thousands of people from receiving help in America on a daily basis. Now, y'all, I want you to know sometimes the police will wake you up in a public place and tell you, you cannot sleep here, you cannot loiter here, you cannot solicit here. And they see with their eyes that you ain't doing nothing, you just trying to get some sleep and mind your business. But guess what? It is now a federal crime to be homeless. I feel like this executive order will cause America to become a hellish place, far beyond what we already experiencing, and here's why. What else do you expect people to do if they want to be left alone, minding their business, with nothing to believe in, with nobody to comfort them, and you gonna come and tell these people they can't exist, basically?
It's the biggest piece of dog shit.
Of course, many businesses suffer as a result of homeless encampments, but where y'all hearts at? Do y'all even care that some people just might not be well off? My heart is personally broke at this one, dog, because I know so many people that commit petty crimes just to go to jail because they can't receive any assistance on the street. So we truly have a problem. Y'all let me know what y'all think down in the comments, because I'm speechless. Damn, it's a crime to be impoverished.
That's like unfair to hear him say that, because I think he already know that order is not targeting certain levels of homelessness. That's why I'm not going to ride this out like that, because it get a bit ridiculous to me and redundant. There are different levels to being homeless. First of all, he just said in a public place. In the regular bill of being homeless, you know good and well you can't put up tents and stuff and be surrounding public places. You can't be homeless around a library in a school. That's a different level. So why are you there and you know you're not supposed to be there? It's a different level when you're indigent. Being indigent is one thing. Being homeless, mental, homeless on drugs is something else. Why didn't he say, hey, DJ, how many homeless people have you known that wanted to get off the streets and go find somewhere to stay?
Say it again. What was the question?
How many homeless people do you know that were homeless for being indigent in money? They wanted to get off the streets and find somewhere to stay. Have you said you met people like that, right?
Several, yeah.
And where are they at now?
Back and forth.
Exactly, but because they're trying to help themselves. But the ones that are honestly homeless because they want to be homeless, or they have mental illnesses and don't want to go home, where their family is probably there, where they can have a house to go home to, or they're out on drugs, and that's why they're homeless. We need to call it what it really is that we're looking at. You cannot put all homeless people in the same boat, and that bill does not say that. Period. It doesn't say it at all. It doesn't say that. It doesn't. And the people that don't want to be homeless anymore, they get off their ass and they try to do what they could do, even if they go get resources, go and get assistance, go and try to find people to live with. But we know the homeless people that we're referring to, so I'm just so lost. We know the homelessness that we're referring to. So why are we including homeless that's indigent?
Well, there's a lot of people that are homeless that are just indigent.
That's it. That's what I'm saying. But that order is not for them, though. That order, through the whole order, is saying mental. Say that again.
I will say this is that there's a certain level that you probably are going to be depressed when you are dealing with homelessness.
Yeah, of course.
Like it because like the logical progression into homelessness is a very depressive. It's very depressing to be here and to go down into like that you can't. So and there's a certain level of hopelessness that probably up and then there's that level of depression, right? So I'm not gonna lie to say that everybody that is homeless does not deal with some level of depression, right? What I will say is that to create a situation to where now when you take them in an intake situation that their depression is something that you can use against them, that's where there's an issue. And that's
That's wrong.
And when you
That's
look
wrong.
at so because going like losing everything will cause depression, right? So even though this law is saying okay, indigent, I'm saying drug abuse and mental illness. Well, honey, if I like was up here and lost everything, I'm going to have some level of a mental like state that I'm in, right? So when a person evaluates me, of course I'm going to display some level of mental illness, you know?
I agree.
Probably
I
down.
don't think that's what it's about.
Well, it does not outline that specifically in the bill, though. Now I know that in like as you're reading the bill, you're looking for what it's saying. I'm looking for what it's not saying, right? So the bill is saying this X, Y, Z, but I'm looking for it's not accounting for this.
Because the bill already told you what it's about. It says for homeless and drug abusers. That's what the whole bill says. That so I get what you mean. Like I can't look for something if that's not what the bill. It's almost like saying I'm looking for chicken on the menu, but I see a menu full of spaghetti. That's how I'm looking at it. The bill tells you what it's for. Even the lady that was on there that you had on there for TikTok, they're not saying regular homeless people. They're saying the homeless people who determines mental health, this, that, and other. We all know who determines mental health because even if, like you said earlier, they get a check. What check are they getting? Disability, SSI? That check gonna tell the story as well. Their behavior gonna tell the story.
No, see, just because a person have if you read this the way it's read, right?
From the top, you got to read it from the top, then look at the bullet points. See, right now you're going into bullet points, but you got to start at the top because the top tell you what it's about, and then everything else is bullet points.
I'm at the top, section 1, right?
Oh, I can't see that. I'm looking on my big screen. I can't. It must be delayed.
Endemic vagrancy.
Yeah, go up. Keep going. Okay.
Confrontations and violent attacks have made our cities unsafe. The number of individuals living on the streets in the United States in a single night during the last year, 274,224, was the highest ever recorded. The overwhelming majority of these people are addicted to drugs, have a mental health condition, or both. Okay. Nearly 2/3 of homeless individuals report having regularly used hard drugs like methamphetamines, cocaine, or opioids in lifetimes. So that means is that maybe they have stopped, or you know what I'm saying. So at some point in their life, they had some drug addiction, right? Okay.
You got to take down the comment, DJ. You got to take the comment down so we can see the comment. Yeah.
Right. Hold on. Right. So it's saying that. So this is showing who it's targeting, right? Nearly 2/3 of homeless individuals reported having regularly use hard drugs like methamphetamines, cocaine, or opioids in their lifetime. That does not mean that they're doing it now. That means at some point in their life, they have used these drugs, right? And let's go. An equally large share of homeless individuals reported suffering from mental health conditions. That does not mean mental illness, but mental health conditions. The federal government and the states have spent tens of billions of dollars on failed programs that address homelessness, but not its root causes, leaving other citizens vulnerable to public safety threats. Okay. So shifting homeless individuals into long-term institutional settings.
Read the sentence where it say equally large shares of homeless individuals report suffering from mental health. The federal government, everything about this bill still reporting back to mental health and stuff.
No, hold on.
It's saying it. Shifting homeless.
I'm reading it verbatim, exactly what it's saying. So what do you say? Equally amount of what? What?
I'm just saying I don't see anything where this bill is referring to certain people. It's written just like it's supposed to be written, and that's pertaining to homeless for certain reason, not homeless due to indigence. There's nothing about this bill saying every homeless person. It's specifically, that's the point that I'm making throughout the entire bill, is giving you the characteristics of a homeless person that this bill is targeting. It's through the whole bill. It's telling you who they're targeting. It's telling you the type of homeless they're targeting. It's telling you the type of people they're targeting. Nothing about this bill is saying that they're targeting homeless people that are indigent. It's all about people that's bringing any kind of destruction to themselves or to the public. That's what it's about. It's like, in a sense, we are putting the carriage before the horse. We're doing it right now. And that's when I feel like we see what we want to see. And I get it, especially when you're compassionate about something. And I get it, because you're real compassionate about things like this and people getting hurt. But the thing of it is, 90% of these homeless people want to remain homeless. That 10% that want to be off the street, they're off the streets. Or like you said, they're going and they're coming.
Are you saying that they don't have the right to live the life the way that they want to live it?
You mean a homeless person that's a problem to themselves or to the public? Hell no, they don't. You put criminals in jail.
No, because they put homeless people that are a problem to the public in jail too. Let's not.
That's right. If they're committing a crime, why wouldn't they go to jail?
Entire police force that monitors that.
No. See, no.
This is not. Listen, this is not the police. This is not the how to deal from a police standpoint of homelessness. This is a whole nother program that actually shifts homeless individuals that are not committing crime, because committing crimes and doing stuff, that's handled by the police. This is talking about homeless individuals that might have used hard drugs and that they have endemic vagrancy.
Can we stop right there? Can we stop right there?
Yeah.
The sentence tells you right there, DJ. It says surrendering our cities. No, stay right where. No. Go back up. Go back up. Go back where you were at just now.
Where?
Yeah, go back where we were at just now. I was about to read something. This sentence tells everything. Where it says surrendering, right? Go up or go back down. Keep going. Keep going. Did you just go too far? Yeah, keep going. Keep going. Right. Keep going one more time. Go up one more time.
I guess right there. You can see it.
Okay, right there. It says surrendering our cities and citizens. No, stop right there. Surrendering our cities and citizens to disorder and fear is neither compassionate to the homeless nor other citizens. No, that's not the one I'm trying to get to. Wait a minute. You don't want to. Let me try to find it. That's not the one that I wanted.
Shifting homeless individuals into long-term institutional settings for humane treatment through the appropriate use of civil commitment. That means taking homeless people off the streets and committing them into a mental ward. will restore.
DJ, that's not what you're reading, DJ. That's what you're looking at because that's what you want to happen. That is not what this bill is about. This bill, all through this entire bill.
Bro, what is a long-term institutional setting, sir, ma'am?
For people that need that type of assistance, the average mental person, if they need that type, if the mental, because the whole bill talking about mental health and drug abusing. How did we shift this to the regular homeless?
Because listen, I have depression, right? I suffer from depression. Say one day I end up homeless. Guess what? I would be one of these people that they.
No, you won't. No, you won't. That's not what it's about, DJ. The bill is telling you if you are a threat to yourself or someone else, that's when you're in trouble. If you're on properties and grounds that you're not supposed to be in, that's when you're in trouble. This is not for every homeless person.
Properties, it does not say properties. All this stuff you didn't add it to the bill. It did not.
No, the bill said it. You just read what you want to read.
Where does it say on properties and grounds that you're not up? And then that's how it could happen.
That's what I'm trying to tell you. There's words, DJ. When I look at this bill, I don't see anything about this bill that tell me every homeless person. So you telling me they putting the bill out to go ahead and just round up over 300 or something thousand homeless people and put them all in jail?
No, what I'm telling you is that they're like making
exactly.
the state. No, what I'm saying
that's
is
that
they're making the state create programs that does it.
I can't agree with none of that. This bill,
honey,
every other sentence you read say homeless.
Black Muslim, do you want to come up here and ask me a question, or what are you saying? Am I fake all these years? I think you're a fake account.
What happened?
Is what she's getting at? Like, is DJ fake all these years? Is what she's? No, I'm not fake. I'm trying to explain like that. I have my opinion. She has hers. And I don't get. Listen, you're about to get like kicked off this panel if you keep saying stupid shit.
Oh, I can't see that. Oh, I must be only see my chat. Let me see. Let me go see if I can see comments.
Trump just signed a truly terrifying executive order to bring back forced institutionalization. Yep, you heard that right. It's truly terrifying and no one is talking about it. I'm Eliza Orland's career public defender for 15 years in Manhattan, and we have to talk about the executive order that they're calling Ending Crime and Disorder on America's Streets. This order specifically targets unhoused people, people with mental illnesses, and people who use drugs. It calls the hundreds of thousands of people experiencing homelessness on a single night endemic vagrancy and frames them as threats to public safety. Trump is using fear to justify locking them away under what he calls civil commitment, aka forced confinement. Here's what the order actually does. First, it directs the Attorney General to overturn federal and state court decisions that protect people from involuntary confinement, essentially gutting due process rights that took decades to secure. Second, it ends housing first policies that have actually worked to reduce homelessness. Instead, it forces people to accept treatment whether they want it or not as a condition of receiving federal housing aid. Third, it prioritizes federal grants for states that enforce bans on urban camping, loitering, and squatting, aka criminalizing the simple act of existing without a shelter. Fourth, it expands civil commitment to anyone deemed a danger to themselves or others, or who cannot care for themselves. Language so vague, it could quite literally apply to anyone experiencing a crisis. This is not about safety or compassion. The order literally says the goal is to protect public safety by removing people from public view. This is about control, criminalization, and disappearing poverty, not solving it. This is mass incarceration 2.0, only now it's dressed up in fake compassion and medical language. We've seen this before. In the era of massive state hospitals, warehousing, and forced sterilization, and we know how this ends. As a career public defender, I've seen what happens when governments use the courts to cage, confine, and criminalize instead of care. If you're as horrified as I am, share this video and follow me. If you're interested, I can break down every section of this executive order piece by piece, because this isn't just cruel, this is calculated, and we need to understand exactly what we're fighting against. Thanks for being here, and please make sure you're following for more.
Okay, so that's a lawyer discussing the same bill. So do you see?
And she said the same thing that I said. The exact same thing. It don't have nothing to do with regular people, regular homeless. This bill is focused on certain levels of homeless. Play it back again. She said it from the beginning. That's what I kept saying. We're focusing in the wrong area. It has nothing to do with regular people that are indigent.
Hold on, I'm going to
Trump just signed a truly terrifying executive order to bring back forced institutionalization. Yep, you heard that right. It's truly terrifying and no one is talking about it. I'm Eliza Orland's career public defender for 15 years in Manhattan, and we have to talk about the executive order that they're calling Ending Crime and Disorder on America's Streets. This order specifically targets unhoused people, people with mental.
All right, see, so unhoused was it?
Let her finish it since you started her plan. Let her finish. She's telling you what it was.
Well, no. So it was unhoused people, people with mental illness, and okay. Let me play it again.
Trump just signed a truly terrifying executive order to bring back forced institutionalization. Yep, you heard that right. It's truly terrifying and no one is talking about it. I'm Eliza Orland's career public defender for 15 years in Manhattan, and we have to talk about the executive order that they're calling Ending Crime and Disorder on America's Streets. This order specifically targets unhoused people, people with mental illnesses, and people who use drugs. It calls the hundreds of thousands of people experiencing homelessness on a single night endemic vagrancy, and frames them as threats to public safety. Trump is using fear to justify locking them away under what he calls civil commitment, aka force.
All right, so
those same two people are unhoused.
No,
they're unhoused,
not two, three.
Because she's trying to say unhoused. The mental, the other one, they're unhoused people. That's on one level. That's a level here, level there, but they're both unhoused. They're homeless. That's not targeting people that don't have money to find somewhere to live. That's not the target.
So if they don't have money to find somewhere to live, where are they going to be at? They're going to be homeless, right? They're going to be living on the
street. But they're not talking about that, though. She's referring to the unhoused, homeless people with mental illnesses and drug abusing that has a problem with living in the general population. They're a threat to themselves and they're a threat to the public. That's how I look at the bill. But again, I'm going to ask, what do you think another solution would be? Because nobody's doing anything about homeless. So what would a solution be for you?
I don't think it's right to criminalize that and to throw them into a mental facility.
But wait, it depends.
Like they meet to a
you got to look at it differently.
Be housed.
You got to look at it differently because you could have a homeless person on drugs that'll go in the store and steal a beer. Why would they not be criminalized for that? Just because they're homeless, but they committed a criminal act. So you putting everybody together.
Well, that's what the police are for. When they do that,
that's why they taking their ass to jail if the police get involved, whether they homeless or not.
No. They are rounding you up whether you took a beer from the store or not.
They're not.
No, listen. What? You not paying attention? Listen, the police.
Why would I not pay attention? I'm a minds person.
You cannot because if I'm just in my tent and I'm not doing shit to nobody, I ain't stole nothing, did nothing, just chilling, and they can come and round me up and put me into a facility because I have mental illness. That is not the same. If the police get called because I stole a beer out the store, that's you committed a crime. I'm not.
I don't think you understand, DJ. You're wrapping everything. You're wrapping too many things together for me until you're putting everything in one bowl, and it doesn't work like that. You got to individualize it, and you're not.
No, you're trying to combine The fact
I'm individual. I'm trying to show you the end of. I can't combine it. That's why I gave you examples of what each level of homelessness is. If you're homeless,
so we're assuming if you're
and
homeless, still beer out the store.
no, I see. Go play it back. I ain't gonna repeat it. Go play it back, and then you can hear exactly what I said. Because I didn't say it like that. There was things that I put in the middle of that. There's things that but here's the thing. However you feel about it, it's going to always be your feeling and your views. All I can tell you is this. Put a program together and see what you can do to derail some of this, because this is not on my heart. Homelessness is so far out of control until I would never want anybody to be anywhere they're not supposed to be. But I want everybody to be where they're supposed to be at. If you're interfering with me and breathing, I want you to go where you need to be, just like I would want you to go where I need to be. If you're homeless and you got an option to not be homeless, you need to utilize your option. If you're homeless and you have a mental problem and you're doing something to the public and you're putting yourself at jeopardy in the public, and they come, they can take you because they can see it in the same way. But they're not coming. If you're homeless and you're indigent, they're not going to come and arrest you unless you've done something wrong. If you've done something and you're homeless,
the order says that is not what the executive order says. The executive order is not saying that if you've done something, then they can do this. They say that they're trying to end it. So
the lady DJ, you just played the video. You just played the video from the lady DJ. You played it 3 times, as a matter of fact. You didn't hear what this lady said? She even mentioned about the public. Play it back if you didn't hear the part. Play it back. She even mentioned the same thing I told you earlier when they broke it down individually about the public. She just said it herself. But I didn't tell the truth. But when she mentioned it, she's telling the truth. I was a bit concerned about that.
No,
play it back. You don't hear it. Play it back.
Trump just signed a truly terrifying executive order to bring back forced institutionalization. Yep, you heard that right. It's truly terrifying and no one is talking about it. I'm Eliza Orland's career public defender for 15 years in Manhattan, and we have to talk about the executive order that they're calling Ending Crime and Disorder on America's Streets. This order specifically targets unhoused people, people with mental illnesses, and people who use drugs. It calls the hundreds of thousands of people experiencing homelessness on a single night endemic vagrancy and frames them as threats to public safety. Trump is using fear to justify locking them away under what he calls civil commitment, aka forced confinement. Here's what the order actually does. First, it directs the Attorney General to overturn federal and state court decisions that protect people from involuntary confinement, essentially gutting due process rights that took decades to secure. Second, it ends housing first policies that have actually worked to reduce homelessness. Instead, it forces people to accept treatment whether they want it or not as a condition of receiving federal housing aid. Third, it prioritizes federal grants for states that enforce bans on urban camping, loitering, and squatting, aka criminalizing the simple act of existing without a shelter. Fourth, it expands civil commitment to anyone deemed a danger to themselves or others, or who cannot care for themselves. Language so vague, it could quite literally apply to anyone experiencing a crisis. This is not about safety or compassion. The order literally says the goal is to protect public safety by removing people from public view. This is about control, criminalization, and disappearing poverty, not solving it. This is mass incarceration 2.0, only now it's dressed up in fake compassion and medical language. We've seen this before. In the era of massive state hospitals, warehousing, and forced sterilization, and we know how this ends. As a career public defender, I've seen what happens when governments use the courts to cage, confine, and criminalize instead of care. If you're as horrified as I am, share this video and follow me. If you're interested, I can break down every section of this executive order piece by piece, because this isn't just cruel, this is calculated, and we need to understand exactly what we're fighting against. Thanks for being here, and please make sure you're following for more.
Involuntary confinement.
Nope, you see, you missed it again. You missed it again. It said a threat to the public. You didn't hear her say that part. She said a threat to the public. You're a threat to the public, or you have mental illnesses. So if you got mental illness and a cop come, of course it's not going to be voluntary. Of course that's going to be involuntary. That's almost like another form of Baker acting.
But
so it's not voluntary for you.
A threat to the public or a threat to yourself is already covered in the Baker Act. They don't need a new executive order to cover.
Yes, they do. They defined it in a more broader way. They defined it. To me, they defined it a little bit differently, which is covered other bases. That's what I tried to tell you earlier when I said, no, DJ, that's not the whole order. They already got the original order for homeless. This right here is basically like an add-on where they're adding additional things that would definitely get homelessness under control a little bit more. And this time they're targeting in on the homeless, and they're targeting in on the drug abusers. And they're homeless for being mental, they're homeless for being on drugs, or they're homeless because they're indigent. The ones that are indigent, they not still homeless unless they don't have nowhere to go and they're not utilizing resources. Them other two, they want to be homeless. But if you're a threat to the public or yourself, this order applies.
Okay. Trump just signed a new executive order targeting homelessness. But look deeper, and you'll see this isn't about public safety. It's about profit, punishment, and prison beds. Hi, I'm Dallas Fresa, a nationwide prison consultant and advocate. This new federal measure directs states to enforce anti-camping, loitering, and squatting laws to the maximum extent permitted by law. If states don't comply, well, guess what? They're losing their federal funding. Who does this target? Cities like Los Angeles, states with visible homelessness and liberal leadership. Let's not pretend this is about fixing the housing crisis. It's about criminalizing poverty and weaponizing the legal system against people with nowhere to go. This is how you build a pipeline from sidewalk to cell block. And once you're inside, welcome to forced labor in a for-profit prison. Sound familiar? You know what people forget? Incarcerated people cook your food, build furniture, sew uniforms, and clean state buildings for pennies an hour. They're not given job training or true rehabilitation. They're used, overcrowded, forgotten, and now we're going to fill these beds with unhoused people. We're not solving homelessness. We're monetizing it. Let me be clear. This is modern day slavery. And yes, that's a strong word, but it's accurate. Prisons make billions off of free or nearly free labor, and this new order ensures a fresh supply of bodies. Poor, mostly black and brown, often disabled, mentally ill, or just broke. We all see the crisis on our streets, so why not increase housing? Why not raise the minimum wage? Why not treat homelessness as a public health emergency, not a criminal act? If this doesn't sit right with you, if locking up the homeless feels like punishment for poverty, speak up. Comment below, is this really about safety or about control and profit? Share this video, tag someone who needs to hear it, and follow me for more on how the prison...
Right.
Yeah, what I don't like about that, first of all, the video be too long for me because I like to stop it to give them a break because they say I'm just the type of person you can say something to me and I'm going to chop 15 words down to an hour-long message. The first thing that I didn't like about her, I don't like the fact that she had to use black and brown because when I go to San Francisco, when I go to California, those places are not predominantly black and brown homeless. Those are so many Caucasian homeless people. So for her to even target right there, that was a problem to me. It made me not want to hear her ass no more. Next of all, she knew it was a problem before this bill. So as a person so concerned, why isn't she putting something together? See, everybody talk about what, but nobody give the solution. So if you can't give a solution, then what do you want us to do? Continue down the same recycling road that continues to snowball? At what point do you put something in place? Like what are we gonna do here? Continue to just go in circles, or we gonna come up with something? I don't like going in circles. And she can't just say black and brown. That's a goddamn lie.
Yeah,
and I don't like that.
In the United States, Black individuals experience homelessness at a rate disproportionately higher than their representation in the general population. In 2024, Black Americans made up 31.6% of the homeless population, while only comprising of 13.7% of the overall U.S. population. This significant disparity highlights a systemic issue of racial inequality contributing to homelessness. And then, if you actually look at the actual stats right here,
I really don't. I know this ain't the same AI you told me they ain't don't be legal. This ain't the same AI you talked about the other day, is it?
No.
This sound like the same AI.
No, that was just the beginning of it. Okay. So now we're gonna look at the actual stats based on because AI can like begin the conversation, but then you have to look into the results, right? So listen, let me zoom in on this. Most minority groups experience homelessness at a much higher rates than whites. So Native Hawaiian Pacific Islander, 159.8 based on 10,000. That's like 1,000, right? American Indian Alaska Native, 66.6 thousand. Black, 55.2 thousand. Two or more races, 35.3 thousand. Hispanic, 21.7 thousand. White, 11,000. Asian, 4.1 thousand. So that is the actual stats. Hey, what's up? Hey,
That's not the actual stats. That's the actual stats that you're reading. But I can tell you this. I've traveled to so many different states and seen an astronomical amount of homelessness in the Caucasian areas.
right.
It's the same difference.
That does not mean that those states do. That might be because that state is primarily Caucasian state, but Native Americans experience base per capita a higher rate of homelessness than blacks and Asia. What was the other one? Welcome to the panel, Mel. How you doing?
I'm good.
Hey, Mel.
Hey, how are you?
I'm good. Good. How you doing, Mel?
Right,
I get what you're saying. Go ahead, Mel.
No, I'm here, but I'm not here for like 5 minutes. I want to stream to my audience. Just give me a minute.
Yeah, that's cool because we're talking about policing the homeless, right? We're talking about this whole order that Trump had, but I'll wait to you already.
No, it's all right. Go ahead and rock out. It's all right. I'll
So
roll with
what's happening is that Trump has this executive order that is really like a criminalizing homelessness in the community, and what we're arguing about is the fact that
No arguing. Don't say that.
our contention is that I'm saying that this is not just a matter of only mental illness and I would say people like being criminal homeless people, but also vagrancy. Everything ties into this because at the end of the day, anyone could get picked up based on this if they're living in a place or like having like tents put up, whatever. When they go to like swipe this, when the states go and implement this law, they're not going to be like, hey, are you mentally ill? They're going to swoop everybody up and then figure it out later. So what she's saying is that this is really only based on vagrants, like mental illness and criminality. And so that's what our conversation is. And so then we got into race because I showed a video of a woman who's saying, and I'll play it again for your audience so you can hear what she said. So let's.
Trump just signed a new executive order targeting homelessness. But look deeper, and you'll see this isn't about public safety. It's about profit, punishment, and prison beds. Hi, I'm Dallas Fresa, a nationwide prison consultant and advocate. This new federal measure directs states to enforce anti-camping, loitering, and squatting laws to the maximum extent permitted by law. If states don't comply, well, guess what? They're losing their federal funding. Who does this target? Cities like Los Angeles, states with visible homelessness and liberal leadership. Let's not pretend this is about fixing the housing crisis. It's about criminalizing poverty and weaponizing the legal system against people with nowhere to go. This is how you build a pipeline from sidewalk to cell block. And once you're inside, welcome to forced labor in a for-profit prison. Sound familiar? You know what people forget? Incarcerated people cook your food, build furniture, sew uniforms, and clean state buildings for pennies an hour. They're not given job training or true rehabilitation. They're used, overcrowded, forgotten, and now we're going to fill these beds with unhoused people. We're not solving homelessness. We're monetizing it. Let me be clear. This is modern day slavery. And yes, that's a strong word, but it's accurate. Prisons make billions off of free or nearly free labor, and this new order ensures a fresh supply of bodies. Poor, mostly black and brown, often disabled, mentally ill, or just broke. We all see the crisis on our streets. So why not increase housing? Why not raise the minimum wage? Why not treat homelessness as a public health emergency, not a criminal act? If this doesn't sit right with you, if locking up the homeless feels like punishment for poverty, speak up. Comment below. Is this—
All right.
Did
So
you hear that just now? Now, when she said about the black, she didn't say that gearing towards homelessness. She said that in lieu of them being incarcerated in prisons and jail. She didn't say that in lieu of the homelessness. She said it in lieu of them being incarcerated, not homeless. Because homeless is not just of black. It's a whole lot of white people homeless, a lot of them. So that was geared for the prisons and the jails. And she threw that in there.
well, like I said, then I like brought up this statistic where it talks about say blacks are right here in the whole statistic at the in the like kind of like toward the middle, and then you have Asians, whites, blacks, Latinos, and then Native Americans, etc. So I'm like, okay, so it is people of color. So she's right about that. The people that are homeless are people of color. So this is an attack on people of color. Period.
But
It's not. Go ahead. You know what, Mel? Do you have anything you want to say?
Not yet, but I can understand how this could pose a problem. But at face value, it seems to be targeting people who have issues.
All right. So let's go into it. So we actually got into the bill, right? We talked about the bill. So
Can you give me 5 minutes? I'm going to bring people in. So just give me, I just need a few more minutes. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Cause yeah, I'm shouts out to Watching the World's panel. Thank you for coming. I'm going to play a couple of more videos while he's bringing people in so that we can get a good idea of what we're talking about here. Cause I really just want to have a clear understanding. I'm going to remove myself and bring more people, show the.
So Donald Trump just signed an executive order saying that state and local officials should do whatever they need to do to get the homeless off the streets and hold them against their will. From Trump's order, shifting homeless individuals into long-term institutional settings for humane treatment through the appropriate use of civil commitment will restore public order. I mean, how Orwellian is that? How authoritarian is that? One of the things authoritarians love to do is say they are trying to keep people safe. And who are they keeping people safe from? From the other people. The people that don't belong. When they dehumanize groups of people. So I know MAGA isn't going to care about this, because they still see these people as not human. But I want to show you the gradual slide we're starting here. Okay, first it was we're just going after the criminals, just going after the terrible illegal aliens who commit crimes. And who would be against getting violent cartel members off the street? Nobody. But then all of a sudden we start realizing that there are U.S. citizens being caught up in this dragnet. People who are being sent to other countries, dangerous situations like that. People who are vets who are being disappeared because they're brown. But unfortunately, most of MAGA is like, yeah, they're not real Americans because they're not white. But now I want you to see what's happening now. There's another vulnerable population, another group of people we can discard from society. And so now they're going to take these people off the streets against their will. Now listen, I know there's a homeless problem. I get it. There needs to be something done, but this isn't the compassionate, humane thing. You mean compassionate and humane like Alligator Alcatraz? No. This is yet another group of other people that are seen as less than, that we are now going to take out and disappear. Who do you think's going to be next? Now, I'll agree, most of the MAGA groups are going to not be there for a while. But understand, this is not about safety or security or any of that. This is about ridding the country of the weak, ridding the country of the minority, ridding the country of anybody they can dehumanize that isn't white. Now, I have a son with a disability, and I have a son who is Asian. When are they going to come for him? And for all of you who are minorities who are supporting MAGA, understand that you are not safe in Trump's America. You are not. So here comes the next level, guys. Who will be the next marginalized group that will be discarded by Trump's America? This is just the tip of the iceberg. We need to push back. Even if you're for strong borders, even if you're for, getting homeless off the street, understand that this is not what it's about. Fight back, resist.
So Genesis, you there?
I'm sorry, I'm here. Yeah, I'm here. Sorry about that.
All right. So since I'm bringing in my crew, can we start? You guys have some time, right?
Yeah, we do. I do.
So do you have time, Queen, too, or no?
Yeah, I do, but I wanted to change my clothes, but I got time. We good.
All right. So take your 5 minutes and whatever. Do you need more time? Whatever. I want to make this good. I want you to be comfortable, but you're fabulous to me, but whatever makes you comfortable.
Okay. Okay. All right. Let's go. Y'all, you ready? Let's go. I'm ready.
I have other videos I could show that's breaking it down, breaking the law down. Like, we didn't really get that much into.
So we can get into all that tonight. I just want to stream to my audience, so I think I'm already doing that. So we can get started. But can we start with the baseline of the bill? That's what video do you have? Because I haven't really delved into the bill. So can you play I've been watching you guys for quite some time. So can you play the video where the attorney is talking about the bill first?
Trump just signed a truly terrifying executive order to bring back forced institutionalization. Yep, you heard that right. It's truly terrifying and no one is talking about it. I'm Eliza Orland's career public defender for 15 years in Manhattan, and we have to talk about the executive order that they're calling Ending Crime and Disorder on America's Streets. This order specifically targets unhoused people, people with mental illnesses, and people who use drugs. It calls the hundreds of thousands of people experiencing homelessness on a single night endemic vagrancy and frames them as threats to public safety. Trump is using fear to justify locking them away under what he calls civil commitment, aka forced confinement. Here's what the order actually does. First, it directs the Attorney General to overturn federal and state court decisions that protect people from involuntary confinement, essentially gutting due process rights that took decades to secure. Second, it ends housing first policies that have actually worked to reduce homelessness. Instead, it forces people to accept treatment whether they want it or not as a condition of receiving federal housing aid. Third, it prioritizes federal grants for states that enforce bans on urban camping, loitering, and squatting, aka criminalizing the simple act of existing without a shelter. Fourth, it expands civil commitment to anyone deemed a danger to themselves or others or who cannot care for themselves. Language so vague, it could quite literally apply to anyone experiencing a crisis. This is not about safety or compassion. The order literally says the goal is to protect public safety by removing people from public view. This is about control, criminalization, and disappearing poverty, not solving it. This is mass incarceration 2.0, only now it's dressed up in fake compassion and medical language. We've seen this before. In the era of massive state hospitals, warehousing, and forced sterilization, and we know how this ends. As a career public defender, I've seen what happens when governments use the courts to cage, confine, and criminalize instead of care. If you're as horrified as I am, share this video and follow me. If you're interested, I can break down every section of this executive order piece by piece, because this isn't just cruel, this is calculated, and we need to understand exactly what we're fighting against. Thanks for being here, and please make sure you're following for more.
Okay. So it seems like she's a little bit slanted with her. Her testimony seems slanted. Is there something more neutral, just breaking down the actual bill?
Thank you. That's how I felt.
So we're going to go through something that's more neutral. I get her position, but it's biased. So I just wanted to get a clearer understanding. Shout out to Deborah. Shout out to Bordeaux. Thanks for everybody that's coming in to support the live tonight. We're talking about the new executive order from Donald Trump, per se, in regards to the homeless people. And I'm here in New York, and we have an abundance of homeless people. And quite frankly, it's out of control.
Yep.
It's out of control.
I'm gonna play this for right now while I look up the more neutral side.
The Trump administration just made it legal today to civilly commit and put someone into an institution who has a mental illness, is homeless, or has an addiction. Ending crime and disorder on America's streets is not at all what it looks like. Let me break this down for you. In Section 2, titled Restoring Civil Commitment, it says the Attorney General with the Secretary of Health and Human Services, so that's Pam Bondi, and RFK Jr., shall take appropriate action to seek, in appropriate cases, the reversal of federal or state judicial precedents and the termination of consent decrees. What that means is that all federal and state case law surrounding civil commitment, they're upending that with this executive order. The Attorney General and Health and Human Services will provide assistance to state and local governments to identify, adopt, and implement civil commitment and institutional treatment that allow for appropriate commitment and treatment of individuals with mental illness. So if you remember, we go back to where it said that all the judicial precedents and the consent decrees are out the window. That is your due process. What this means is that anybody can say that you're mentally ill and that you're a danger to others or yourself. You don't have to have a mental illness at all, or you could have a mental illness, such as major depressive disorders. It's outing everybody. If you are someone who is unsheltered, anyone could say, well, if you're unsheltered, you obviously can't care for yourself because you're not getting a job, you don't have a home. Obviously, you can't care for yourself. Do you see how easy this is? But let me go on. In Section 5, increasing the accountability of people in homelessness programs, we involve HUD. And this one, I mean, the rest of it is all terrible, but this is really sickens me. Section B says the Secretary of Housing and Urban Development, which is HUD, shall take steps to require recipients of federal housing, all federal housing, homelessness assistance, to increase requirements that persons participating in the recipients' programs, just fancy wording for people who are participating in this federal housing, who suffer from substance use disorder or serious mental illness, use substance abuse treatment or mental health services as a condition of participation. That means that you seek mental health services as a condition of retaining your housing. I have no words. No words. It goes on. The Secretary of Housing and Urban Development, HUD, in consultation with the Attorney General and Secretary of Health and Human Services, Pam Bondi and RFK Jr., shall, as appropriate and to the extent permitted by law, which we know is bullshit, shall allow or require the recipients of federal funding for homelessness assistance to collect health-related information that the Secretary of HUD identifies as necessary to the effective and efficient operation of the funding program from all persons to whom assistance is provided, and require those funding recipients, people receiving housing, to share such data with law enforcement authorities in circumstances permitted by law, again, bullshit, and to use the collected health data to provide appropriate medical care to individuals with mental health diagnoses, not mental illnesses, not severe mental illnesses, mental health diagnoses, or to connect individuals to public health resources. They don't want to connect you to anything. And we know that. We've seen that for months now. This is the next line on the poem. Nazi Germany did this. They were coming for the disabled under the guise of homelessness and substance use disorders, and saying, oh, we need to get the, the quote, crazy people off the streets. It's unfair to everybody, the homeless, the mentally ill, the addicted, and everybody else, because they are vagrants and just to make everybody unsafe. And just like whatever it was, I forget, that the Nazi party put out with their National Socialism, when they were saying, like, oh, this is what our party's about, and there are all these good things. There's things in there that are actual socialism, and they're like, hey, yeah, that's actually a good idea. But then they sneak in one little part here and one little part there. That's straight fascism. That's what this is. Starts out addressing just kind of more homelessness, and then the wording keeps changing. Just like I said, it talks about people with severe mental illnesses, and then it just goes straight into mental diagnoses. I can tell you from this and being on housing myself that it doesn't matter if you have a mental health diagnosis or not, because either you do or you do, right? This is all a ruse and a guise to create reasons for more camps, more prisons, because it's a lot easier, especially, to come after political dissidents if they deem you as being mentally ill and you don't have the right to due process in that case. To people who are on disability for these things, they're super in danger. We know that Palantir, Peter Thiel, and all those evil people are working with the White House to collect all of this data and more on every single person in the United States, so that they can put together a master list, so that they know who to go after, and they know where they live, and they know where they work, and they know where they bank, so that they can find you easier. I don't have any words. I can't tell you just how dangerous this is, and I know that most of you will understand and will know, but there's so many people that don't. And I know I'm posting this.
Right. So, all right. So, I'm trying to find someone that disagrees with it. It's hard to find it. I'm trying to find someone who disagrees. I did find a psychologist. I'm not sure if she's going to disagree or not, so I'm gonna try to
I'm a
play this.
psychiatrist living in Seattle, and I'm here to talk about the most recent executive order ending crime and disorder on American streets, because I fear that it is going to actively kill many of my patients and make the crisis of not actually being able to access mental health services in America exponentially worse. As someone that currently works in community mental health settings, I take care of a lot of patients that are currently or have previously experienced homelessness. And prior to my experience as a psychiatrist, I got a master's degree in health policy, specifically focusing in housing policy, including the effects of encampment sweeps on an individual's physical and mental health. And outside of this, I am an actual expert in civil commitment. As a psychiatrist, that is one of the most difficult and common and challenging things that we do, and so we are actually experts. And so I can say, as a doctor, as a psychiatrist, as a person that has done a lot of research in housing policies, as someone that has loved people that have experienced homelessness, that currently cares for people experiencing homelessness and mental illness, forced institutionalization will not help people. It will actively harm people. And even if that were not the case, we do not have the resources to involuntarily commit every single person experiencing a mental health crisis or homelessness, because psych beds are full. We do not have the resources. If they were moved into the hospital, there's not affordable housing available to send them out into. And so all this does is further criminalizes people that are already stigmatized by society, that are already incredibly resource limited. And forced displacements just further traumatizes, destabilizes, and makes recovery harder. Criminalizing survival just because people are outside in a way that is not deemed physically acceptable by society is actually just cruel and unusual punishment. And so all of this is to say that this executive order is under the guise of helping people, but it's actually about disappearing people. And this is just another form of political control. And
Right. So I that was my attempt at trying to find something that was against it. So I don't know. I mean, I can't find no one that is for it.
Those
Everybody,
just in my opinion, those videos seem like fear mongering. So
yeah.
is there anything that like breaks down what the bill says? That's what I'm talking about. I mean, I
Thank you.
respect what they're saying, but I'm just trying to get more of a basis for the bill.
There is something. I told DJ, there's something that actually breaks that bill down. All she have to do is look up. Let me see if I can find it. She can actually Google the new homeless bill written by Trump. You should be able to find that because that's what I told her. It was something that actually breaks down each one of those sections.
Jose
So
Perez
just Google it.
Jose Perez says Trump-born billionaires don't know what a poor people has to do every day. Anyway, he don't like poor people. Okay, thank you, Jose, for your comment.
All right, so just so you know, in TikTok, I looked up in agreement for the bill. So just so you know, I'm not just even that last video was me trying to find in agreement for the bill. So I'm not just one-sided on this. I'm trying to find someone that agrees with it. So it's not like I'm just only being one-sided. Go ahead. But go ahead.
I think that we don't have to go to TikTok or YouTube. I think you should just go to the search engine and type in the information, and it'll pull up a breakdown of that bill. Because I agree with you, Mel. That's what I've been saying all of that. That's what I've been saying all of this time.
We have the actual bill right here, so we can read the bill.
But that bill doesn't give a breakdown. It doesn't give a true breakdown of what you're reading and understanding, because if that's the case, the only you looking at it is if it's for all homeless people. If they are homeless and they're indigent, they're going to go to jail and get thrown in. But that's not what that bill is for. That bill is for a certain set of homeless people for certain reasons. And I said the same thing, Mel. I feel like this is a fear-based thing, and they're putting the carriage before the horse. We already got a bunch of homelessness. So if everybody want to go in a circle, homelessness have already been snowballed. What is the resolution? Because we always talk. I don't like talking in circles. What would be a resolution if homelessness have been out of control all of these years and nobody thought that their heart was broken then? But now we're coming with a whole heart of emotions when we're trying to get the country together. So you want us to leave it the same? Like, what can we do? That bill is not to hurt. That bill is to help. If they're a threat to public, if they're a threat to themselves, what do you want us to do with them? Keep them on the streets being a threat?
Yeah. See. Okay. Let's see. Go ahead.
As far as the bill goes, that's why I would say I would like to look at the bill or get a unbiased view of the bill just to get a clear understanding of what's the breakdown.
So, all right. So this is the bill. This is from the White House. This is the actual bill. Can you see it?
Let me see if I can send it to her.
Can you see the bill right here? I'm gonna zoom in on it. Hold on.
But I'm saying the video you were about to show, are they giving more of a breakdown just of the logistics of the bill or no?
It's the news. I don't know whether they're gonna
Let's give it a shot. Let's give it a shot. They should be pretty unbiased.
Okay, let's see. Can you see it right here?
Yep.
All right, let's go.
Clear homeless camps. The order aims to prioritize civil commitment for people with mental health and.
Can you slow it down? Just play it naturally. Thanks.
A new executive order from the Trump administration is pushing cities to clear homeless camps. The order aims to prioritize civil commitment for people with mental health and substance use disorders, and it directs federal agencies to prioritize funding for higher barrier shelter programs. And the order could have an impact for communities across the Northwest.
Tonight, we're on your side breaking down what this means for Oregon and Washington. In just a couple minutes, we'll dive into how leaders in Washington are responding to the order. First, K2's Christina Giarnelli digs into what power the federal government has over Oregon's civil commitment laws.
At a federal level, civilly committing someone, so taking them to a mental health institution against their will, involves a constitutionally protected right to due process. In Oregon, what a judge has to look at before civilly committing someone is much more lengthy, and the federal government cannot supersede those Oregon laws. point-in-time counts show homelessness nationwide has been on the rise since 2017. The latest executive order from President Donald Trump vows to address the issue by changing the approach. The order claims most homeless people have mental health issues or substance use disorders and promises to push for them to be civilly committed. Tung Yin, a law professor at Lewis and Clark, says at a national level, constitutional rights come into play.
So the Constitution says, you basically have certain rights, and states cannot infringe those rights. And so the key one here we're talking about would be due process, meaning that what does the government have to show before they could commit you against your wishes? What do they have to offer you the ability to do? And typically that would be some sort of hearing.
Oregon has a long list of conditions that have to be satisfied before a judge can order someone to be institutionalized against their will. Yin says the federal government cannot change that.
There's not much the president can do, or even the federal government as a whole can do to force states to give less protection than they want to give. All they can do is say, you have to adhere to the Constitution minimum.
What the Trump administration could do is have federal agents round people up into federal institutions using those less strict federal due process standards. There is not a large federal infrastructure for institutionalizing people, so it is unclear where they would take them if that were to take place. If you want to learn more about federal grants potentially at stake because of this executive order, you can go to our website at k2.com. For now, in Southeast Portland, Christina Giardinelli, K2 News.
Christina, thanks for that. Washington Governor Bob Ferguson, Seattle's mayor, and Senator Patty Murray are all skeptical of the practicality of the order.
Yeah, they say there are not resources needed to carry it out if it isn't held up by a legal challenge. For more, here's Chris Daniels.
It is arguably the most complicated issue of this past decade. How can or should cities get people off the sidewalks and into housing and treatment facilities? The president is now citing public safety as a reason to force the civil commitment of people with a mental illness or living on the streets, and threatening to pull discretionary grants for failing to curb urban camping.
And I don't think, again, the Trump administration really thinks through the practicality of some of these executive orders.
Bruce Harrell is Seattle's mayor, where there are nearly 17,000 homeless people, most of the estimated 31,000 statewide, and where numbers have gone up even as city and the state have spent more than $1 billion to address it. Is the city of Seattle prepared to lose federal grants as a result of this executive order?
We are prepared. And so when we look at our tax policy and our planning policy, we always built in that contingency.
What this is really is just a PR stunt.
Daniel Hornig is a former deputy director of the National Economic Council. There is a certain percentage of the community who says, hey, they think the federal government should get involved.
I'm not against the federal government getting involved. I think that there are ways that the federal government, for example, should be providing more resources to house people, more resources to provide treatment for those who need it, more resources to prevent people becoming homeless in the first place.
What about the flip side of this, that people suggest the federal government does need to step in here because Seattle hasn't done its job?
Well, we're sheltering more people. And if you look at what we did in 2023, for example, over a couple of thousand people we sheltered. You look at 2024, again, approximately a couple of thousand people. In addition to building 33,000 units and 6,500 units of affordable housing.
Chris Daniels reporting there. In a statement, Governor Bob Ferguson said in part, quote, "This is another misguided and harmful executive order from the Trump administration. I'll be working with my team as we start hearing from federal agencies about how they plan to implement this executive order to determine our response." Washington's Attorney General did not respond today to a request for an interview on whether he'll also seek legal action. Oregon Attorney General Dan Rayfield, meanwhile, was unavailable for an interview today.
We begin tonight with a live.
Okay. Very good. So, Genesis, what is your interpretation of all this?
Well, my interpretation is that he issued a law, executive order that is not giving it as much details as it should. You know, it's vague. It should be more detailed. And to marginalize people based on mental illness, like how deep into it yet to be. When you go into people, everybody that is homeless is not mentally ill. And so I think that to categorize mentally ill and homelessness together is a huge error, and it's dangerous.
But did it say mentally ill of the homeless, or did it say that the homeless were mentally ill? That's the part I didn't capture that part, so I'm just asking.
You're talking about mental illness.
So they're targeting homeless. Are they targeting all homeless people in general? Are they trying to clear the streets, or are they trying to clear out homeless people that have those qualities?
They're trying to clear out the streets of homeless people with mental illness and drug abuser and abusing drugs, and that are a threat to the public and themselves.
Okay, so let's take Skid Row for instance, and I'm also going to ask you your interpretation. But let's say Skid Row, are they going to clear out the entire street and you can't be out on the street, or are they going to leave sensible homeless people on the street?
How can you do that?
Hold
How
on,
do you know?
hold on. That's for you, Queen. I'm just trying to understand.
Let's say that again, Mel, because I know she.
No, I came back from your statement. So what I'm saying is, are they clearing the streets of all homeless people, or are they targeting homeless people with mental illness, drug addiction, other severe problems, or are they going to clear the streets in general, or are they going to leave homeless people on the street that are smart? That's what I'm asking.
So from my understanding of what I'm seeing and hearing, I see them as clearing the streets from homelessness with mental illness and drug abuse. And with those two in hand is when you're a disruption to the public, or when you're a disruption to the public, or you're a disruption to yourself. That's what I see the bill as being for.
But not every
I don't see
homeless
the bill
person
as
in
being
America.
for regular homeless. Huh?
Okay, so it's not for every homeless person in America, basically.
Correct. That's how I see it. But for some reason, DJ sees it that way, but I don't see it that way. I see the bill targeting a certain level of homelessness, because there's multiple levels of being homeless. Like I said before, you can be homeless because you got a mental illness and you don't want to be in the home. You could be homeless because you're a drug abuser and they don't want you in the home, plus you don't want to be there. Or you can be homeless because you're indigent and you don't have the money. I can't see that bill targeting anyone that's homeless because they're indigent. I can see that bill being targeted if you're homeless, you're indigent, but you have your tent in public places where you know your tent isn't supposed to be, or you have your tent in places where it says no loitering. Then I can see where it will turn into something criminal, or you'll get a ticket, but not just targeting because you're indigent with no money.
But
I didn't read that in the bill.
Okay, I didn't get a chance to read it, but how does that work? Let's say, for instance, it's a Saturday night, I get drunk and I'm laying on the street. I don't have my ID. Are they going to pick me up and say, oh, this guy looks homeless, and I go through the process? Or is there a better process that they're going to go through to really identify a person and see if they're homeless?
I see if you're just coming home from a club and you're on the side of the street laid out. First, I think it depends on where you're laid out on the side of the street. If you're laid out on the side of the store and you're not supposed to be there, and I believe the cops ride up and you got a no loitering sign, I believe at that point, it's not equate to being homeless. It equates to you're somewhere where you're not supposed to be at.
Okay.
I feel if you're homeless somewhere and you're in some bushes and they see you in those bushes, you get what I'm saying? I think that one thing has to lead to something else.
Right.
Not just targeting you because you're homeless. Mm-hmm.
Okay, because I see what's happening with the bill. I think that those videos are fear mongering that we watched earlier. But what I think they're trying to say, now that I heard a little bit more, they're trying to say that certain individuals could use this bill to lock up individuals. And once you get in the system, you may not be able to come back out. You see what I'm saying? I guess that's what they're trying to say about this bill. It would be hard to decipher. It's up to the police officer how he wants to handle you, I guess, right?
Right. And you know what
That's
else
what they're
too?
trying to say in the video.
Right. And you know what else too, Mel? I also feel like it's almost like if you're doing something, if you're showing a threat to yourself or you're showing a threat to the public and the police come and they see your behavior and that you're a threat, I'm sure a police is going to take you down. It's the same difference as if you're somewhere and a family member is trying to Baker Act you. And when the police come, because you're showing a threat to yourself and you're showing a threat to the community, they're going to take you down too as a Baker Act. And once you get down there, it is up to a doctor at that point. It's the same difference that's running neck and neck. One is just Baker Act and one was presented because of homelessness.
Is it
But they both go down the same road.
Because you read the bill, I didn't. Is it more about mental illness and drug addiction than homelessness?
It's the homeless that has mental illness, and it's the homeless that are drug addicted.
But they're not going to go out and test all these homeless people, so they must be clearing. They must be clearing the streets of all homeless people, right? That's the only way it really works, right?
So when I read not the bill per se, but it's a section here which I tried to pull it up so that DJ can see it. The way I see it as being presented, if you're causing any sort of a threat, you're in the commission of a threat to harm yourself or harm someone else, I can see where this bill will apply to the individual person because of the circumstances. Or if you're in areas and you're homeless and you're not supposed to be there, I could see how it opens up the doors at that point for a level of interaction.
Okay, but let me ask you this question. Sometimes people lie on you just to get rid of you, right? Is this something that basically someone could say, let's say there's an uncle, he's a drunk in the family. He's out in the street doing drugs a couple of days a week, comes back to mama's house, whatever. The neighbors get sick of him and say, hey, this guy's homeless, get rid of him. He gets picked up because the neighbors are saying, yeah, let's say they're white, they're more believable, right? Can that make a guy that may be in between go out of here? That's what I'm asking.
I feel like when something like that happens, Mel, the way I can see it, it's still, to me, at that point, homelessness is going to be off the table. Once the police officer get there, it's the interaction with that person.
Okay.
I think at that, because a police officer is going to have a certain level of understanding and getting down to the bottom. And if they can see there's mental illness prevalent, or they could see that this is a person that's homeless and they're on drugs and they're whatever the case may be, I feel like at that point, it's not about homeless. It's about what the police see or what's being reported back or the behavior.
Okay, so it's more about mental illness, drug abuse. Is not something designed to get rid of people that are minorities, basically. That's what these other videos were insinuating. Is that your interpretation?
That's my and it's my interpretation of, like you said, because I said it before, it seems like we're rolling down a line of scariness. We're rolling down a line where we're putting the carriage before the horse again. That's the carriage before the horse, instead of letting the bill go and let's see what we can do to clean the streets up. I mean, because how else are we going to know and understand what's really going on? Just leave them homeless? Then what's going to be in place? What do we do then?
So who's going to make the determination? You think it's the police officers?
As far as whether or not they should be taken down?
Right.
I believe it's going to have to come to the police officer, because a regular citizen wouldn't be able to do it. And that's why I say the police officer is going to have to use their discretion as to what they see, what behavior is being, exhibited at that point. Because imagine this, Mel, you homeless and there's nothing wrong. You're just homeless. But a police come and the police see that you're homeless, but someone just called. The police will have a conversation. Okay, what's going on? You're not exhibiting that anything is wrong. You're not exhibiting behavior that you're a threat to the community. You're not showing anything that you're a threat to yourself. What else are they going to book you on?
Right.
I don't see where they're going to book you on anything else. I think it's a scare thing. I think there's a lot of people scared of change. They don't want to see a change. But if you can't come up with a solution and there's a solution on the table, what is the problem? I just don't see it where they're going to try to house 200,000 people for being homeless.
Gold Digger says, will the homeless people be taken to a hospital or mental health evaluation before institutionalized? Officers are not necessarily qualified to make evaluations. What are your thoughts?
Exactly. And I think it will go back to the same thing. They may not be able to evaluate in a certain way as a mental doctor or provider, but they're doing the same thing as if you try to Baker Act someone. Mental is mental, whether you're being Baker Act or you came from the homeless side of it. You're still mental.
Okay, so with the Baker Act, what happens when you're institutionalized because of perhaps a family member? What does it take for an individual to get out of that?
Evaluation from the doctor. Evaluation from a doctor. I think, if I'm not mistaken, it may depends on what state you're in, but right here in Florida, it's between 3 to 5 days that I believe it's 3 days. They'll hold you for 3 days and evaluate you, and they see that there's nothing wrong with you, and they release you back out. If they see that something is wrong with you, they'll hold you.
Okay. Have they expressed what would happen if you're picked up with the bill, and let's say you're just a marginalized person? Maybe it's a mistake. Is it sort of like an entrapment or not really?
And that's what we're trying to get at now. And I think that's where the scary part is for so many people. And everybody have the right to be scared and upset because of what we've been going through with police brutality and just incarcerating people for no reason. I think it's going to we got to watch the bill play out. And then when the police come, they're going to have to make that decision. They're going to have to see, is this person exhibiting this behavior where they're a threat to themselves or they're a threat to the public or the community?
I think the problem is, and I'm just assuming those women that were speaking were Democrats, but I understand the fear monger, but I think the issue that they're trying to play into is that oftentimes Black people can be targeted. And I guess they're trying to say that this bill sets people up who are minorities to go missing under certain circumstances. So I kind of get where they're going with it. That's why I wanted to see the actual bill to see what it's saying and who it's targeting, because if it is something that's a little sketchy, it could be a scary situation, but I don't see it at face value.
Yeah, I truly don't see it like that.
I have the bill right here. So
okay.
And I can read it, okay? So
right,
section 1.
Let's go through
it. Purpose and policy. Endemic.
Take the comment down. DJ, take down the comment so we can see it.
Okay. All right. So go back to the bill. Endemic.
I'm sorry. Before you get started, how big is this bill? Can you just show us an overall view just to see how long we're going to be here?
It's like six sections long.
Oh, okay.
It's not that long.
Okay, great. Oh, this is very simplistic. Okay, great. Let's have
ending crime and disorder on American streets, right? So this is the executive order for July 24, 2025 by authority vested in me, President, blah, blah, blah. So endemic vagrancy, disorderly behavior, sudden confrontations, and violent attacks have made our cities unsafe. The number of individuals living on the streets in the United States in a single night during the last year of the previous administration is 2,724, 200,000, was the highest ever recorded. The overwhelming majority of these individuals were addicted to drugs, have a mental health condition, or both. Nearly 2% of homeless individuals reported having regularly used hard drugs like methamphetamines, cocaine, opioids in their lifetime. An equal large share of homeless individuals reported suffering from mental health conditions. The federal government and the states have spent tens of billions of dollars in failed programs that address homelessness, but not its root cause, leaving other citizens vulnerable to public safety threats. Shifting homeless individuals into long-term institutional setting for humane treatment through the appropriate use of civil commitment will restore public order. Surrendering our cities and citizens to disorder and fear is neither compassionate to the homeless nor other citizens. My administration will take a new approach focused on protecting public safety. Section 2, restoring civil commitment. The Attorney General, in consultation with the Secretary of Health and Human Services, shall take appropriate action to.
Okay, hold on 1 second. Can you stop there? And let's go over that first section that you've already read. Can you pull it back up? I'm sorry.
Yeah, so we'll go here.
Okay, so what do you guys think about what you read so far?
I see all mental
drugs, right?
I see. I think where the problem coming in when I look at this bill, I only see all through it just in this one section right here, because you haven't been to the bottom. They're focusing on mental health, mental conditions, drug addictions, drug abusing, and that's where I see it right there. I see the bill geared towards mental, homeless, drug addicting, homeless individuals. That's what I see. I don't see the other side. I don't see that other level of being homeless, which is the indigent, because they don't show indigent here. It only shows those two areas, mental and addiction. That's all I see.
Right. Okay. I see something different.
Break it down.
Endemic vagrancy. Okay. So there's a such thing as endemic. That means that you endemic vagrancy is like, so endemic vagrancy, that means you can't find a house no matter, you're just constantly homeless. Disorderly behavior, sudden confrontations, and violent attacks have made our citizens unsafe. Okay. Now that could happen if you leave a club at night. You know what I'm saying? All this disorderly, whatever, can happen at any point. Right? So when you say shifting homeless individuals, you are not being specific. You're not saying mentally ill homeless individuals. So
it's at the top of the paragraph. It's in the very first paragraph.
Listen, an equally large share of homeless individuals, right? So here's the thing. The top of what paragraph? Where?
All through this paragraph, section 1, it speaks of mental and addiction.
Okay. Are addicted to drugs. Nearly 2/3 of homeless individuals. So this is like, it's almost like it's putting them into a category, right? Nearly 2/3 of them have used drugs, they have mental illness, this, that, the other. So from that point on, they are lumping homeless individuals into a category of disorderly, everything above this, right? So everything they're saying up above here, when they discuss homeless individuals, they are saying that this is what they're doing. So in my mind, when I read this, they're not saying that those that have done this, they're saying that nearly 2/3 of homeless individuals report having. So they say all this about people that's homeless, and then they say that nearly 2/3 of them report having regularly used hard drugs and this, that, the other. Large share of homeless individuals report suffering from mental health. So they lump them into a category in these two sentences right here. I'm gonna read it for you. Okay, it lumps homeless individuals into a category. Nearly 2/3 of homeless individuals report having regularly used hard drugs, methamphetamine, cocaine, opioids in a lifetime. An equally large share of homeless individuals reported suffering from mental health conditions. From that point on, this is the description of a homeless individual, right? This is how I'm reading this, right? Because I'm like, okay, so this is they showed what the problem was, then they said this is what a home. So now shifting homeless individuals into long-term settings, institutional settings. So that means that they are putting them into a category of people who are methamphetamine addicts, that they are that they have endemic vagrancy, disorderly behavior, and everybody that is homeless that's not what they're doing. So to me, when you say this word homeless individuals, that is a category that you said, and then you have verified that throughout your whole statement in the beginning of your whole thing, then made everybody else to be vulnerable people to like safety threats, and then go into it even further by saying that, okay, now let's go into with homeless individuals, let's put them into like homes, and it's going to be humane treatment through appropriate use of civil commitment will restore public order. So you understand what I'm saying? If you make all these statements and then label it as homeless individuals, and then the next paragraph uses homeless individuals to describe what you're going to do with them, that tells me that you are lumping all homeless individuals into this category.
Hey, DJ, you wanna look up and see whether vacancy is a law or not? You know that's a law, right? And you know what that law is. That's about loitering, public intoxication, drunkenness on the streets. So when you go back to that word, that's actually a law in the United States. That's a law. Look that word up. I'm glad you brought it up because you triggered my mind just then. Look up vagrancy. That is a law. The difference is, let me explain that to you. Just like we don't want illegal immigrants, Trump didn't come up with that law. It's been on the table. Trump just happened to be our white counterpart president that stepped in and putting the pedal to the metal and say, if you're illegal, we want you to leave. He didn't produce the law. He didn't create the law. He's just an enforcer. This word vagrancy is a law that was before Trump came into office. Vagrancy is disorder, loitering, drunkenness. That's a criminal act. That's a criminal act.
Understood. So that endemic vagrancy, disorderly behavior, all these.
So what else are we talking about?
Violent attack, made cities unsafe. Number of individuals living in the streets. So now what they're going to do is connect homelessness to vagrancy, disorderly behavior, sudden confrontation.
But vagrancy is an act, though. It's an act, DJ. It's an act. It's an act of a crime.
Okay.
That's not homeless because you're indigent. Being indigent isn't the crime. The vagrancy of it is when you're homeless and you're loitering, crime. When you're homeless and you're drunk in the street, disorderly conduct, crime. When you're mentally ill and you're a threat to yourself or someone else, crime. But that's a different type of crime. That's not a crime. That's a mental illness. So you need to go where mental illness patients go at. If you're on drugs and you're cutting up, you're stealing, you're begging, panhandling, it's a crime. So I'm trying to understand how do we equate those. I'm glad you brought that word back to me.
Okay, so 2/3 of homeless individuals, right? So that means that so it's not 100%, right? So only 2/3. Can you hear me?
Yeah, you're going in circles on us.
No, I'm not. I'm not. So what
you pointed out vagrancy. You pointed out the word vagrancy. Vagrancy is a crime. So now we can link them three together. We got vagrancy, which is a crime. We got mental health, which is another situation, and then we got being on drugs and committing crimes while being on drugs and homeless. Okay, so I'm trying to understand.
This bill was about the 2/3 of, or the people. Hold on. So
you deflecting?
No, I'm not. So somehow, they started off with vagrancy, disorderly behavior, ET.
Right.
Then they go into 2/3 of homeless individuals reported using hard drugs. An equally large share of homeless individuals reported suffering from mental illness. Now, how many of these are a part of the vagrancy, right? Because vagrancy can have behavior.
That's a whole other question, DJ. You're going in circles on me.
I'm not. Listen to me. What I'm saying is that when you so what they're doing is they're going to connect vagrancy, disorderly behavior, sudden confrontations, violent attacks to homelessness.
Yeah. Yes, okay. It's a crime.
Hold on, and then connected to drugs, cocaine, methamphetamines, opioids, and all in their lifetime. in their lifetime.
Is any of those things? Do you want any of those things on your children?
No, listen. That means that they have probably done it within. That does not mean that they're doing it currently. They say within their lifetime, right? Then, an equally large share report suffering from mental health conditions. So now drug addiction and then mental health, right?
Well,
and so then they're going to combine this all thing to describe what a homeless person is, and then from that point they're going to go into shift.
Don't skip. No, DJ. Don't skip that paragraph, DJ. Don't skip that paragraph.
No. Okay. No, I'm not gonna. Here it goes.
No. Let's do one. Go back to that paragraph. Go back to that paragraph. Don't skip the paragraph for the people.
They're gonna label these people as homeless individuals. Everything above this thing, vagrancy, drug addiction, all this other stuff, right? They are now to be homeless individuals.
DJ,
right?
DJ.
Conditions, and then what they're gonna do is then label this, and then from that point on, you're gonna have a homeless individual, and then they're gonna create a whole status of a person called a homeless individual.
Hey, DJ.
Okay.
You long-winded on me. Hey, DJ. At the end of the day, I get it. Hey, DJ, let me ask you a question. That very first paragraph, why you took the paragraph down? That very first paragraph just now. That very first paragraph, when I look at them 15 damn sentences, I can assure you, I wouldn't want my kids associated with that to grow up in it. When you put vagrancy, I'm glad you brought vagrancy back to the table. That's a crime. That's an action. I don't want to be around that. Check. When you put mental illness and homeless on the table, check. When you put homeless and then drug abusing and then a disruption to the public, disruption to yourself, looking at that one sentence, glad you took us back to that. That one paragraph right there with about 8 different sentences, if I can look at that correctly, maybe 1 or 2 not there. Why would we still be going through this type of homelessness on that paragraph? Why would this bill not attack this type of homelessness? That's a whole bunch of action right there. You don't think that need help? See, you want to skip to shifting, but let's go to the top. Let's stay in that paragraph before you go to shifting. It's for homeless people that have issues or concerns. Vagrancy is a crime. Trump didn't create that law. It was already on the table since 1930.
Okay, so what I'm trying to say is that if this law was only about that, then he would have made it plain instead of it being like
it's plain.
Legally,
it's plain. It gives you all the definitions, DJ. It gives you the definition of vagrants. It gives you the definition of homelessness with mental health, and it gives you definition of homeless drug abusing. All if it's an issue with the public, you're loitering, you're stealing, your interruption. What do you want us to do at this point instead of going in circles and snowballing it even more? I want to look at my United States before I leave this damn earth. I'm going to tell you the truth. Get the illegal immigrants out of there. I'm not changing that. Do something about the homelessness. All this time, homelessness have been on the table. Nobody had anything to say. Then you get a president here that's trying to get something going, and we want to still go back. Why can't we go forward?
Mel, tell me what you think about what I might be trying to bring. Can you understand where I'm coming from, or where I like?
Okay, so, well, I get it. I understand the picture, but here's the thing, right? So we have this girl from In Vogue that says she lives in her car. Is she homeless?
In her car, she's not bothering anybody. She's on that one level of homelessness. And if she says she's homeless and she's in her car, I would agree.
So she is homeless or she's not? According to this bill, is she homeless?
If she's sleeping in her car?
Yeah.
I would call her homeless. I would say she's homeless.
Okay, so let's look at it again. Okay, there's a whole movement of people that are living in their cars, and the reason why is because a lot of these people are having financial problems.
Exactly.
Coming from this and the previous administration. I mean, just life in general, right? What about all of the people that live inside of there's a whole new movement of people that live in their cargo vans. Are they homeless?
Yep. Yes. I wouldn't think they homeless. I think individually you have to say you're homeless, because those vans have become those little trailers and stuff like that, and cars that you ride, and they've become a part of the way people live. Why? Because the rent in the economy is so high right now.
Okay, so let me ask you a question. All right, let's take a guy, and theoretically he's what they call a crackhead, right? And based on what you're saying, you have to say you're homeless, right? What if he doesn't feel he's homeless? What if he's lying to the authorities? Who makes the call of the determination that he's a homeless person?
And I think that's where the disruption coming at, Mill. You know why? Because it has to be a homeless of act. Because you're homeless and you're sleeping in your car. That don't make that illegal. That make you homeless. But if you're homeless and you're sleeping in your car and you're parked somewhere that you shouldn't be at, that's where the crime part of it come in at. Not the fact that you're homeless, the fact that where you're at while being homeless. If you're a homeless person and you're a crackhead, and homeless, you're not a threat. But if someone call on you and the police come and that police see that you're a threat and you're on drugs, at that point, I don't think they're going to take you to jail for being homeless. I think they're going to take your ass to jail, but for more so public intoxication.
Okay, so we've only covered the first part of this bill, so I don't know what the rest is going to say. But it starts off not talking about homeless people; it's talking about criminals and criminal situations. And then they say, "Oh, well, we noticed 2/3 of these people, homeless people, fit this category, right? So now we want to haul these people into institutions." Okay, so here's my question to you: a lot of people are becoming homeless, right? It's pretty much a label. They can't pay their mortgage. A lot of times people get cancer, they go through a divorce. Now they're technically homeless. They do not have a home. Do they get hauled off into the institution according to what this is saying? This is what I'm asking.
And right there, I say no.
Who's gonna make the determination? What if you get a prejudiced guy, right? I'm from the South. Prejudiced guy says, "Oh, yeah, this guy looks like he's homeless or whatever," and they put him into this program. I'm saying, who defines the moment?
And I think, see, honestly, Mel, that's like two questions in my ears. The reason why it's two questions is just because you're homeless is not why you're going to jail. Being homeless, what did you do for police to have to approach you? Are you somewhere that you don't need to be? Are you doing something that you shouldn't be doing? Or did someone call the police because of an act?
Okay, Genesis, read that paragraph where it starts off talking about institutionalizing homeless people. This is where it gets tricky, though, I must say. Let's read it. Shifting homeless individuals into long-term institutional settings for humane treatment. So it gets messy because who gets to make the determination? Because just because you fall on your hard luck, you may be homeless, but it doesn't mean you're on drugs or it doesn't mean you have mental problems. So what I'm saying is who is defining this? Because if you get a prejudiced person, right, defining it, you might be in the system is what I'm saying. But I'm only going by what I've interpreted so far, and this is just my interpretation. But they're saying let's do it this way, and I'm not trying to offend anybody, right? But let's go back to the first paragraph. Let me show you how tricky this is, right? Genesis. Genesis, the first paragraph, please. I guess she's not there. Okay. Genesis. Okay, so go down to maybe it's not there you go. Section 1, I'm sorry. So they start talking about all of these criminal acts, perhaps, right? Endemic, whatever, disorderly behavior, boom, boom, boom. Now replace homeless with black people. Just do it and see how it flows so nice. I'm not saying that this is where it is going, but I'm just saying, oh, we noticed, right, that 2/3 of black people do these behaviors. Okay, let's institutionalize them. I'm not saying it's going there, but the way this is written, they're just saying, oh, these crimes are happening on the street. Oh, and we notice that homeless people do drugs and they have mental problems. They must be doing it. But in reality, we know it's the next door neighbor teenage son that goes to a house every night and he's out here shooting, killing, doing drugs too. So what I'm saying is this is starting to look a little bit slanted, and this is just my opinion. But the messy part is when they label people homeless, it gets tricky because I know people that get a divorce. There's a lot of men on the street that I know that go through a divorce. The wife gets the house. Now he's forced out into the street, right? He can't pay his child support. Does he get institutionalized? That's the question.
That's not what that I don't see this bill gearing towards you just because you're homeless. This bill that I see is geared towards you being homeless in the act while you're homeless.
Right. Okay. So maybe it's precipitated by a criminal act. They're not just going to go clear out homeless people. See, there's a difference here, right? If there's a criminal act and that's what ignites this whole confrontation or incident with the police, that's different. But if they make a bill and they say, hey, we don't want to see these encampments, we don't want to see people laying on the street, we don't want to see homeless people in general, right?
Yes.
That's a different story, right?
And that is not what this thing is saying. It's not saying that if you do a criminal act, then you'll be removed. It's saying, listen, restoring civil commitment. Okay. Now, civil commitment means being able to put someone into a mental institution for a long-term stay if they are considered to be homeless. So it says shifting homeless individuals. It does not say shifting homeless individuals that are mentally ill, shifting homeless individuals that are drug addicts. It says shifting homeless. So here's this is what I was trying to say is that it gives this long description of what they want to equal a homeless individual, and then boom, they describe the homeless individual. And then they said homeless individuals. And then here, shifting homeless individuals into long-term. Boom. Humane treatment through the appropriate use of civil commitment will restore public order. Surrendering our cities and citizens to disorder and fear is neither compassionate to the homeless nor other citizens. It does not say homeless that are mentally ill. It doesn't say homeless that are on drugs. It says the homeless, right? The homeless, right? So this could be anyone homeless, right? So my administration will take a new approach focused on protection, public safety. So then, restoring civil commitment. Let's go into that. So you see where I'm like, okay, so I might have told things that show more fear mongering in my videos, but I think that these people have a better understanding of what is happening. That one person being a lawyer, the first person to what this is really saying. You know what I'm saying? It's easy for us to no, this is not saying that, but it's like, no, that's what it's saying, exactly what it's saying, you know. So that's what I wanted to be clear about. It's saying what it's saying, you know.
So why don't you do this, DJ? Because you just showed from a news station that is Democrat. Go to Fox News and see how they relate to it. Go to the Republic. Go to Fox and see how Fox relates to this same bill. See, I feel like wherever the mindset of the person is how you're going to duplicate this bill. See where my mindset at, and I'm not Republican or Democrat, but right now to get rid of certain things, I'm rocking with the Republicans, and I'm not taking it off the table. I'm ready to see some light around here. I'm not ready to stay in the dark and be emotional. These are people talking right now. They're talking on the emotional side to me. We have a problem with homelessness. A lot of these homeless people don't even want to be in buildings. They don't want to go home. They don't want to live inside a house. They want to live out the door. The problem with it is you cannot live anywhere out the door. You got to live in certain areas if you want to be homeless. And these are the things that go with it. So why, if you're homeless, what would be the reason why they really aren't in buildings? Some, because they honestly don't have the money. Others, they're mental. Others, they're on drugs. We're still looking at those same three categories. A police not going to walk up to me because I'm homeless and then try to put me in jail. I just don't see it like that. I see the bill geared to where it need to gear. Huh?
Yeah, that's the picture that the original videos were trying to depict. But I think at the base level, it's about mental illness and drug abuse, right?
That's what I see. See if you can pull something, DJ, from Fox News to see how they interpret the bill. I'm interpreting it just from my eyes, not of Democrat and not of Republican. I take Trump off the table. I'm going to be honest with you. I see what supports the people. There's a lot. Hey, what do you think about this, Mel? There's a lot that don't support the bill. But what would you think an offer would be to get homelessness under control right now?
A good solution is what you're saying?
Yes.
I think it's going to be in a direction similar to what they're doing, because here in New York, actually, it's all over the news. We had 2 homeless guys. I think they killed a off-duty police officer, and everybody's going crazy at the same courthouse that I was at with Diddy's case for the last 8 weeks rather.
Whoa.
So yeah, they went out and I don't want to describe it, but they shot him in the head. Yeah, it's really bad. And they were living in a homeless encampment. They were arrested there. You can find the video. It's all there.
Yeah, I'll go look that up.
It is a major problem. It's a major concern. Something has to happen. I think the fear mongering part of it, though, is trying to, it may be overrated, I think, to a certain extent. Just saying they're going to pick up random people, but who knows what could happen. But I think for the most part, clearing the streets of homelessness is very important for safety.
President Trump signed an executive order this week calling on states and cities to end endemic vagrancy, which is not something I got from a beach chair at spring break. The order calls for, quote, shifting homeless individuals into long-term institutional settings for humane treatment through the appropriate use of civil commitment. Wow. This is exactly the kind of thing that could put Seattle out of business. And it notes the federal government and the states have spent tens of billions on failed programs that address homelessness, but not its root causes, leaving other citizens vulnerable to public safety threats. In other words, their license to punch kids in the face is getting revoked. Because for too long, we were told we must sympathize with the violent and deranged and not the people they prey upon. Call it suicidal empathy, where liberals' excessive compassion undermines our own self-preservation. It's true, for every tourist pushed in front of a New York subway train, violent criminals get a free Panera bread bowl. That's a joke. That's not really happening. According to the White House, nearly 300,000 people were sleeping on the streets each night last year under President Joe Biden, while a few hundred were sleeping under Bill Clinton. But Trump talked about finally doing something about it during the 2024 campaign.
When I'm back in the White House, we will use every tool, lever, and authority to get the homeless off our streets. We want to take care of them, but they have to be off our streets. There's nothing compassionate about letting these individuals live in filth and squalor rather than getting them the help that they need. We need professionals to help them.
So now he's following through. Another promise made and kept. Of course, a lot of people will oppose this because he's the one doing it. Even though for decades, politicians said they'd fix homelessness, but never had the guts to get it done. And so we were led to believe that this grim reality was simply inevitable. But Trump's focusing on returning a decent life to Americans, including the mentally ill. Once again, he says, you don't have to live like this. Of course, homeless advocacy groups will push back because suffering is a cash cow. There's a whole entire homeless industrial complex of NGOs that paid themselves fat salaries while making the problem worse. Remember when Bill de Blasio gave his wife $900 million taxpayer dollars to address these issues? And that cash disappeared faster than a plate of nachos at The View. Hell, if I gave my wife $800 million, at least our walls would be changed from eggshell white to cream. In California, an audit last year found that $24 billion was spent over 5 years without ever tracking its effect on homelessness. The cash vanished and the suffering continued. Really, they should run Gavin Newsom out of town on a rail if they could only build a rail. Of course, the ACLU has already lashed out saying it's targeting people, but it's not targeting anybody. It's protecting everyone. As the White House notes, the goal is to ensure that Americans feel safe in their own communities and that individuals suffering from addiction or mental health struggles get the help they need. In this case, libs should just stop with the destructive compassion and get the out of the way. Trump is doing the things they won't do because such actions threaten their status as the good liberal. They'd rather virtue signal on their own behalf than actually help others. But no one in their right mind sees a guy covered in living on a subway platform in 90-degree heat and says, you know, it's great, we're so compassionate. No, they say, someone better get Don Lemon back on his feet.
That was the other side's view. What do you think?
Do we see that?
Huh?
You see what he said? I mean, even though that didn't come from the news, that came from somebody person, I wanted the actual Fox News. However, look what we're up against. He said it. There's nothing that he even repeated that says that this is talking to that level of homeless that's indigent. They're focusing on the mental health side of it and the drug addiction. But I do agree with him because it had Trump on the front of it. That's why it's the problem. Because Trump is at the head of it. But a person like me, it's not about Trump. It's about what I'm reading. And it's about what pushes us ahead and who need help. And somebody that's actually putting a pen to the paper instead of just spewing it out their mouth. That's why I'm rocking with him right now. Because when he slip up, I'm going to go against him. I got the right. I don't got to be Republican or Democrat or nonpartisan. I just have to say it. That's where I'm at. Not about Trump.
Okay, so you actually agree with a lot of what Trump is doing, basically.
Yeah, I'm agreeing with him. I'm agreeing with him, Mel, because guess what? I don't know if you're a Democrat or Republican, whatever. I just say I'm me. And and what I'm going to start doing and making sure I do, because I've been asleep a long time. I'm talking about a long time. And I'm woke now. And I'm woke because when I look at the bills that Trump is presenting, those bills show me that it's for the people. He's not getting rid of illegal immigrants because it's for him. He's not getting rid of illegal immigrants because he's finna put all black people in jails and send them out the country. I mean, what country y'all gonna send me to? China gonna say I'm not from there, not my big ass. Japan, Mexico, no, it don't matter what country you send me to, they're gonna know for a fact I'm not from there. So these bills not written against me. These bills are written to help us get out of debt, to help us see the road ahead of us. We got too much on the ground right now, including homelessness. And I'm rocking with him 1,000% on this. But let him slip up, Mel. I'll go against him in a minute, though.
So you don't think they're trying to say that homeless people are criminals?
I don't feel like they're saying they're criminals unless they commit criminal acts.
Okay, but it's according to what we read. Do you pick that up anywhere there or no?
No, I don't pick it up. I don't pick up that they're just putting homeless people in jail and so forth because they're criminals. I mean, but if you commit a criminal act while being homeless, then you got to get put in that particular category.
Okay.
As being homeless.
Okay, I see. DJ Genesis, what are your thoughts?
I just don't like the label homeless individual, because just like you said, it's almost like you put another label on there, Latino,
right,
black person. So at some point, now you label a person a homeless individual, and now they're underneath a certain name, and so that person can be considered that label, and then now whatever laws that are underneath that can be considered. So what I would say is that I don't think it's fair to label someone.
But DJ, how could you not label them as homeless if they're homeless? The video you just showed. The people laying on the ground and all the tents out the door. Would you not classify that as homeless people?
I mean, if that's where they choose to live at, like they're in their mind, they have a home there. They're living in their tent. So it might be their tent might not be considered labeled a home according to the government, but they're living in that's their domicile. That's where they live at. So I think that we have gotten away from giving people like their natural rights to like live how they want to live. If a person
But you don't have natural rights to do that, though. Not if we already got laws in place.
If a person wants to live in a tent, let them live in a tent. Like, why is it that we have to like put our thoughts on how they live? Like, we want to. It does not. You don't know whether that person who lives in that tent is really like the one that's doing all these bad things to people. I mean, I actually had
they're not targeting them though.
I had a group home, right? And I had a person that was schizophrenic. He used to go to the store every day and beg, right? But he had a house to live in. He lived in the house. So it's not to determine whether or not, okay, well, you're living in a tent. Let's like everybody in this tent thing, they're all vagrants. They're all like doing like crime and begging and this, that, the other. And you guys are indigent and let's throw you into a mental ward. That's the part that I don't agree with.
Yeah, because I don't see it like that though. I don't see just because you're living in the tent, but if your tent in the area that's prohibited and you're not supposed to be there, then what do we do about that? It's not you being in the tent that's the problem. It's you being in the tent in the wrong place that seems to be the problem. Because if your tent was in your family backyard or your family front yard and you still homeless in that yard and that's a place where your tent can be legally, then I don't see why they're going to come and take you to jail unless the family said you did something that's active, like a crime. You did something, you committed something.
Yeah, but most people have their tents out somewhere behind a store or out on the streets of Skid Row or what have you. And it looks like that's what they're trying to eradicate. So,
right. Do you think they should be allowed to be where they want to be at, Mel?
Oh, absolutely not. And like I said, it's very dangerous. For a time, even here, when they had people coming across the borders and they were basically busing them to New York City, a lot of and this was under the last administration, they were putting them up in hotels, and the crime rate, it was crazy in local towns that are usually peaceful. But now all that's gone away. So in the same note with the homelessness, I mean, I think something needs to be done to clear it up, or else we're going to keep having major problems. So it needs to be addressed, no doubt about it.
Exactly. I just feel that, and I want everybody to understand, it's not that I don't have compassion for people that are homeless, but it's not the homeless that I'm seeing as the problem. It's the act of being homeless. Not because you're indigent, but if you're homeless, indigent, and you're doing something and you're hindering the public, or something where you can hurt yourself, you're committing an act while being homeless. And what do we do about that? They have to be treated like anybody else.
Even when they're not homeless, though. That's the thing.
But here's the issue too, right? Who's going to go out and interview the people who are home challenged and say, give them an evaluation to see if they're, maybe sane or insane and all of that? I think for the most part, they want to clear the streets, period. I could be wrong, but I think that's where they're heading with this, right?
I think, again, when you say it like that, Mel, it sends me back to they're going to treat that situation the same way they would treat that situation if someone tried to Baker Act you. When you get Baker Act, that Baker Act come from someone calling and reporting. Once that police officer come, I'm not sure maybe what different states may have different rules, but here in Florida, if you're being Baker Act, I've seen times where police come by themselves and decide or determine whether or not you need to go. And then I've also seen them bring other people with them. which is for them to do like a different type of evaluation, and then they decide. And then I seen where police take them straight to the courthouse, and then the judge decide should they be Baker Act.
Well,
But I think
FYI, this law supersedes the Baker Act. It's a federal law. Like, it's going to supersede that act. So therefore, it will override that act, and so therefore, it will not be no Baker nothing. It'll be you are homeless, you are indigent, whatever, and based on this law, we can like bring you in if you have any previous drug addiction, previous mental illness diagnosis, whatever. Because that's the whole thing. They're going to get like all your records and be able to keep those records. And if you have any record of that, then they will be able to keep you and hold you in a facility indefinitely.
Right.
Welcome to the panel, Reverend Green. Are you there?
Hey, Rev.
You there?
He probably stepped away for a second. But while we waiting on him, DJ, so the reason why we brought up Baker Act is because Mel was saying if someone called, like when we were talking about the area that you're in, at that point, would that be considered a form of being Baker Act? Because if somebody called on you, if it's a family member, because not everybody can just Baker Act somebody. You got to be a certain member of someone in order to even put Baker acting on the line. You got to be a family member. You got to be a certain member for someone to Baker Act you. Anybody can't Baker Act you. Hey, Rev.
Hey, sweetie.
How you doing?
Not bad, yourself?
I'm doing okay. DJ was asking you, did you have anything to say?
Hello. Hey, Rev. Do you?
Yeah, I agree. I agree with all of you. Should be concerned. I think homelessness is a loaded term. I mean, if you have an address, what is your address? Usually it's your name. I'm Joe Smith of this location, 32 Forest Street, you know? So in a court of law, you would say, my name is, state your address, your name and address, you know? And if you don't have all that, I believe that's going to be, you're going to be eligible for all the home to be labeled as a homeless person. Simple as that. You're gonna have to have identification, documentation. There's a lot of people who live with other people. They may not have their name on the lease or the property, but they're technically still homeless. So it's like there's different levels of homelessness. But the homelessness that we know, I believe, is on the street, the classic sense.
Right.
Being vagrants.
Agreed.
And I think that's exactly where this fits in for now. I don't want to go too far into the fear. But not everybody has the Real ID Acts either. I mean, the Real ID license. Not everybody has that. And
a lot of people that are homeless don't even have IDs.
Exactly. And I think it's coming down to, there's going to be certain places where you have to present who you are for real. There's a lot of bankless people. They use their cell phones and stuff like that. And maybe coming down to an end. You're really going to have to put some more certification and verification. Where are you really at? Not just your thumbprint to open up your phone. not just your face to prove who you are, your facial recognition. It's going to be a lot more to it.
Gotcha. Makes sense.
Welcome to the panel, Rack. Did you want to say something?
Hey everyone,
Welcome,
can you hear
everybody.
me?
But where do you think the
Correct.
hard-hitting area will be?
You say that again.
Where would the specific area be? The first place
You
to
mean
roll
like
this
the
out?
state?
Yeah.
It's
What-
rolled out. It's going to be rolled out across the whole United States, but I believe it's going to be the heavy hit areas like over there in like Seattle, Washington, California, New York. It's going to hit heavy. That's where you're going to see a bunch of that. I think that's where the concerns are coming from, because you have so much homelessness in actually certain states. Georgia and Atlanta is
And
horrible.
like the lady said, Democratic areas, Democratic run area,
Blue
Democratic
states.
places.
Blue states and blue cities.
Blue states. Rack, did you want to say something?
Can y'all hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Hey, thank you all so much. I appreciate what y'all doing. These topics
Correct.
are amazing. Homelessness, like that's huge. Little bit of background. I currently been doing this for like 6 years. I work as a probation and parole officer.
Okay.
Now, my background is in mental health. And when I do intakes and assessments, typically it's for those who are paroled, catch new cases, and part of the assessment is to assess for their needs. When people are institutionalized and go to prison, the issue is they're not required to do treatment in facility, right? And I think that's part of the reason why the recidivism rate is so high. And this topic is not just around, criminalizing folks. If I had it the way I wanted, me coming out of California, I've been in California for decades, and the homeless rate has increased over the past 20, 30 years. But when I go to the local park, I don't just see kids playing out there and having fun playing ball. I see folks that got their towels up, their shirts up in the windows in the car. They live in their vehicles. Here's what I think about this policy kind of doing assessments for mental health. Anybody who is facing homelessness, people who are in public housing. Well, let me ask you guys this as a panel, and I'm gonna pause real quick. Is there a need for kind of netting through folks who are utilizing housing for bettering themselves? Say, for instance, a person who smokes weed all the time, or is smoking other things, other substances that might affect their mental health. Should they continue receiving public housing? Other issue I've seen is when you have people that work in the government. California has a large Hispanic population. I'm not downing anybody, but it's a strong inference that when you work in these facilities, you work in these county jobs, it's a possibility that people are being discriminated, giving vouchers to who they feel they should give a voucher to. You can assess the paperwork. There are more people who are facing homelessness because they can't get into an apartment. They can't get into housing. Right now, there is a 2.5, 3 times your monthly salary required to even be considered to get housing. So if the average price in California, well, I'm out of Long Beach, is anywhere from a 1-bedroom that can range from $1,500 to about $3,000 a month. This is just local LA County. This is not even the suburbs. A person makes $3,000 a month. There's no way they're going to qualify for getting an apartment. They don't have money. And you can drive through the city and see signs that say "Habla Español," and you can see signs that say "Contact so-and-so in Spanish." So there's a whole lot of divisive discrimination that's going on. If I said, let me look at Trump, his policy. I think he's literally going through doing a whole lot of filtering. Now, the filtering that I think is necessary, let's figure out who's here legally, who's getting the funds, who's getting the HUD benefits, and how long have they been getting the benefits. And then let's figure out how to put a halt to that, because you want to start dealing with folks that are native. I mean, taxpayers. People have been paying taxes for decades. For me, my single fatherhood started when I was in my late 20s. It was very scary for me. And I had to raise my son on my own. I was I was like, yo, in 2003, I applied for Section 8 and I never got picked up. And here I am as a student working full time. I'm going to school full time. How is it that nobody in those offices picked that application up and say, hey, this is a male, he's XY years old, he's put down, he has one dependent. That is an ideal candidate for somebody who's going to school full time, trying to get that degree. And basically my plan would be to finish my degree, close out that HUD account, and then get my own spot. And I'm a homeowner. I'm a second-time homeowner now because I went through the fire. I went through the struggle. I had to be conscious that, hey, it's a possibility that I was put to the side and discriminated against. And I'm not pulling no victim card whatsoever at all.
You're not.
The problem is I feel like the whole government system is disorganized. The money has been disproportionately issued to a lot of people who do not need it long term. You know, should be a case plan, a case manager set in place with the person who's getting the services to help them with job placement, training, certification. Me as a parole officer, that's one of the first things I look for with my clients. I hook them up with felony-friendly jobs, free training and certification, because what I want to see them do in the next 6 to 8 months to a year is to first and foremost be compliant, get on low status of supervision, and working full time and having jobs. Now, what does this have to do with this homeless situation?
A lot.
It has increased so much because of how money is poorly distributed, how funds are not being supervised and managed. And I gotta say this, I'm gonna be honest, and I'm gonna turn the mic back over. We as a people have kind of dropped the ball too, because there's no way a person should be on Section 8 housing and HUD for 10, 15, 20 years without seeing the end result, which is what we're seeing right now. The mismanagement and funds is costing everybody. It's not just happening to a small proportion of people. To be in California and to just see the homelessness, it can take a toll on your mental health as someone who's working full time, who has a place to stay. My apartment in California, I had a 1-bedroom and I was paying $1,600 a month. This was just the last 2 years ago. This
For
is
a 1-bedroom apartment, $1,600.
Well, let me just put the whole picture together. I needed $3,500 just to move in. Now, granted, the dude was real cool. He was real mellow. I got blessed because the politics are so sick right now, where if Trump is looking at this from a socioeconomic perspective, he must understand that rent caps, discrimination in housing is a real thing. And so this homeless thing is not just about people who are on drugs, who are chemically dependent. If you want to look at that, people have to realize that trauma, unprocessed, adverse experiences need to be addressed. Now, this is what I've seen happen. In order for you to get local mental health treatment, you got to qualify for it. How do you qualify? I, as a case manager, therapist, a psychologist, must diagnose you first. Medi-Cal will not pay or cover any of your expenses unless you have a diagnosis. And if that diagnosis is not followed through and treated. It needs to have an outcome. A lot of people who are on the streets and homeless because they're on drugs and things like that, it's circumstantial. And I think that because we don't have a system that's partially responsible for getting people treatment and sobriety, that's part of the problem. But with that being said, I'm gonna throw that back to you people. I appreciate the opportunity to be a part of this conversation, even for a little bit, because this is a real issue. It's not too many people who are willing to have intelligent and inviting conversations about it and can be solution driven at the same time. Thank you all. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That's what it's about. I agree. And DJ, yes, the rent is horrible. It's even worse. Mel here, it's even worse in New York. But Mel, I heard that there's a lot of vacancies there now.
Yeah,
They're moving down the next and running up the rent down here. Trust me. Oh my God.
Yes, in Florida too. It's horrible. I get them. Go. It's bad. It's bad. It's bad. But I think we can clear the floors a little bit.
But
what you was gonna say, Mel?
I really love what Rock said. Go ahead, Mel.
No, I was just saying, what is the way forward once the people are taken into the system? That's the real question.
They said that they will provide. I think it's right there in the bill where they'll provide them. They'll provide stuff for them. And that's where Genesis read, where they read it again, Genesis. It was something about they'll provide. That was the long term. That was the long term form of it. I think it's up some. Is it up?
Right. So what happens is that, okay, so Section 2, restoring civil commitment. The Attorney General, in consultation with the Secretary of Health and Human Services, take appropriate action to seek, in appropriate cases, the reversal of federal state judicial precedents. So here's the thing. So now it's hard to read this all the way through and not, because it's like you're gonna like reverse federal or state judicial precedents and the termination of consent decrees that impede the United States policy of encouraging civil commitment. So it's hard to read this because it's like, no, like everything that was in place beforehand, they're going to make the state be able to terminate anything that allowed you to say that you cannot commit a person. Commitment of individuals with mental illness who pose a risk to themselves or public or are living on the streets and cannot care for themselves. So that means that if my cousin or whatever decides to live on the street, I can actually call the state on them, and then they will be all the 5150 laws, all this is gone.
Well,
is your cousin
mental illness? So mental illness.
Right. Does your cousin have mental illness?
Well, I mean, I had a mental illness home. So here's the thing. What would happen is that something would go down. You would go through the hospital, then come to a home like mine, and then you would stay in the house, and then it's a matter of if you're around these people, you know that they are not people that don't understand themselves. They're not. It's almost like you're treating people with mental illness as if they are not able to understand or know anything, and just put them into a commitment. You're going to put them into a group, a home, or a involuntary situation where they're in a hospital or whatever. That's the part I don't agree with, because so number one, seek inappropriate cases. Okay, so inappropriate cases, the reversal of federal or state judicial precedents and the termination of consent decrees that impede the United States policy of encouraging civil commitment. So that means that all those like laws that you said, like, you know, that existed before, that like that you if I don't want to get like committed and I just want to live my life, you know what I'm saying, because I might be depressed or whatever, it doesn't mean that I'm trying to hurt someone. I just might just like be whatever, you know, bipolar or manic depressed. Now this removes that cover from you and says that if someone says that I am, then you get to, I can like put you into a place, and it'll be a long-term institutional setting. So I
But
feel like,
but I think you're going so far with it, DJ. You're going too far with it. I mean, if you're mental ill, if you're a patient, if you're homeless and you got mental illness, but you're not bothering nobody, they're not coming up to you, taking you to nowhere because you got a mental illness. They're bothering you if there is a act of being homeless and there's mental illness, and it's a threat to the public or it's a threat to you. You are welcome to be homeless,
I
long as
don't
you're homeless in areas where you can be homeless at and you're not bothering the public.
I don't think that's what this is saying. I'm sorry. I don't get
Point out the part where you seen the other part. Point out what you see that's agreeing with what you're saying. Because I don't see it. I don't.
If you're saying a homeless individual, right, and you're making them into a class of people, right, and then you are from that point on diagnosing them as a homeless individual, then all these things that apply to a homeless individual can be put onto them, and like there is no like what are we talking? I don't agree with this is not. I'm sorry, maybe I don't know.
Can I chime in real quick?
Go ahead.
Okay. When a person gets hospitalized, right? Just say, for instance, they get hospitalized because something went on in a situation, law enforcement responded. They get placed on a 72-hour hold. The reason why they get placed on a 72-hour hold is because the doctors have an opportunity to assess via questionnaire, behavioral observation, and maybe some sample or novice medication. Now, they cannot hold them legally after 72 hours. They have to be released to an exit plan. So sort of like the young lady on the panel who has a placement. What happens is they'll reach out to a resource like her and say, hey, we got somebody who is in need of housing resources with special needs, such as co-occurring disorders, such as mental health and substance issues. You can take them or you cannot take them for X amount, but that's voluntary. They don't have to. And I think part of this order here is saying, yo, for those who have a record of 5150 diagnosis or, you know, the 72-hour holds, they may be your first group of folks that have been or are going to be pulled off of the homelessness situation and placed in some type of placement. Now, I don't know that for sure, but this wording is saying their right to, you know, not give consent may be revoked if these folks are still in the same situation. Not sure about that, but I think that's where they want to start. And the second piece is, again, if they're saying, yo, we want to get with everybody who's on housing to find out what their benefit status is. And then I'm thinking in the short run, they might start doing random UAs. Literally, if you come down to your monthly housing appointment or bi-yearly, they may require you to take a drug test. If you have a dirty urine and you are on substance uses, that's going to be the first phase and you get in treatment. If you choose not to do treatment, then you might forfeit your housing. I mean, I think of it like this way. What should people be doing when they get blessed with housing? Taking business, getting your career established, saving some bread. You shouldn't be chilling and partying. I mean, the countless numbers of people who, you know, I'm not saying one is better than the other when it comes to partying and having fun, but there's a certain limit. But there is a very sober level of accountability where you don't want to be homeless. You don't want your kids to face homeless. You don't want to be evicted. So what do? You become proactive in your thinking, your emotional state. Let me figure out what I'm going to do in this blessed 2 years of my life. I got kids. Let me get a career. And, Trump is saying, yo, what are these case managers? What are these housing specialists actually doing? Are they being proactive and saying, hey, look, ma'am, sir, you got 2 years. We're going to create an action plan for you. We got to have this done in a year. We got to have this done in a year and a half. Oh, by the way, do you have any substance abuse? Right. And then it's so many positive avenues that can take place with this type of action. But too many people, I think people are lazy sometimes. I think they choose a victim route rather than accountability. And if, having kids is a huge gamble in life. If you're not able to take care of your babies or whatnot, this romance shit got to be kicked out the door. And you got to think about life. I mean, when people get to that route where they're just, okay, how do you determine why people become homeless? And, the issue people don't want to deal with too is it is such a thing as housing discrimination. There's so many components why this situation is happening, but I guess they want to start at the bottom. Let's figure out who has some legitimate mental health issues, who's been in crisis before, who's been on the 72-hour holds, and are they on the street? Let's focus on them first. Let's see some visible improvements in these states that are high risk for homelessness. Let's get this under control first. Okay, boom. So those who have been on housing, let's figure out a proactive way to prevent this from happening to them. And I think that's a pretty good trickle-down action plan. I just feel like, yo, why you wait so long to get this done? This is a sample. And I don't think anybody has done this before. I think that housing has been a long-term crutch for a lot of people who didn't learn how to take advantage of it, get in and get out. I got a friend of mine. I'll stop here. She was on housing for her 2 boys, but she was going to school for her bachelor's degree, and then she got her master's degree. She was named one of the best human resource specialists because she's also a business owner in Forbes magazine last year. Well, that's an example of somebody that says, you know what, I see the end that I want early on in this type of government assistance. Is not going to be my long-term plan. I'm not going to be on this all forever. And she finished well. And that was one of the most inspirational situations I've seen someone use the housing assistance effectively. So I'll just throw it back on y'all, and thank you for the time.
Hold on a second, Raj. Let me ask you a question. Let's go back to section 2, Genesis, if you don't mind. I want to ask him a question. Section 2.
You're asking me?
Raj, yeah. Okay, no, go back up again. I'm sorry. Let's see. Where it talks about institutionalized individuals. Genesis, go back up a little bit more. Right there, shifting homeless individuals into long-term institutional settings for humane treatment. What does that look like at your level, being that you're in the business?
Yeah, thank you for highlighting that.
Thank you.
There's a lot of people who, again, they refuse treatment, both mental health and substance treatment in facility. It is currently against the law to force someone to get treatment. It doesn't matter how severe their mental health state is and what the institutions do when a person becomes irate. There's a difference between general depression and chronic depression. Chronic depression means you cannot stop. You are completely overwhelmed and you are unstable. General means I lost my job. I'm mad. I'm stressed out. Now, the resolution for general is to go rebuild your resume, throw it out there, get another job. Your general depression is now resolved. But there are countless people who are chronically depressed they have schizo illnesses that are generational that have not been addressed. And, I used to work in prison as well. So when you see people like this, they're placed in a special housing unit. They are not in general population. And when they're in there, they may have many episodes of crises, and they have to be restrained. They have to be forced to be what's the name for it? Chemically restrained. In other words, they have to utilize medication for them and intravenously or through the needle because they're refusing treatment. Only in the crisis situation will they have to receive a sedation, but they're released back into the community. So when you read shifting homeless individuals into long-term institutional settings for humane treatment, well, think of it like this. If a person who has a mental health issue and they're unstable and not treated are approached by the police, you have to either have a mental health specialist on the scene. And, if you have to restrain that person, you still have to wait for the mental health specialist to come in to help de-escalate their crisis or their manic behavior. Now, this is going to cost more money. This is also going to affect the safety of the officers and the community. And what if that person has not been addressed by local law enforcement? What are they capable of doing in their kind of unpredictable state, untreated state? And this, we're missing the fact that they have family members that have maybe discarded them because they're completely unstable, unwilling to accept family love and support. So where are they going to go? They're going to be on the streets, right? They got to eat. And, we have not be naive about this. Some of them will rob. They will rape. We got the combination of young people who are sexually exploited, abandoned out in the streets. So we have a whole reality of horror happening behind closed doors. And these are crimes that are really unsolvable if you have a homeless population that are criminally minded, morally unstable. They're going to do whatever, whenever they want to do it. So how do you manage this? And if Trump is saying, yo, we got to come through and create some systemic changes, and it's not going to happen with philosophies and all these behind the door lobbying and waiting on laws to pass, and people going through this panel of argumentative folks that just are professional arguers that are not ready to handle business straight up and down. Like right now, this country is in crisis on many levels. But again, when it goes back to the question the brother asked, yes, when people are unwilling to get stability, emotional, mental, psychological help, well, who's going to put steps in place to get it addressed?
Hey, Raj, let me ask you another question. So we started off this video or session with a bunch of videos that showed sort of fear mongering. Okay.
Yeah.
So here's my question for you. Does this set the pace for regular? Somebody has a lot of feedback. I don't know who it is. Does this set the pace for regular people to get caught up in the system? Let's say a guy gets drunk, fall out on the street, or somebody just call in their neighbor, or is it more detailed than that?
That's a great question. I would imagine that when these laws are kind of negotiated, they have to write script for liability. That means if, just say, for instance, law enforcement is out there just arresting any and everybody. What this could mean for them is that this approach is going to easily be dismantled and destroyed because of potential liability. That's why I said earlier that when you approach people out on the street, get their name, you run their name and their date of birth, and you could see if they have a history of mental health issues, if they have assaultive behavior with law enforcement, assaultive behavior in the community, and then you address it from there. So I'm almost certain there's going to be a filtering process when it comes to approaching people who are homeless. So in LA, kind of the images we're seeing where all these encampments, there's a spot downtown LA called Skid Row, and you have several miles of that on the streets where people are homeless, and a lot of them are severely addicted to drugs. I mean, I'm talking about hard drugs. Then you have people who are scammers. They have severe violent criminal history. But in between this subpopulation are people who don't have criminal records, but they have addiction. They're homeless too. But there are victims within that sub community. So there's so much positive stuff that can happen. But I don't see people running into communities and just getting everybody who appears to be homeless. It's a safety factor that has to take place. And it is also a liability factor, because if people are being picked up off the streets and they just out of their luck and don't have a place to stay, an intelligent person would realize that homelessness is just not affecting people who are making poor decisions and are kind of addicted to bypassing their own social emotional issues through drugs and alcohol. It's people who don't have support. They don't have the educational means, the work history means to be able to have a place to stay. So a competent officer would say, "Hey, how are you doing? Everything okay? How can I help you? Why
So
you
Raj,
You know.
I really need you to lock in with me. I want to bring you on and do an actual show because I have something in store. So you're the missing ingredient. So please, after this, let's lock in. I don't know how you came on. You probably came through someone else's channel, maybe DJ Genesis.
I sure did. Yes.
Okay, so you can tie me in with him, please. Okay, that's great. So can we do this? And Raj, what are you looking like on time? Am I saying your name right?
That's a good question. Rock, RAQ.
Rock. Okay. All right. So
Yeah,
can I play a video for you real quick?
Sorry?
I just wanted to play this original video we started off with to see your thoughts on it.
Okay.
It's less than 2 minutes, right? DJ, go back and play that original video by the attorney. I just want to get your opinion. Thank you.
Trump just signed a truly terrifying executive order to bring back forced institutionalization. Yep, you heard that right. It's truly terrifying and no one is talking about it. I'm Eliza Orland's career public defender for 15 years in Manhattan, and we have to talk about the executive order that they're calling Ending Crime and Disorder on America's Streets. This order specifically targets unhoused people, people with mental illnesses, and people who use drugs. It calls the hundreds of thousands of people experiencing homelessness on a single night endemic vagrancy and frames them as threats to public safety. Trump is using fear to justify locking them away under what he calls civil commitment, aka forced confinement. Here's what the order actually does. First, it directs the Attorney General to overturn federal and state court decisions that protect people from involuntary confinement, essentially gutting due process rights that took decades to secure. Second, it ends housing first policies that have actually worked to reduce homelessness. Instead, it forces people to accept treatment whether they want it or not as a condition of receiving federal housing aid. Third, it prioritizes federal grants for states that enforce bans on urban camping, loitering, and squatting, aka criminalizing the simple act of existing without a shelter. Fourth, it expands civil commitment to anyone deemed a danger to themselves or others, or who cannot care for themselves. Language so vague, it could quite literally apply to anyone experiencing a crisis. This is not about safety or compassion. The order literally says the goal is to protect public safety by removing people from public view. This is about control criminalization and disappearing poverty, not solving it. This is mass incarceration 2.0, only now it's dressed up in fake compassion and medical language. We've seen this before. In the era of massive state hospitals, warehousing, and forced sterilization, and we know how this ends. As a career public defender, I've seen what happens when governments use the courts to cage, confine, and criminalize instead of care. If you're as horrified as I am, share this video and follow me. If you're interested, I can break down every section of this executive order piece by piece, because this isn't just cruel, this is calculated, and we need to understand exactly what we're fighting against. Thanks for being here, and please make sure you're following for more.
Okay, Rock. So what do you think about this?
Yeah, she was talking fast. A car dealer. And I'm not saying anything bad about her, but civil commitment and due process. Okay, so let me just give you an example. Whenever I have a client that doesn't show up for their appointments with me, I tell them up front, please read your conditions of release. These are the things, your standard conditions. There are some special conditions. You must follow them. You made an agreement with the state in exchange for your physical freedom to be in the community and behave and, move like an adult does, right? Last week, I had to put in a request for 3 warrants for absconder, which means they haven't reported, they're refusing to come in, yada, yada, yada. Due process means that when I write a report, I got to show due diligence that I've tried to contact them. I went out to the address last known. I've even given them resources for programs to help them, housing resources, substance abuse resources, mental health resources. If they have failed to follow through on these things, I tell them all the time, I can't walk you to the placement. I can give you the resource free of charge to you. That's an example of due process. I must show when I go to court for a revocation, which I hate doing. I hate it. I must show the judge that I've made due diligence to help this client, to be able to keep them under the radar, to encourage them to be compliant with their orders. If I have successfully shown that, then my revocation request is going to be approved, a warrant will be issued, and they will be under arrest. Now, due process continues from there. That person has a right to right for a hearing. They have a right to face their accuser, which in a position as a case manager or parole agent, they get to face me. And I get to say, yo, you remember when I did this? You remember when I did that? And what was your response? Well, they had no forwarding response because they violated their agreement with the court. Now, say, for instance, if you go back to people who are homeless, you got to think about it like this. There may be a 10 or 15% population of them who are on probation or parole, who may be absconded, may have open warrants, or maybe a crime has been committed, and probable cause plays a role in that as well. If I go into an camp where there's people homeless or skid row, I can kind of scan with my eyes if there's substance containers, there are needles, are there baggies there? There's my probable cause to detain, not arrest. When I detain you, I'm going to investigate further. I need your name, your date of birth. If you refuse to cooperate, I'm going to put you in the vehicle. I'm going to transport you downtown. I'm still going to be nice to you because I want to find out what your situation is. I'm a professional officer. I'm not a, out of my mind, not caring about policy procedure officer. So due process is for that person throughout. So when this lady is talking about your due process is going to be affected and this, that, and the third, no. If you want to address an issue, you got to address it where it is out of control first. So dealing with folks who have criminal records, if their criminal record is dealing with violent felonies, things that can suggest that they might be a danger to themselves or others, then I need to talk to that person in a setting where they're willing to talk to me mutually. That's step number one. But I think with this person that was this she may be an ACLU attorney or whatnot, but I think that a lot of them are still working under the philosophy of everybody of color is a victim. They can do no wrong. And that old scenario is played out, is no good. Like I said before, I'm not only somebody that works in the community, I'm from that same community. I don't work in a faraway office where I work with people who have had privileges, even though I have worked in those neighborhoods and the substance issues are equally the same. It just, for me, under the psychosocial model of ACEs, early childhood experiences, people have trauma across the board. It just means that there are more mental health programs offered in more affluent communities. And when I say there are more available in affluent communities, the community themselves are holding these community service providers accountable. You're just not going to have my baby up in your place, giving them a diagnosis, put them on medication. That's it. No, I want some intense therapy. I'm going to be willing to participate in therapy because maybe I, as a parent, have done something wrong. I need to apologize to my baby in their face to create the healing process. But I can go on and on about that. But I'm like this. I want to sit back and watch how this works. But in terms of your human rights, I think human beings are responsible enough to read a document, to read a book, to understand simple politics, to know that your rights cannot be violated unless you allow them to.
You know, is it just me, or are some of these individuals trying to make it seem like, oh, being homeless is a beautiful thing? Like, oh, they're really taking away people from the woods and off the street.
Right.
Like, what's going on?
Mel, because you got the name Trump on the table. Listen, if had this been Obama, had this been Bill Clinton, whatever, had this been anyone around there, on the Democrat side where we have to continuously be emotional and we can't fight for what our country is supposed to be giving us, they would have been going along with this. But when you put Trump on the table, when you put change on the table, when you put take away because they're not supposed to be doing it, then certain people want to fight back because they get too emotional. This is an emotional thing, if you ask me. That's why we were never able to get rid of illegal immigrants, because we were in an emotional state. Then you get a president that put the hammer on you and you already know how he is, then they can't take it. But everybody want to continue to complain about the rent, complain about grocery, eggs being $18 for one egg. You want to complain, but now we got our feet to where we're working and moving, and they don't want to see us go forward. I don't understand it. Take Republican off the table, Democrat off the table, nonpartisan off the table, Trump off the table, and put reality on the table. We're suffering. We can't do this the light, easy way right now. We got to be ready to fight. Y'all had enough time to sleep. We had too many presidents where you were sleeping. I slept through the whole Biden administration, and I'm woke now, and we getting some changes, and I'm not stopping.
Yes.
Period.
Can I say something?
Should be illegal. Homelessness should be illegal because you have a lot of people who are homeless because they don't have resources. And I'm not saying that to paint a picture of being a victim, but let me ask y'all this, and you can respond if you want to. If you have budget issues, you have financial priority issues, there may be some emotional instability going on. If you can't learn how to manage your bread, how much you have, work together as a team. But as a single parent, I had to budget every dollar to raise my son, and he still didn't get everything that he wanted. But to spend money on this, I didn't go out to party. I didn't go spend money on drinking and popping bottles. My son had to come first. I had to make sure I paid the rent on time. I had to avoid late fees. I'm just talking practical stuff. I had to buy enough meat, poultry, bread, milk, last us from month to month so that I wouldn't waste money. And I didn't want to see my son without. But if the opposite is occurring, and a basic treatment would be, hey, as a case manager, where you at with your money? Where you at with food? Yada, yada, yada. If someone's getting TANF for food stamps, we got to start looking at their spending habits, and like I said earlier, are you looking for a job? Instead of continuing asking a person, are you looking for a job? Hey, you got X amount of time to become employed. Here are some resources for you. We're going to do some mock interviews. We're going to do this, that, and the third, but you need to be employed by this time. Putting standards and putting time limits on people's benefits is going to help them become responsible, because the flip side is this: society should be based on promoting autonomy, not promoting codependency. And we're a little bit too late to talk about why it didn't happen, because a lot of young women were given free, and they, having children and then getting years and years of public housing, and no one is held accountable. Same thing with the fathers. The money has been so mismanaged over the past 30, 40 years. This was coming. And even though it looks like it's addressing homelessness, these people that are in these videos, these shorts, they only see one side. It's politics game. It's an emotional politics game rather than looking at it because if I would have did TikTok, I'd have to start with the obvious. What have we not done in the past 10, 20, 30, 40 years? This is the majority of why this stuff is happening. And now that it's happening, everybody wants to hide behind the term law. Well, let me, break a couple of people's hearts here. There's no such thing as law. That's just a word. You make that word real. If you can describe what law means to you, I can describe what law means to me. It's a level of social control that might be good sometime and it might be bad sometime, but it is all based on being practical. Can we provide for the nation? Can we provide an equal level of support to make sure that nobody ever hears or experiences the term homelessness? Okay, that was not done. And if it was done, it was done wrong. And, I think that this problem solving strategy that, Trump has or his team has is to start from the bottom. Let's deal with the emergency of homelessness, and then we're going to deal with the semi-extreme in terms of those who are responsible for the housing and those who are not being responsible for housing. And then it's going to even move into home own. I think it should move into also home ownership. Who's not getting all this stuff balance out at some point.
So it is, Rob. It's going to get into all of that. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Mel. It's going to get into all of that. I mean, what he had to do first, if you notice the first time Trump was in office, what did he target? The first time he targeted, y'all need to wake up and know who I am. You're fired. That's the first thing he did. And then he started targeting the countries. Us down here wouldn't have known how to handle what's going around with the countries and the tariffs and how they mistreating us by overcharging us. That's what he did the first term. He already got them scared to come at us the wrong way. So now what he's doing, he's targeting what was in the way, which is the illegal immigrants and things of that nature. Then he's targeting the homelessness. Once we can clear the air, I can see his next target. We need to go after even those on Social Security that's getting it and they know they're still working. We have mismanagement of the money all around this entire globe. And I also wanted to say one thing. When we talk about homeless, we need to also understand that a lot of the homelessness these days is coming from even the younger generations, especially out of Atlanta, Georgia, out of parts of Florida. These young kids have gotten on, what's this drug that they've gotten on? It's this drug that all of them, they are based out. A lot of
fentanyl.
What? No, not fentanyl. It's another one. They started getting it. No, it's a drug that they started making in jail. And then a lot of the young ones that came from jail, that's the new generational drug, and it's huge.
Paint. It's K2, but they call it paint. Up in New York City,
it's horrible. And they get that P. Diddy was on Tusi. It's a combination of ketamine, cocaine, and like
they spray it on it. Like that's what I mean, like spray.
I'll tell you the name of it, but it's horrible.
Too. So here's a question I have for you, Rock. You have a minute?
Yeah, go ahead.
So let's go back to the bill. Pull the bill up again. We're going to get to the bottom. Now, we didn't get to the part where it talked about camping and all that, so I'm intrigued by that. So we need to get to that point. But looking at this bill, is it the idea to clear the streets at night of homeless people in general, or is this more of a surgical thing?
It's another good question. I'm just going to talk from experience as I look at this document. Homelessness in California is ridiculous, especially LA County, where I spent 30, 40 years. It is way too much homelessness. And I think part of it is addressing the people that live in those areas. You know, they don't want to come out and see what they're seeing. So when you have somebody who's living in these group encampments, you know, think about it like this. There's no running water or toilets for them to use. So they got to go somewhere. There is no beautiful trash barrels or cans sitting there waiting for them to dump their discard. So it could be very, very uncomfortable, unclean, and trashy in those areas. So being able to deal with homelessness in general, I think you're right. Idealistically, it may be, hey, with everybody that's approached, it should be an approach that's based on case management. You know, if a law enforcement officer approaches someone, hey man, what you got going on? What's your situation? The law enforcement officer should have resources ready to give that person. This doesn't mean they're going to be arrested right away. Unfortunately, there are some people who have open warrants. They're choosing to be homeless, or they have such a horrible background. This is a small population I'm talking about, where they cannot qualify for housing. So I think that in the interim, if they're going to sweep everybody off the streets that are homeless, they need to have action plan, a suitable action plan to be able to help them right then and there. And it's not going to happen overnight. But I think you may have a point there that they want this eradicated entirely. But I don't think they have a grand amount of funds to be able to do it in one day. So they have to have a very sensible, strategic, and minimally liability when they do it. So they can't mess around and pulling people off the streets just like that, because they can face charges themselves. Liability suits can pop up all over the place. I think that this movement, it should be a strategic one. I don't want to use the word humane because, you know, we're human. No one needs to, you know, rephrase that. It should be a very, very common sense strategy. But the focus should be on eradicating homelessness altogether. But from a intellectual and strategic route, they should focus on the most extreme first. And I think when you have people who are homeless because they literally do not have support, there should be a resource provided for them right then and there. And there should be a timeline for them to follow through the resource. If I pass by and I give somebody a citation for loitering, which is happening already, I shouldn't just give them a citation. I need to give them some resources, and I have to document that in my report. Anytime you interact with a citizen, whether if I'm driving in a patrol car and I pull up your plate information, I got to write a documentation for that every night for every tag I pull on my computer. So it's the same thing when I deal with somebody on the streets. I got to create a document, an incident report every time I do. And an incident report shouldn't just say, I saw this person, they look homeless, they smelled homeless, and I addressed them. No. You have to have some type of resources you gave them. Officers, I imagine, will be riding around with resources in their patrol cars. I mean, this is going to be part of the money that's going to be used, to enforce this new situation. They have to be equipped to be able to move proactively. You know, that reactive stuff just won't work. But
I have a question. So I want to show this video right quick about because a lot of the fear is that this is going to turn into some kind of way that they're going to be able to like make people work for labor.
The United States government is using the homeless as free and cheap labor to replace those who were deported by Donald Trump. There is a massive labor shortage in the United States following Trump's deportations. This could have serious economic impact on the United States, but Donald Trump has come up with a solution. Just yesterday, he signed an executive order essentially telling cities and states to criminalize the homeless. This would allow those states to lock up the homeless and use them as free and cheap labor. Because in the United States, slavery is still allowed if it's a punishment for a crime. And doing this would allow the United States to gain back that workforce that they lost at the same cost or better than paying those who are undocumented. Because the corporations do not want to pay Americans a fair, livable wage for the work that undocumented immigrants have done in this country for so long. So the United States will do what it's always done and find a group of people that it can exploit for labor.
As Star would say, shut his mic off, please.
Please,
Shut
what I be saying.
his mic off. We got to stop this now. This is out of
That's
control.
what I'm telling you.
I just want to at least like show that. Listen, I mean, I get it.
No.
No. But I'm saying that this is like.
Could I say something?
Go ahead.
This is RFK Jr. is the mastermind of the write-up. Are you familiar with RFK Jr.?
Yeah, who?
Robert Kennedy Jr.
Oh.
He's the mastermind behind this initiative. Are you familiar with him?
You mean the actual this whole executive
Yes.
order, or the people that are like speaking against it?
He's the mastermind of this initiative that people are fear-mongering of. But he's spoken about this many times before. And remember, he was running as a Democratic presidential candidate. It's right there on the initiative of who's the U.S. Secretary of Health. But if you go backwards, he was speaking of this during his presidential campaign, especially in San Francisco. He would wanted to start that off there. I believe these clips, this is fear mongering from opposition, paid opposition.
Well, it's interesting you say RFK Kennedy Jr. So let me show you this real quick. So watch this.
Thank you.
It's gonna blow your mind. Watch this. So if you get into it even further, hold on, let me find it right here. Boom. Executive order by John F. Kennedy, the 35th president. So what they're saying is that this whole emergency preparedness function is about to the Secretary of Labor. So they're trying to say that this whole thing goes hand in hand by utilizing.
We're not seeing anything. If you're showing something, we're not seeing it.
Correct.
No, it's right there at the bottom.
You got to take the name down. Take the name down. The comment down.
Oh, you can't see it. Oh, my bad. Hold on. Let me hold on.
Thank you. Yeah.
All right. So
these are the same people.
So this is John F. Kennedy, and this is 1963 executive order assigning emergency preparedness function to the Secretary of Labor. So what they're trying to say is that this is a continuation of this law, where it goes into if you're in war, how would you implement people, civilian manpower, mobilization, all this other stuff. So this is what what people are thinking, that this is like a continuation of, as you can see. You see what I'm saying? So I think so they're combining this, saying, okay, well, this is really a continuation of this law that started in 1963. And then when you say that Kennedy Jr. is the one that
Robert Kennedy Jr.
Kennedy Jr. And then you have like this law right here when you get into mobilization and trying to mobilize the people into like in a wartime situation. And we are in kind of a wartime situation. That's why people are like kind of saying that this is like all connected.
This is I know the TikTokers, they're speaking in tongue of like how Project 2025. This is what this is all about. Like people are fearful of it still.
Exactly. They don't want to see a change. Like, I don't understand why they're so scared to see a change.
And to
And
get
even
this
when we
really
go back to that
going,
number 3,
to get this really going, they're going to have to tap into the insurance, health insurance, to make this even go any further. And they're looking into the Affordable Care Act, ending it this year or something like that. There's people that I've talked to close that said, they got the letter that it's going to be ending in December something, but it's still not finalized.
Yeah.
They have a lot of work to do. A lot of work ahead of them.
What did you say was ending?
The Affordable Care Act, Obamacare.
Insurance? Oh, I got to look that up. I didn't see that.
Right. There's
Yeah, I
plenty
didn't
of
see that.
people who have gotten letters. I haven't, but people that I care about. There's people, yeah, they have already gotten letters that it's going to end in 2025 in December. But what is it going to roll over into? What's going to be the new plan? It hasn't been spoken on yet.
They kind of are speaking on that. Part of
But
it.
go ahead, Mr. Rett. Go ahead.
No, I'm sorry about that.
What's the name of it, though? The new plan.
Let me just share this. It's
Go
all
ahead.
over the place. But here's what I think is about to happen. Everybody that has applied for and utilized Medicaid, Medicare, when you get qualified, you get an ID number attached to that. That ID number is going to identify you as a citizen, a non-citizen, your demographics. And so anybody who, first and foremost, is not a legal citizen are going to be first to be taken off. Secondly, people who are not disabled, have a legitimate diagnosis or medical issue that is not needing chronic support and care, that are people who are able-bodied to work, they don't have any major health issues, they're going to be taken off or given a timeline of when they're going to be taken off. All this stuff is happening in stages. What I'm thinking too is that it's happening in very critical and informed stages, because if you don't need it, you don't need it. If you're able to go to a job and work and get benefits and, pay into your benefits, that's what you're going to do. If you're receiving benefits and you're not legally here, the priority goes to people who are citizens of the United States for medical care and other benefits. I know that might sound a little bit of cutthroat, but if you're trying to balance your books, you need to put everything in perspective so that wasting is no longer a culture. And if America is trying to balance its budget, you got to look at all the paperwork, all the fine writing, things that have not been done, anything that's careless has been done, and prioritize where those resources need to go. But again, everybody who has Medicare, Medicaid, your ID, your citizenship, all these numbers into your birthday, everything is attached to that benefit. And that is as a form of identification. So everybody is looking in the books more carefully now to figure out what needs to be paid and what does not need to be for.
Good. And I see here that they did say that Obamacare is going to be ending, and they say the new plan that's going to be available in 2026 is American Rescue Plan, ARP. That's the new plan it's showing.
Yeah, thank you for speaking the name on that, Queen.
Yeah.
Yeah, ARP.
Hey guys, I just want to take a second and tell everybody, please hit the like button, share it, subscribe, support the channels that are here. It's quite a few here. We appreciate everybody that's here tonight as we talk about a subject that's affecting all of us, and a lot of comments are really deep. Fates, who has experienced homelessness, has been giving their testimony as well. So thank you to everybody, and thanks for all the likes and everything you guys do. Please support DJ Genesis, her channel. You can support her Cash App. She's constantly every day beating the pavement, trying to help people by bringing solid information. I'm glad that anytime that I can come over and support her channel, but for people that actually see her work, it's really beautiful. So stay helping her and giving when you can. I know a lot of people don't like to hear this because of the stigma with churches or what have you, but I just want to say support your sister. I definitely do. Also, Queen is in the building. She articulates like no other, and I always appreciate being on the panel with her. And I don't know how in the world we got Rock on the panel where he's right in the thick of it, and we have him on tonight. So folks, if that doesn't garner a like or something, shout out to him for being here. It's truly amazing. And then if I'm not mistaken, we have Reverend Green in the building. So we have somebody that can pray for you too. We got this whole thing covered. So thank you guys, everybody. I just wanted to add that. Thank you for the likes. So we can get back to whoever was talking.
Definitely appreciate you on that, Mel. Thank you so much. We definitely appreciate you on that. And I love sitting down with you. Do we have anything for tomorrow? Because I'm ready.
Yeah, tomorrow at 3 o'clock. Tomorrow at 3, we have the regular show with Calvin Johnson, the criminal attorney. So we'll have a nice show tomorrow. We're going to get into a little bit about Diddy, but a lot about Donald Trump still. Tonight we're not really addressing the issues with Epstein. So that's a factor that doesn't seem to want to go away. So we're going to address that. And we have a little bit coming up with Carmelo Anthony as well. So there's a lot of hot topics that we covered tomorrow that are going to really hit home. So you guys can tune in tomorrow at 3 o'clock Eastern time, 3 to 4 Central time from 2 until 5. So we look forward to each and every one of you. But tonight we're just on the subject about homelessness, and it's amazing to me that we have some people in the audience who have been homeless, and if you like to come up and tell us about your story, feel free to come up. We would love to hear from you. This show tonight, we're just dragging on, folks. Who knows what time it's going to end, but it's nice to have it's nice to have you guys listen. I'm, in class, I was the guy that couldn't stop laughing. So when you guys laugh, you promote me to continue jokes and laughs. So anyway, now you got me all geeky, as they say down south. So anyway, yeah.
I'm a geeky. Watch it, Mel. I'm a geeky now. I'm watching Mel.
Okay, me too.
I'm a geeky.
I'm one too. So.
Oh God! I'm Charleston. I'm from Charleston.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay, we had someone here. I think they left, but I did want to say that. Listen, guys, I was homeless. That's the reason why I felt so in touch with this subject, because I've been homeless before, and that's part of the reason why I was really attracted to this conversation, because I'm like thinking to myself, dang, if they would have had this in place, could they have like put me into a camp or something like that? And and I'm better off. I'm better now, but. I mean, I spent a really large portion of my life homeless, moving in Washington, D.C., when I got out the military and then going to Detroit. And it took me a while, because when I got out the military, it took me a while to like really, because you join the military at 18, and then, if your family doesn't accept you back into their household, then you have to like fend for yourself. And so I kind of like had to like figure things out, what I'm saying, like how to like pay rent and how to do this. I didn't have no one telling me how to do it. I had to like learn on my own. So I was very homeless, from in my 20s, my whole entire 20s, I was like completely homeless. So that's the reason why it's like I wasn't crazy. I wasn't a drug addict. I just was, getting out the military, they kick you out, and it's like, okay, you gotta fend for yourself. So I was kind of like struggling. How do I make it out here in this world? So I would hate for a person like me I'm not like a vagrant person. I'm not a drug addict. I'm not crazy, but I just, hey, just I'm young trying to figure out what to do because there's no one telling me, okay, this is how you navigate life. So a lot of times we have like young people that just get kicked out, street kids kind of, what I'm saying? You're like 18, 19, 20, your frontal lobe haven't been fully whatever, and you're just out there just trying to figure it out. And you're really homeless, you know what I'm saying? And you're staying here and just really crazy stuff. But I always made sure I had a job. But could you imagine if people would have came and said, no, you know what, you're homeless and whatever, and so we're gonna put you into a situation. Now I never like asked for like government help my entire time being homeless. It wasn't actually until I started having kids that I was like realized I could get help. You know what I'm saying? But I like spent my whole 20s just thugging it out. So I don't know exactly what this law is focusing on or whatever. Like if you have to like apply for something and then they'll come after you, I don't know. So to me, I'm just thinking about how many like young kids that maybe might be even like when she did talk about like gay and transgender, if their family does not agree with their lifestyle, they end up homeless a lot on the streets. Women that are like into that get sex trafficked, they're homeless. A lot of times you have like a lot of like homeless people that like kind of get out here on the streets. Are they mentally ill or are they like victims of a circumstance or what is it? So how do you determine who needs to go to this facility or not? That's the part where I'm like, okay, if you pick those persons up and you talk to them, they might seem like they're traumatized. Of course they are. If you would have picked me up in my 20s, you probably would think I was traumatized and probably would have kept me in the actual location, whatever it was.
So let me ask you a question.
In the mental institution, if they would have picked my crazy ass up back then when I was 20, let's be real.
So Genesis, real quick, a question for you. So what did your homelessness look like? Were you actually like on the streets or you just living with family members?
Well, no, I was on the street. So at first I was able to maintain an apartment, do pretty good. But then I don't know, it was like I had people living with me, didn't pay the rent, things got messed up, and I ended up like on the street. What happened is that I lost my paycheck from Kinko's. This is exactly what happened. I had a paycheck from Kinko's, it was a paper check, lost the check, couldn't find it, had to wait to the next paycheck to like get it like put onto the next paycheck. And so the landlord wasn't really going to honor that. And so I ended up homeless. That's exactly what happened. So I was homeless, living. I was really like literally like didn't know where I was going to go. Someone told me that all the people were living above a flower shop on U Street because I was a DJ at the time. And so it was across the street from where I DJ'd at. And so it was a guy that was up there. His name was Blind. He was actually going blind. At some point he was going to go blind, and he allowed me to kind of stay in the hallway. And it was all kind of roaches and stuff crawling on me when I was sleeping. And it was just really jacked up. And then crackheads, they would be fighting and slitting their wrist, and it was just crazy. It was the craziest situation. And so I stayed in that hallway until I like man. And then when I got my check, I was able to like ask people, can I like pay you to stay with you for a week or stay here or stay there? But yeah, I literally was like staying on top of a flower shop because the flower shop would allow certain people to like stay in rooms above it. And yeah, in Washington, D.C. Yeah.
So you know what I wanted to ask you? I want to ask you, DJ, with an experience like that, do you think, and I know you already said that's probably why you're on the emotional side of it, but do you think kind of trying to clear up homelessness to move people into a place to stay, does that kind of like make you feel as if it's not going to be changed for the betterment? Do you think it's going to be something going on that's not going to be for the betterment of the homeless and for the people that are not homeless but could be homeless because rent is so high?
I mean,
I'm trying to.
I think the issue is that people just think homelessness means you're just mentally ill, out of your mind, don't know.
But I don't think so, though. I don't think people feel like that. I don't think so.
Well, based on this bill that I'm reading, is that's what it kind of has come across. Well, they're on meth, they're on this, they're like on drugs, and they're just out of their mind. Go ahead.
Because the bill that you're reading is geared toward those particular situations. It's geared towards that. It's geared towards the homeless that falls in those particular categories, not geared toward the ones that are honestly homeless because they can't afford it. So I want to know why you were out there being homeless was at the time, because I feel it was a while ago, was at that time, did you see the homeless more so homeless because they didn't have the money, or more so homeless because of the drugs and the mental? Like, which stage were you in?
Listen, the homeless people I saw were veterans, people that it wasn't necessarily they couldn't afford it. It was more like because DC was really high at the time, and to like stay there was kind of like a high amount to like get a good place. And then if you think about it, like even in Texas, you have to have a certain thing to get an apartment. If you don't have that, then you can't get an apartment. So it's easy to be homeless in that situation because, hey, you have to have like a A1 credit score. You have to have this, that, the other to get an apartment. So it's either you live in a hotel and you pay extra to live in that hotel, or you kind of like thug it out. So in DC is similar. DC has a very high price of living. It's very high to live there. So it's easy to be homeless in DC. It's not that hard to end up being homeless, because if you don't have, if you're not working a big enough job to be able to pay that rent, or if you have like a eviction on your thing, you can't get an apartment, so you end up homeless. And so it's not like so how do you differentiate a person that just couldn't the credit score wasn't good enough or whatever versus a person that's actually there because they are mentally ill? That's the part
because a lot of the homelessness that I see, and I've traveled a lot of places, especially in the United States, because, as I always told you, I travel training those doctors. And I've been to just about every state here, maybe except maybe 3 of them. And the homelessness that I see, the ones that I came in contact with, it's not homeless because they didn't have money to afford it. The predominantly amount of homeless that I see is the mental illness and the ones that are on drugs the worst. And those are the ones that you would really see out there more often than you would the ones that don't have the money, because those ones that don't have the money and they want to get back inside of a building to get in those right living conditions, they put forth the effort to get out of that situation. But the ones that you see with the repetitive behavior, those are the ones that's basically saying, I don't want to be anywhere but where I'm at. You can always tell the difference with the ones that want something better but can't get there because they actually need the help, versus the ones that have mental problems and are on drugs, and either the family pushed them away, they stayed away, or they don't know how to get back there.
Right.
So I think there's a difference.
Okay, so let me just give it like this: is that when I got kicked out of the military, my family pushed me away. They when I said, "Hey, can I come back to stay?" Because I got kicked out the military. I got a general discharge because of failure to adapt. I failed the test or whatever, like the written test to like stay in. My family was like, "Well, no, you can't come back here." You know what I'm saying? I had nowhere to go, so I end up on the
street. But you didn't. But you didn't fall under that category, though. You didn't fall under the 2 categories that this bill is gearing towards. You fell under that other level of homelessness because you couldn't afford somewhere to live. That's a different level.
I don't think that you're understanding is that that one category and another category is not that far apart. Let me just put it like this. if I didn't have a guy that said, hey, you could stay with me, you know what I'm saying? And of course that gets dangerous too, right? Some random guy says you could stay with me, and of course it got really scary, and I had to like find other places to go. Now, like my own ability to navigate that situation allowed me not to be 100% on the street, right? But people do not understand like how dangerous it is when you don't have a place to go, and how vulnerable you could be. And so when you just only minimize a person into a drug addict, into a mental illness person, that is not what a lot of the situations. It just might be that you don't have nowhere to go, and maybe your options have ran out to or people to go to, because your family's acting like a bunch of whatever, and they're like whatever, and because they got their own family to deal with, they don't want to deal with you, and so you're just out here on your own. And I was making like, even homeless, I was making $24 an hour, $12 an hour. So I'm homeless, still going to work, still doing what I do, but still don't have no
So you want me in the same category, DJ. That's what I'm trying to get you to understand.
What I'm trying to get you to understand is that's the thing. That's exactly what I'm trying to get you to understand. Is that
Hey, DJ, guess what? Guess what, DJ? You're not. I was homeless too. Remember? So I'm talking to you. I'm not talking to you. I'm not talking to you in a position where I haven't been there before. Is my point to you? Because I just seen someone say you can't say something if you wasn't in those shoes, and I was in those shoes. So I do know how it feels to be homeless and not have no family to go to. I do know. And I'm saying to me, so you're not the only one. You may have been out there longer than me, but you're not the only one that was homeless. I've been there, and I know the different levels of homelessness. And there's a homelessness where you can't afford it. And to me, there's different levels of it.
All different levels. Do you understand? I've been on the level.
Of course I do.
I've been on the
Of course
level
I understand.
outside. I've been on the level of in my car. I've been on the level of, because what happens is that, like, it's kind of traumatic to talk about when I talk about it, but I'm just saying is I've been on all the different levels of homelessness. And I've also been alcoholic, and out, and homelessness does feed into, because you don't want to deal. Sometimes you'll drink not to deal with the fact that you're sitting there, and then other people, like, they're drinking, you're drinking, and so the other homeless people are all hanging out together, they all drinking together, so it's like a thing. It makes there's a community that forms. You get to hanging out with certain people, so it's a whole thing that goes on with that, so to me, and those people probably like protected me at certain points. I remember like in certain instances, like where like that, those are my people. All the homeless people we were all hanging out together, homeless. Okay, we're gonna be here right now, whatever. So like people, it's not a mindset, but it's a situation that happens to where you're all in one bucket together, and you guys are all like looking out for each other, but it does not mean that that all these people are jacked up or whatever. Some people just like fell on. In DC, it was on U Street. All of us was artists. Most of us was like starving artists, doing poetry, and so we might be homeless, but we go to I'm DJing over here, but homeless as hell DJing, homeless.
But guess what? I get what you're saying, and I think there's a different level to it, because even when I was out there and I was homeless, I know I didn't want to be homeless. I didn't want to be homeless. So what I did was by myself, and it's kind of weird to say, but I was a homeless person where nobody was able to look at me and know that I was sleeping in my car and actually taking a shower at a community park every morning. But guess what? Because I didn't, let me finish, because I didn't go that far into it. Why? Because I knew I shouldn't have been in that situation. So what I did was I worked my butt off while being homeless, while going to parks, taking a shower in the morning time, while not telling families that's not really my family that I'm on the street homeless because I can't get back to my dad. Guess what I did? I worked my butt off to find me somewhere to stay. That's why I say there's different levels, because I know I didn't want to be there. My dad didn't raise me like that. I was in Florida and couldn't get back. So I worked and worked and worked because I didn't want to stay in that situation. So there's the people that want to be in the situation, people that probably can't get out of the situation, people with mental issues, and then people with drug issues. I keep saying there's different levels. I wanted to get out, so I didn't stay in that position. I was there for a minute.
I had alcohol issue. I didn't have a drug issue. I had an alcohol issue. But let me just tell you.
No, I wasn't talking about you. I'm talking in general.
I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna be real with you. Listen. Okay, how long were you homeless?
For some months, because I worked my butt off. Because I was by myself at that time. Beautiful one, homeless.
From 1999 up until 1990. I mean 2000 and what? When I had my daughter, 2007, 2006. Yes. 1997 to 2006, I was homeless.
Right.
And I've been to the program with the military where they try to put you, but they didn't want to put me in there because they said, you know what, there's a lot of like sex offenders there. They don't want to put you there. I've been through the programs. I've been through all the different like things they try to do to help you out. Thank God I had enough people that were like allowing me to stay with them throughout that whole time. But let me tell you something. At any point, if they would have like did a mental health evaluation on me, I would have been in a mental health ward. Trust me, because there's no way that they would have seen me as a normal like mentally. If they would have like evaluated me, hell, they would have put me into a pro. Because there's like what like how come you can't? But I had a job the whole time. I always maintained a job. I always was able to like make income and everything. But for some reason, like I just couldn't figure out how to make life happen. I don't know. And there might have been some trauma in my past, or maybe just being thrown out the military at 18 years old, not knowing how to live life and having to wing it, you know. But I'm gonna tell you is that these stories, I'm not the only person that probably have gone years of being homeless, and then that's depressing alone within itself. So I mean, I've lived in my car. Some stupid ass guy gave me a cat. The cat pissed in my car. Stupid. Don't ever give a person a cat when they're homeless in their car. That shit is crazy because like the cat will piss me. Anyways, but I have been through the crux. Okay, so what I'm saying is that that's the reason why I'm like you know you can't do a mental evaluation on a person when they're in a situation like this and then make a decision on their mental health, because homelessness itself breeds depression. So you can't you're going to be depressed. Of course you're going to be depressed. You're homeless. You don't know where your next meal. You don't know what's going on. You're hanging on other depressed people. Of course so how can you quantify how this person is feeling in their life when they don't even have a roof over their head? We're trying to figure out A to B, B to C, whatever. And especially if they're young like this, and you don't
because you got to stop making excuses for them and let them figure that out. Like when you sit there and you continue to make excuses, they can't this, they can't that. You don't know what they can do. Sometimes you got to push a person out there and make them either want to do it or they're not going to do it. Then you got to make the decisions for them. Because we can continue to be emotional about it though. This is emotional.
Put them into a mental hospital. That's a decision to make.
If they're mental, where else are they going to go, DJ? They can't go to my house.
Anybody that you contact that is homeless is probably going to not pass a mental health evaluation.
But you can't determine that until we put them in that position. You're making excuses again. You're putting the carriage before the horse, though. Listen, if you have this many excuses for a homeless person, what is your solution to homelessness that's overrated in the United States right now?
You know what my solution is that they are human beings and they are living life the way that they want to live it, and there's nobody
that's a typical answer.
And tell them how to live their life. If they want to get out of it, they will find a way. I found a way. Why should someone come and scoop them up and put them into
But were you doing anything illegal when you were looking for your way? If these people are doing something illegal, or if it's leading to hurt them or someone else in the public, how can you give them, how can you coddle that behavior?
No,
You either got to put them where they need to be at. You're coddling. You're coddling.
No, that's what the police. If you're doing something illegal, the police will step in and take care of that. The federal.
That's what this is about, though.
No, it's not. The police has every right to come in and step in that case. What's happening is that
give us an example since this bill has been written. If you can't give me an example since this bill has been written, you need to step back and let the bill work itself out. Because I'm not going to sit around here and go through this that I've been going through in the United States all these years. We're not doing it.
It's 2 days old.
We're not doing it, DJ.
The bill was enacted on 2 days ago. You can't tell me that.
Correct. So why don't we let the bill work itself out? You don't have an example of a homeless person being put in jail because they're homeless and they want to be in the streets. If we don't have that example, what are we doing here? We're going in circles. We're snowballing this. I mean, what's your solution other than that?
So my thing is that you're saying, okay, well, just let it be. Same way we let other things be, and it came into like all this other crazy stuff.
We've been letting homeless go on for how many years now, DJ?
You know, like sending people off to like Ecuador and sending them off to this and let it be, let everything be. My thing is everybody want to let the Trump administration be while they're doing all kind of crazy ass stuff and just let it be. But we don't want.
So what happened?
The ramifications of this. Like
so where was everybody?
Okay, what
where
about
was everybody at before?
Homelessness. What about so you mean to tell me, so if you're like 16-year-old runs from home and is homeless on the street, you want them to be put into a mental ward where you can't even control, they have to be stuck there? This is the type of law that this is. It's not even like ironing out age groups. Like, okay, so what if your 13-year-old runs away from home and they capture her and put her into a mental ward? We are so just caught up on Trump and if they.
So we're talking about what ifs. We're talking about what ifs. That's what I'm talking about. Why are we talking about what ifs?
What the hell are you? The whole bill is a what if. The whole bill is what if. The whole bill is not ironing out no real ironclad thing. It's a vague bill that says y'all better do something about this to the state. Okay, listen, y'all need to either y'all don't do it, we're gonna cut y'all federal funding, and then now leave it up to the state to make up something to cover their homeless problem. But the whole bill is not as vague as hell. And
correct.
And there's nothing in there for youth. 13-year-olds, what happens to the money? If I'm on Social Security and y'all put me into a facility, what happens to my money? What happens then? The bill don't cover that. How do you even cover anything that have? If I'm a veteran and I'm making $4,000 a month, I just happen to be homeless, or you just happen to capture me in that moment and put me into a place. What happens to my money? Why is this bill not covering everything? To me, it's a bill. It was written really quickly, and they were not accounting for everything. It's a bill that is it's just willy-nilly. It's a willy-nilly ass bill that there's no actual details into it about how do you deal with this, how do you deal with that, how do you deal with sex trafficking. If you pick up a person that's homeless on the street and they're a sex trafficking victim, do you put them into a mental institution too? There's no real concrete nothing about this bill, bro. So to me, I don't like a bill that is just across the board random and has no details on how do you deal with all these different situations when it comes to homelessness, and just say
you long-winded.
I don't.
You long-winded.
Okay, whatever.
You're a little long-winded. I just feel like we going in circles here. We really are going in circles. I don't understand it. It's like, if you don't like the bill, what happened before this bill went in place 2 days ago? What was the solution in your mind? Just continue homelessness?
Honey, the solution is that's not the solution. A random bill that has no true understanding of what to do in all these different to lump homelessness into one category and not break down each individual circumstance of homelessness. Why would you just throw a bill out? You're the president of the United States. Why would you just throw something out there that is vague like this? This is crazy.
So-
You're the president
so-
of the United States. Why wouldn't you
So-
read the bill? He's not reading the bills. He's just signing them. And whoever is actually making the bill is not being thorough enough to account for all of the situations that homelessness and all these different like rules that he's, even when it comes down to ICE, how this whole thing been going down. So what happens in this case? What happened in that case? They're just doing it. That's why ICE has like this way to like just blanket, just throw everybody and send them off to wherever the hell into Alligator Alley. Okay, well now homelessness. Well now they're gonna blanket throw everybody into whatever the hell they're gonna do into like insane asylums. And there is no real and then we're just saying, well, we just want to get them off the street. We just want to make sure. Well, listen, he's just gonna make America great again. And we ain't thinking about like all kids, all type that your kid can run away from home, be caught up, and then next thing you know, you fighting to get your kid out of a insane asylum because she got caught up because she's like looked like she homeless or whatever the hell. We not thinking about all these things that could happen, but it's okay. I said enough.
So hold on 1 second. So Rock, you still there?
I'm still here.
So does it work that way where someone just get mistakenly put into the insane asylum or they get mistaken as a homeless?
No, I think America would then be the joke of the world if that was going to happen. But I do hear everybody's comments and what they're talking about. But here's what I think too is that all the grant money, all the 501c funds that have been used in the past to so-called address homelessness has failed. So again, addressing it from the extreme cases, like people who are, have addiction issues first, get them off the streets. However that's going to be done, it's going to be a phase process. But looking at it from the perspective of people who are faced homelessness because they've had a lot of misfortunes happened.
Right.
Here's what I've been thinking about as I've been listening to everybody. Communities have enough money if they put it together and get ready to actually get these 501c contracts and build your own community facilities. Those of us who have degrees in mental health, now it's time to start using them. Those of us who have experience in case management, the housing industry, and even just basic budgeting skills, self-governing skills, you can turn that into a very profitable community resource because funds that, again, have been over decades have been misappropriated and unequally balanced and issued can now be put up under a magnifying glass. And I'm almost certain that part of this addressing the homelessness issue is going to be community-based. Again, if you have the ability to write a grant and get these funds, start being part of the solution, get together, put your bread together, and create these programs. You know how many people in the community have degrees of social work that cannot get a job, that are working in other fields than what they went to school for? Now you could apply legitimately for these grants, free money, create your plan, create your how you believe the outcome is going to be, what your mission statement is, get the money so you can be part of the solution, because this is going to happen in phases. And the phase you want to be in is in the preventative phase. To be part of the resolution for the homeless crisis, because there's different categories here. So a person that is gone, and now they need severe mental health services, there's going to be a transitioning phase. Get ready to be part of the transition phase. All the brothers in the community who play basketball, who mentor, who have even been in facility, they can apply for the 501c grant as a mentor and counselors based upon the diversion programs. A lot of the sisters who have their CNA certification, they can go and get their certification for drug and alcohol counseling right now. So as this plan unfolds and you're at a part where you're at the treatment phase, you and those dedicated partners that you're around and you build with, y'all can be part of the healing process too. So I just don't think it's going to be prison encampments and yada, yada, yada. That's scare tactics. America needs working solutions to rebuild America, right? And America is only as great as its citizens. Without people, no structure can survive. And there's so many of us who have family members who have or are still struggling. I got people in my family that's still struggling to this day with mental health and chemical dependency. And I know because of the background, they never got help for their early traumas. And from a mental health perspective, the unconscious aspect of mind is the reaction mind. That reaction part of your mind is going to govern your decision making until you become aware consciously that you've been harmed or hurt and you haven't addressed those issues. That's going to be the highlight of your daily movement until those things get addressed. And so there's nothing more better than those in your community who can provide you with healing services and resources.
Can I say this about this is that because I know you just said that it probably would not be a thing that could happen with human trafficking, like with victims of that, where they could possibly be. How do you know that a person how would you know that they could not be caught up in that if they are? Because a lot of if you go into Portland, and if you go into the drug thing, a lot of people that are on the streets are teenagers. You understand what I'm saying? There a lot of your heroin addicts and especially Seattle and stuff. They're kids. They're not all adults. So I'm talking about teenage kids that are and then you have the whole sex trafficking situation. You said that couldn't happen. I'm what are we saying here?
What couldn't happen?
What could
that this whole whatever was going on here with this bill would not affect those people, that they could not round them up and take them off and put them into a mental facility.
So just want you to look at this from a strategic perspective. Like I mentioned earlier in our conversation about you start from the bottom. That means that every intense case, every case that is life-threatening or an extreme safety risk, I believe is going to be the starting point. Because if you've ever walked through Skid Row itself, you will realize that's a whole nother world in its own self. And nobody in their right mind would even want to walk in that environment because you are going to be affected by it. And then number two, I used to work at a residential facility. I did residential treatment from 2002 until 2017. And, working with the CSEC population, yes, there are a lot of young people, particularly young ladies, who are so skilled at manipulation and courting and then pulling the other young girls to AWOL because, there's somebody on the other end waiting to recruit them. It's very, very sad. But let me just talk really quick about the business aspect of residential group homes. For every kid that I did intakes for, I would sit down with the social worker, and the social worker had to do their work. And one of the documents gave you a stipend figure for each resident that came in. The last time I did an intake, and I worked down in Rosemead, California, at a residential facility. Each month the state would pay $15,000 a month for each resident. And this was all covered up under the 501c grants and federal grants to house each person. So it's a money thing as well, but those funds had come with a very fine mission statement and what was going to be provided. For example, they ate 3 to 4 times a day, breakfast, lunch, snack, dinner, and then dessert or whatever. Each kid got a monthly stipend. They got clothing allowance. They had outing money. So this was a grant that had to be carefully written by each residential group home and approved by the state so they can continue getting funds. So let me just throw this back on this new bill that's about to pop. There has to be a realistic outline in layman's terms for those who will be voting state to state of how they want it to be kind of broken down in their own states and counties. So this is going to be something that needs to be informed. And so for each state that's going to allow this to happen, this is not going to be a one-sided thing. I know personally because the work that I do, it's all about contracts and agreements. New laws that get set in place affect the clients I work with because they signed a contract to be in a community rather than spending their whole time. And you can do your 30 for 30 and not get out. When you get out, you don't have no supervision. That's a choice that they make. Most of them want to be in the community, so they'll spend the portion of their sentence in the community. So with this new piece coming, again, I applaud a portion of it because I think it's horrible and it's disastrous to see so many people out in the streets homeless. And then to address who needs immediate services versus those who can get put on a list to get services, it's a trickle down effect. If you address people who just made bad choices in life in terms of finances, who may have some generalized anxiety or depression, they're the easy population to work with. All you got to do is hook them up with the right resources, get them short-term housing, and put them on a permanent housing plan with restrictions and action plan. But you have to ask yourself, how would you deal with the population that is not only a danger to themselves, but they're a danger to the community? They may have some unaddressed severe emotional, psychological, and mental health issues. What is your plan on how you would address that situation? Because at first you do have to divide that population from those who may be headed that direction and decide which part of that community you think needs to be addressed first. And then lastly, putting people in a prison as opposed to being honest about this movement and saying, hey, for every community facility that is not occupied, we're going to put those people in there with licensed therapists, clinicians, psychiatrists who prescribe, who assess for the need for psychotropic medication. That's what I believe will be used. To put somebody in prison is criminalizing them. That's a whole different storyline. I don't know why these people are putting this information out there unless they can prove and document.
They don't have an actual, listen, there's no room in the hospitals. Trust me. Okay. I know that because I used to have a group home. Trust me, there's no room. Okay. They barely can fit the people that get pulled over by police, get taken in by the police every day. Now, if you go ahead and round up a bunch of homeless people and try to bring them to the hospital, to the mental ward, they're not going to have enough beds to facilitate that. So where are they going to put them at? So they're going to have to either have a place to put them at, or create a place, or put them in mental jail, or jail. And here's another thing. Now, I did want to get back to one really quick thing before I let you go with what you're saying. I did want to show you this, okay? So in the United States, 700,000 youth between ages 13 and 17 experience homelessness each year, and an additional 3.5 million young adults 18 to 25 experience homelessness annually. Okay. 4.2 million young people in the U.S. experience homelessness each year. 4.2 million. Where are you going to put these people? How are you going to facilitate that? Right. So, all right. So I just want to like just to just throw that out there real quick. And then I want to also because I was like in that 18 to 25 range when I was homeless. I was very young when I was homeless. Even when I was like even younger than that, because my mom and them they burnt down the house. I was 13, homeless. Thank God someone let me stay there. So I experienced a very tumultuous life. Okay. So I would say that when it really comes down to it, when we talk about like homelessness, the main thing I want to get away from is only focusing on the fact that homelessness like is a level of oh drug addict vagrancy and that's what this law is only covering, like because anybody could be at that site when they pull people out of it. You know what I'm saying? If they go to a encampment and people are there, there's no way to know if that person is a vagrant, mentally ill, or whatever. They will round them up and sort them out later, and that's what's been happening with the whole ICE raids. That's why when you're saying, well, I don't know why they're saying that they're going to be putting them into well, where else are they going to put them if they decide to do this? Now, one thing I did appreciate is that okay, yes, we do need to like create ways in our own states, and I'm thankful for Queen for saying this. What are you going to do? What should we do? Right? Let's create an action plan. If each one of us writes to our senators about this and says, listen, we need to find a real concrete plan on how we're going to handle what this executive bill is. And I encourage us to like figure out a way to like write and do this to make sure it does not turn into what it could be, which could be a clusterfuck. Maybe that could like help to uh, kind of stave off where it can get into like this pace level, kind of like looking like it's like a what's that thing on show with people with the red outfits on? Damn, I forgot what the show is on Hulu. What's that girl name? I can't remember. It was the one with the people all had the red outfits on, and and then they came in and took everybody to make sure it's not like that. You know what I'm saying? To where we're up here looking like that. You know what I'm saying? So that's a handmade tale. So as long as we ain't trying to like make this look like the handmaiden tale, there's a way to go about this. And I think that sometimes when we see homeless people in our minds, we have an image of what a homeless people is, but no, homeless people are not just only grown adults smoking crack or doing meth or whatever. Homeless people could be a mother with their children. Homeless people could be a person that got like sex trafficked. Homeless people could be a lot of different things, right? And they could be all in the same location because that's where a lot of that stuff goes. They all kind of like end up being in the same area. And how do we sift through who is the person that needs to be put into a institution and who needs to just get like a little bit of like what's it called, like counseling and like help to like get to a better place? And I don't see that in this bill, and that's the reason why I have a problem with it. So that's the main thing. I'll land my play.
Okay, can you pull back up those numbers again real quick? Okay, so in the United States, an estimated 700,000 youth between the ages of 13 and 17 experience homelessness each year. An additional 3.5 million young adults 18 to 25 also experience homelessness annually. This means that a total of 4.2 million young people in the United States experience homelessness each year. This is just like a run-on sentence. Okay, start with the first number, 700,000. They didn't put the year that they did the census, or this is a combined consensus over however many years. The way this works with DCFS, because this is where they're getting their information from, the Children's Division, Emergency Services for youth, juveniles and youth. The minute they clock this youth as a homeless child, that means that now an investigation is about to happen. As an investigator myself for the Children's Division years ago, within 3 days, we found this child, but that number doesn't change until a certain process happens. But that kid is now housed, whether they want to be in that housing or not, they are housed. And then they talk about the 3.5 young adults between 18 and 25. Here's the deal. They just shut down most, if not all, of the Job Corps facilities. Now, they're also being very strict now on which residential facilities are getting monies to be able to house kids in residential treatment facilities or long-term facilities, because again, DCFS is having a problem with holding on to these kids because they will AWOL. They will jump back into the streets, this, that, and the third. But the problem that we're having here with these numbers is they're not accurate. And these numbers are being placed for, like, how do you say?
Thank you.
You're pulling and prodding at people emotionally, or just it's engineered to social engineer you to a certain frame of thinking. This has nothing to do with this panel, but you got to look at every writing, every paragraph in these so-called bills as maybe a plot or a ploy for an agenda. So we really don't have an excuse. I think there's enough money in our local communities where we can invest dollars. And when you say, well, there's not enough placement, no, there's not enough mental health facilities. They don't have enough money to house folks beyond a certain amount of time, let alone if you say, hey, I have a 3-day plan for this person, a 72-hour hold. Now I'm gonna hook them up with a case manager. Do you know for each person that agency pulls in, they get X amount of dollars to be able to provide those services? The waste comes in is when that person refuses to support beyond the first 72-hour hold. Now that money has to go back to the grantor at the end of the year when you do your internal audit. How much of the treatment plan that you pitched to me to give you this money actually got completed? So there's so many moving parts to this document and what you're talking about that a lot of people conveniently don't pay attention to. And that missing part is a person who needs to stay committed to the treatment that's offered them. And it goes back to that initial part of the plan where people have to be treated beyond their choice to be treated. This is not people. And I agree with you, what you said about your concern about swooping up all people. Again, I go back to what I said earlier. America would be at its last straw, and we will be laughed at repeatedly by other countries if this was the case. So I believe it's going to be an action plan that's designed for each subgroup of people that are homeless. It just wouldn't make any rational sense to say, hey, we're going to police this homeless issue. And I think that people who present this stuff are doing everybody an injustice when they throw out this type of ridiculous picture, because you as a citizen have your own voice and you have your own mind, multiplied by millions of people who say, you know what? Yeah, we agree with this plan to deal with homelessness, but you're not going to deal with it and put everybody in some type of prison setting. That just wouldn't work. You have to have a service for each need. Each categorical need needs appropriate treatment, services, and resources. That's how you address the homeless issue, because like you said before, not everybody is sucking on a bottle or smoking this, that, and the third. People have real life experiences that they're trying to work through. And no matter how severe it is, you can get better. You can heal. It's a matter of you deciding within your mind, this is what I want to do. No one's going to make anybody do anything. But if you don't have a capacity to think for yourself, well, who's going to do the thinking for you? And now I've known people who I've been on the phone with close to me that says, you know what, it's over. And they'll send the long text and they try to attempt to leave this reality because they felt that they just they couldn't control themselves. And they needed that type of support, initial support, to help them through that type of mind state, because you can go overboard and you won't have a balance to be able to bring yourself back. I know this too well. And as I sit across the table from my clients, I always put myself in a position to say I could be the person on the other side of this table easily, under supervision, on parole, restricted freedom. So I don't take that for granted. I give everybody an opportunity to become self-empowered. No machine is going to, solve the homeless. It's going to take people who have the experience, the understanding, and the willingness to see the vision for people to be housed and off the streets. Again, a country and a city and state that has houses, apartments, local community centers, there should be absolutely no homelessness, because a dollar bill is not a resource. It's just
hold on. Let me just bring this up right here. And I shouts out to Gold Digger for this, because I didn't even think about this thing that could cause homelessness, right? Natural disasters, right? Okay, there's all kind of like floods going on. People get displaced in their homes, fires that happen. Once again, these people are not mentally ill, right? So if they have no other choice but to put up a tent and whatever until they figure out, like, if the FEMA funds ain't came through yet, do they get scooped up with everybody else and put into a mental health facility? This is the type of stuff. Like I said, I get what you guys are saying, but this bill is way too big, and I'm going to continuously say they threw this out there. They did not account for everything, because there's too many situations that can make a person homeless and be sitting on the same steps as the person that might be crazy or that they are trying to target, sitting right next to them, you know what I'm saying? On Skid Row, because, hey, I lost my house burned down last week. And now they're sitting right down. What is the? So I'm not trying to continue the whole fear mongering aspect of this whole thing. It's just a matter of when we have these laws and these executive orders that come into play, we need to begin to not just accept them like, oh well, he's just talking about this and that's all it is. No, hold on. Because if you're saying homelessness and you're putting that into a category, because that's what he did, okay? Right? What he did was say homeless individuals. Now, a homeless individual could be a person that lost their home due to a fire, lost their home due to this, lost their home due to so many different circumstances. And then you say, okay, no, this is not about those people. This is about these people. But how can you discern who one homeless individual is that might have lost their house and might seem like they look like a certain? What is the determining? How do you determine that person? How do you say? So you have to round them all up and then sort it out. And I don't like that whole thing that could go down with this way of thinking. And I get it. This bill is for homeless people that have mental illness. They need to change the wording on this, because when you say shifting homeless individuals into long-term institutional settings for humane treatment through the appropriate use of civil commitment. Meanwhile, that is not, it's not detailed enough to show that you are talking about homeless individuals with mental illness or homeless individuals with drug addiction. Homeless individuals could be anybody that's homeless for whatever reason that they're homeless for. So I don't agree with the White House, the president coming out with an executive order that is vague and does not have a detailed understanding of who you're talking about, because a homeless individual, and then we have to like kind of, we're over here arguing because they were vague. The reason why we're going back and forth because they were vague in what they put out here. If they would have been clear, we would have had no argument, but it's not clear. Homeless individuals is not a clear description of anybody. That could be anybody. Hell, if I left my house and started living on somebody's couch, I could be considered a homeless individual. Whatever. I don't even know. But I'm just saying.
I think Rock broke it down a little bit more than that. So listen, this is where I have to check out, guys. I want to thank everybody for
before you leave, because we're gonna like just wrap this up. I'm gonna give everybody like their time to say some final words. I don't want you to leave like on that like kind of note, like just I'm about to go. Let's start. Let's go from. I've said what I had to say. We're gonna start with Rock and then go to Queen and then go to you, Mel. All right, Rock.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Real quick. You asked a question about how do you determine. I think the best way to determine a person's situation is to ask them. Right. The next thing would be, if we put everybody under the same umbrella, which I kind of heard that in the conversation, that would be an unrealistic resolution. No, Trump is not all of a sudden the problem solver, but in my mind, I haven't seen anybody else take a step to make an affirmative step to change or resolve homelessness, because it's been swept up under the table for so many years and it's been allowed to be and to get to where it is right now.
Right.
No, there is no such thing as an umbrella resolution. And I don't think that's what's being presented. Again, if you've ever talked to somebody who is mentally unstable, who, let's put substance to the side, although I've worked with so many people, even young people, who have a mental health disorder that they're self-medicating. They may not call it that. They may not see it as that, but little kids don't self-medicate. Their level of dopamine is so aligned and so on point. But at a certain point in a person's life, because they may suffer so much counterproductive life experiences, your natural dopamine will decrease or suspend. Therefore, you're going to need an external stimulus to bring you to a level of, subordinate balance, for lack of better words. I think that this program or this action plan that's coming out is necessary. I think there are too many well-intended people in the United States that will not stand for any type of criminalization of homelessness. That's not an effective way to resolve it. It needs to be calculated. It needs to be community. It should have a level of community investment, intellectual intelligence to add to it. If you create a program, a law, a rule that's going to devastate the community, then it's going to be counterproductive, for real. But I do believe that it's probably a good idea to say, hey, let's figure out how this is going to go. Let's, check in at every checkpoint of the delivery and figure out if this is what we need. So I'll stop there and say thank you guys for allowing me on your channel.
Hey, Rock, go into the private chat. Please put your information in the back because Mel wants to contact you for his show in the future. And I also want to bring you back on. You have been a great guest on the show. Thank you so much for your contribution. All right, let's go, Queen.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'll make it real quick. I support the bill, and whenever there's some change in the air, it's always going to be a shakeup. It's always going to be a pull. It's always going to be a nub. I'm here to promote it. If they're going to help with a change, then I see change going forward. And for me, I mean, to me, I'm 50 years old. I definitely know what homeless mean in the different levels of being homeless. But at some point, we have to put our boots back down on the ground and try to create some sort of change. And during that change, if there's more changes that need to be made, we'll have to move forward. Because if we stay where we're at right now, it's not going to matter what president hit the United States or anywhere else. We're going to sink, and we're going to sink slowly and very, very fast. And I'm going to support whatever change that we can get right now, because we're in a bad deficit. And I don't see anyone else that tried to even go to this capacity to make any type of changes, to even show me as an American that there is still a chance in the United States. As hard as I've worked to build this country up, because I had to build me up to be here. So I'm willing to make
all the words. Sorry, my bad. Keep going.
I'm done. Just was willing to make a change. I'm done.
I'm sorry. Keep going. I'm sorry.
No, I'm good. I'm good. We'll talk about it tomorrow. I'm good.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to I didn't know that my thing was on my daughter.
It's okay. It's okay. I'm done.
What you just said last.
That was really simple.
No, can you say that last part, because I want to hear what you said the last sentence.
I'm here for the change. To simplify it, I'm here for the change. This is the best I've seen in a lot of years. And I can say when Trump first hit the market in the office, it wasn't looking good. But this second time around, now that I'm really paying attention and I'm woke, I can see that there is a light at the tunnel, eventually a rainbow, and then it's going to be a pot of gold. So I support the change. We see you, Mel.
So you're done?
Yes.
Queen says, I like to reclaim my time. Good job. Good job. So what I would like to recommend for everybody to go look at Maslow's hierarchy of needs. Okay, Maslow's hierarchy of needs. If you look at the base level, you have safety, which is also your living quarters, your housing. So when your housing needs are not met, it's almost like you're breathing or eating. You cannot function. A lot of time it causes mental issues because you're so stressed out. And if you have an affinity toward being anxious, when your housing is affected, you can't pay your mortgage, you can't pay your rent, you're not going to be able to sleep at night. So it's just one big fiasco that you have to go through. So this is what I like to recommend for most people that are listening. A lot of us are so tied into work. Somebody needs to mute their mic. I hear a lot of feedback. I'm sorry. So thank you. All right. So the best thing that I would like to recommend for most individuals, because I teach people how to invest in the stock market on a high level, but the base level of that is making cold cash every day. And a lot of times people think, well, I have to have this incredible idea and make a lot of money and whatever. But if you were in a dire need and you can't eat and you're trying to feed your family, you should start thinking on that level. What can you do in the next 24 hours to make cash? And if you can think on that level, you can start your own business to make your own cash. So that way, when the foreigners are taking over, they're getting all the jobs. They have 3 degrees, right? Or if AI is knocking out of jobs, you can go out in the street and still make money to feed your family. Let me explain. Here's a simplistic way for any man, woman listening to this. You can start a window washing business. I know it sounds crazy to some, but I'm just giving you one example. You could start a window washing business, go to Home Depot, and probably buy all the things you need to start the business for about $60. And then it's just a matter of you going out, hustling, knocking on doors, do whatever you need to do to feed your family. Now, I'm not saying you have to do that, but I'm saying that type of mentality, if you have no money coming in, that would be a way for you to feed the mouths that are depending on you to eat for life. And that's a part of this whole look at the hierarchy of needs, and then you'll understand what I'm talking about. But it may not be window washing, but there's something that you can create for your own business so you're no longer so dependent on the man. Because the more you're dependent on the system, you're always going to feel like you're behind the 8 ball. So I would recommend everyone to start their own business. Now, when it comes to the stock market, we could talk about that. That's great. But in order to get to that level, you have to learn how to create an environment where you're making money, not depending on someone else, but you can do it. And then if you become good at it, the first thing you're going to do is want to teach that to your kids, right? So that's my final point for tonight. And I look forward to continue working with each and every one of you, especially DJ Genesis. Nice to meet you, Rock. And also Queen, is always a pleasure. And then we had the Reverend Green in the house as well, who came through and shared his expressions of faith or whatever he was expressing. I really appreciate it all. So good night. That's it for me tonight, guys. We did about 3 hours. I think it was wonderful. We talked about a subject that's real serious about homelessness. And you know what? A lot of people that you know are probably just minutes away from being homeless. All it takes is one life upset, and you could be out there on the street. So anyway, good night all, and to all a good night.
Good night. Good night.
I am blessed to make money, money making money, money making money, money making money, money making money, manifest making money, money making money, money making money, money making money. I ain't stressed, making money, money making money, money making money, money making money. Gratitude is my attitude. I'm making money moves. Jewelry in the safe, piggy bank on food.